ドールズフロントライン2エクシリウム。
Ah. That's why I already did those things. I was just muted when I did them, I forgot. But anyway, we gotta do the thing and the thing. Finish up what we gotta do. And after I'm done with this event, I can finally go do other things. Wait, I can buy all this. Excuse. Oof. Been piling up resources like crazy. I really should just go ahead and build a couple other units. Like Shakri, for example. Okay. I've got like a really big cookie. As dessert. Cause I had my food earlier before stream. I said why not get something like sweet for dessert? And there was a really big cookie still left over from, what was it, come in the little like, I forget where they're from. I think they're from Costco? I don't know. It's just a really big chocolate chip cookie. Hmm. Did already grab this, right? Yeah. I feel like I was gonna do something I forgot. I'm running out of time. I have to pick. I have to decide whether I'm gonna roll for parry or not. Part of me wants to get her because the story has made me kind of, it made her grow on me basically. But another part of me is just like, eh, I don't know.
いっと試してみよう。みんなのために。見て見て。えい。ごめんよ。逃げられるかな。逃がしたっての。えい。えい。ごめんよ。私が終わらせる。交代するのは今のうちよ。こっちこっち。えい。配置完了。射撃準備。
Surprised you didn't kill it.
粉々になっちゃえ。えい。ごめんよ。今よ。ハンデをあげる。
Hmm.
みんなのために。ごめんよ。逃げられるかな。ごめんよ。こっちこっち。
Yeah, there we go.
作戦終了。帰ろっか。
Ooh, I gotta finish that fast. Let's see. Hmm. I don't get it. Oh, wait, maybe like that? Hmm. I think I messed something up. I definitely messed something up. I don't know what I messed up though. I don't know what I... Hold on. I actually don't know what I did. I don't know what I messed up. Yeah, no, I don't even know how I would start with this one. I might just need to speedrun it because I only have a couple hours and I really don't have time to be spending on stuff like this. So hold on, let me look it up. What was this called? Inverse cipher? Let's see. Hmm. I genuinely don't know what I'm doing here. Like I want to give it a actual try and everything, but I don't see how. Like, yeah, nah, I messed up. Okay, so one shot. The only thing I think of is if we somehow had that barrel over here somewhere. I think the barrel's a red herring. I think that's what it is. I think what I actually need to do is... that doesn't work. Go there. Then do that. I'm good at. Can't kill them apparently. Yeah, okay, so I apparently do no damage with... man. I'm confused. You're kidding me. Oh, okay, I see, I see. I didn't realize about the skill. Okay. I think I have the right idea. I just need to use him to kill the actual downer gates. Yeah, let's see if we can do this. Do that. Oh, that's not good. Hold on. How do I do this? That I could pop here and then quickly go there, but I think it uses up too much movement. Maybe it's worth trying anyway. Okay, yeah, no, the barrel's 100% red herring. Also, hello, Jew. Okay, let's try this the other way then. Big gun game is being mean to you. What do you mean? How's the big gun game being mean to you? There we go. Not a single one was an S. Oh. Oh no. Yeah. It'd be like that. What? Eliminate all enemies. Okay. This is interesting. Guessing I do this. There must be a reason why it wants me to put them in there like that. Hmm. Hmm. I think I technically could have gone. Oh well. Oh wait. wait. I think I get what I need to do. Never mind, that doesn't quite work. Um. Wow. Thanks. Thanks again, game. Not game, stream. Okay. I think I kind of know what I need to do. So the range of this thing. Okay. I'm so confused. What's up? Considering stream blows up even when you don't, probably not. Okay. Let's do that. Oh, no. Do that. Okay. I'm getting somewhere. Okay, hold on. How much movement do I have? 6 tiles. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, yeah, hold on. Grab that. Go here and activate that. Oh, okay, hold on, hold on. I know what I need to do. Okay. So first, I need to do this. What do you mean no target? Ah, I can't place it. Okay, hold on, hold on. So pop you. Then you there. And activate. Toss you that way. You go. Activate that. Come back here, hit him there. Now you. Oh, that's what the diner gate is for. I'm supposed to put it there. Okay, hold on. Okay. Diner gate, right there. Okay. Okay. Now we do it here. Okay, you. And then that should be it. There we go. Okay. That's enough time wasted. Okay. Time to go in and do this. Springfield, the commander, arrives at the track. Perry, who was stretching next to her vehicle, greets them with her usual cheerful smile and enthusiastic hand waves.
指揮官様、スプリングフィールドさん、いよいよですよ。
The rally is about to begin.
調子が良さそうだな。昨べはちゃんと準備したんだな。
You seem to be in high spirits. How did your prep work go yesterday?
絶対に勝てるルートを一晩かけて割り出しました。
I planned the perfect route throughout the night. Victory is all but guaranteed.
待っててくださいね。すぐに戻ります。
Just be, commander. We'll be back in no time.
一晩で されたのですか？すごいですね。
Man, it took you only one night to fully master the terrain here. That's very impressive.
いきなり後ろから話しかけないでくださいよ。
Springfield, don't just show up behind me like that. That scared the hell out of me.
すみません。ですが、配送地点が変わらずとも、汚染エリアは常に危険と隣り合わせ。いつ生き袋やバリアーグに出くわすかわかりませんから。
Sorry, I said only to remind you. While the locations of the checkpoints haven't changed, the same cannot be said for the state of things in the contamination zone. Elids, Verjaegers, and other possible threats might just appear at a moment's notice.
大丈夫です。サブリナさんと一緒なら今日のレースも勝てます。
See, don't you worry, Sabrina and I will take care of it all. We'll come back with the trophy in hand.
そうだね。ところで、今日は私たち以外はスプリングフィールドとセンターレーシーしかいないんだね。
Yepers, though, apart from the both of us, it seems that we only have Springfield and Centralia in our presence today. Sabrina looks around the track.
あれ、確かに
Really?
脱落してもレース会場には来るはずなのに。
How strange. The others though should still be around, even if they're being eliminated.
シャフリーさんもいつもスプリングフィールドさんについてきてるのにいないし。
Even Springfield's usual tag-along, Sharkry, isn't here. Amidst the duo's confusion, Springfield offers her explanation.
シャークリーさんをお探しですか？
Might you be looking for Sharkry?
はい。ちょっと心配で。
Is Perry the Rappy of this game? No. If we want to get technical, the Rappy of this game is actually Groza. Yeah, we're a little worried. Do you know where she is? Springfield smiles wearily.
昨日のレースでクルカイさんとマキアートさんの争いに
Riley?
巻き込まれる形で脱落しま
Wearly?
した。
Wearly? Yesterday, Sharkry got caught in the feud between 404 and Macchiato. She was eliminated by association. Yeah. As in, like, that's... I know what you mean. That's what I'm saying, it's Groza. Because Perry's only part of this event. But story-wise, the actual story... the equivalent of Rappy would be... Groza. Because she's literally the first... and the one we're stuck with primarily. There's a couple others we have too, which is so like story-wise in here, in this game in general is it's Groza, Krolik, Nemesis, Kofne, and technically now Vepli as well. The one we're stuck with. Okay, you know what I mean. You're the one who went the character they stick you with from the start. She was eliminated by association.
今部屋で拗ねています。
She's having a fit in her room right now.
そうなんですか。クルカイさんたちも同じ理由ですか？
I see. Is that also why Kluka and the others are not here?
マキアートさんはポイントが稼げなくて拗ねていましたが、クルカイさんの方は
Okay. Macchiato seems to be sulking on her own business, because she didn't score enough points to get what she wants. As for 4-4, I'm not exactly sure.
センターレイシーさん、何か知りませんか？
Do you know anything, Satoshi?
今朝お部屋を訪ねてみたのですが、いませんでした。彼女の性格的におそらくトレーニングかと。
I went into advent into the track earlier this morning, but the rooms were empty. Knowing Miss Klukai, she's probably in the middle of an emergency training session right now.
そうですか。ちゃんと慰めてあげてくださいね。
If that's the case, well, you'd better go and reassure them after all this, Commander.
ああ、任せてくれ。
Yeah, I will.
まもなく開始します。参加者は位置についてください。
Yeah, the girl I want in the GFL is... So they nickname her Sapo, but the name she goes by in the first game, because I have no idea what she's going to be going by in this one. Since the majority of them are no longer named after specifically their guns all the time. Aside from a few of them. But, in the first game, she was known as M4 Satmod 2. Which, yes, what a mouthful of a name. There's a couple, like, I'm looking forward to them coming back, but that's probably one of the primary ones. Another one that I'm really looking forward to is UMP45, which is Leva, but she's already confirmed. Why are you owing? Why are you judging? What'd you find? Hold on, what'd you find? Now I'm confused. Now I'm concerned. Oh, no. She's less that and more like so a lot of people in the community like to call her the murder puppy. That's mostly because she's not really like yandere or anything. She's more just extremely hyperactive, but also seems to have very little, if any, concern for the enemy. But it's also hilarious because wait, hold on, let me see what you found. Yeah, that's her. That's one of her outfits in the first game. Okay, I like her, no judgment anymore. There are images of what she looks like, or at least one of the ways she looks in for like the second game, because she has appeared in story apparently, but she hasn't fully appeared as in game as a playable character basically. But I have to hold on. Let me see if I can find real quick. Oh. In your defense of her. Okay, well, like I said, she's less of a yandere type and more like, as people call her, a murder puppy, because she acts very much, uh, she does act a lot like a puppy does, in terms of, towards like the commander and everything. But yeah, but in terms of enemies, she's very excitable in terms of getting rid of enemies. I'm trying to find an image of her in for the second game. There are a few images somewhere, but I found my own tweet under the results for GFL2 sub. Hold on. What if I look at it like this? There's some really low quality images. Number one. Okay, this seems to be one of the pictures of her for the CGs for this game. But of course only available in CN. The rally is about to begin. Participants, please get ready. We've got to go. See you later, Perry. Remember to put your best foot forward. I should take my leave as well. After some brief greetings, Springfield and Thresh return to their own vehicles. Perry, on the other hand, does not immediately embark on hers. She turns around and looks at the commander with an intense stare.
指揮官様
んまだ行かないのか
Yes, what's the matter, Perry?
励ましてくれますかちょっと緊張しちゃって
Can you encourage me a little? I'm a little nervous right now.
繰り返します参加者は位置についてください
The rally is about to begin. Participants, please get ready. Ignoring the announcement, Perry stares at the commander.
大丈夫だどんな結果になっても私はここで待ってる
Speak as if you haven't won yesterday's race. I promise you, I'll be waiting for you, right here.
いいえ今度こそ絶対に勝ちますから待っててください
No, I will win, and you'll wait for my triumphant return. I will win this time around.
よしよしたかがレースでしょそんなに緊張しなくてもいいじゃん
Alright, alright, it's just a race. You don't need to be so worked up, you know? Feels like you're on the verge of breaking into tears, Perry.
行きましょうサブリナさん
Right, let's go, Sabrina. Perry waves at the command and then runs to their jeep alongside Sabrina. An attack? What do you mean? What? What happened? A few minutes later, the rally officially begins. Perry and Sabrina cruise smoothly along their pre-planned route.
ペリー羅針盤の画面にピンがいっぱい刺してあるよ
Look, Perry, lots of markers just appeared on the compass system's interface.
ちょっと危ないんじゃない
What are these? Are we in some sort of danger?
えどれどれ
Let me have a look. Perry glances at the screen, a confident expression that appears on her face.
ああこれは生き袋の巣穴やバリアーグの拠点です昨日苦労して集めた情報なんですよ
Relax, those are just elite hives and Varieger outposts along our path. Took me quite some time yesterday to gather all the intel on these.
迂回した方が足止め食らわずに済みますよね
Instead of wasting our time fending them off, might as well go around them, don't you think?
すごいよペリ
So amazing, Perry.
ーでもこれってリアルタイムナビゲーションだよねマーキングまでできるんだ
But isn't this system only meant to log routes and update positions? It can do this as well? Hold on. It's an attack. And you know, everything is seeing it, alright? Strange. It's a hidden feature. I learned how to do this from the staff.
どんな時でも情報は一番大事ですちょうど得意分野で助かりました
No matter where you go, intel gathering. No matter where you go, intel gathering is crucial. Fortunately, that's where my expertise lies. Perry puts on a sly smile and winks at Sabrina.
商人たるもの切り札は常に用意してないと
To become a competent broker, you've got to have some cards to play. Following the route planned by Perry, the rally's result is pretty much a done deal. The vehicle leads all other participants by a wide margin.
すごいこれなら今日は無傷で走り抜けそうだよ
Don't you think that we'll cross the finish line unscathed today at this rate?
さすがにそう簡単には汚染エリアですから何が起こっても不思議ではありません例えばほら目の前
Can't play this game without thinking of me. It's not that simple. The intel I managed to gather is pretty limited and can only lower the chance we run into any obstacles. Besides, the contamination zone is anything but consistent. There, look.
わあ生き袋だ
Eulids.
サブリナさんいけますか
Ready for some action, Sabrina?
大丈夫任せて
No problem, just leave it to me. Alright, that little story segment was shorter than last. Okay.
じゃあ始めよっか
Could probably nuke almost all of them. Or I could do this and then pop it like there. So I can use her second skill. to do this.
思った以上に時間使っちゃったね。
It took one turn and one character. What do you mean? That took far longer than expected. Leaning against the window of the passenger seat, Sabrina looks quite regretful.
もし池袋を回避できなかったら、レースを完走する体力がなかったよ。
If we didn't evade those elites earlier, we wouldn't have had enough stamina to finish the rest of the rally on foot.
これもこのレースの趣旨ですね。危険は常に思わぬところに潜んでいますから。
It's one of the challenges of this rally. Moreover, maybe there's even a risk of being destroyed. Suddenly a silhouette draws their attention towards it.
フェリー、見て。
Look at Kagura, isn't it? Just like every single one of my tasks, my hobbies. We're not going to kill this camera for making better. Sure. Look over there, Barry.
スプリングフィールドさんだ。車の様子を見てるようですね。
Springfield. She's checking on her vehicle?
私たちみたいに襲われたのかな。修理しているのなら手伝わないと。
You think she got ambushed just like us? If her car broke down, perhaps you could help her repair it.
でも、
But seeing Barry's indecisiveness, Sabrina cheerfully retrieves the tools she always carried with her.
大丈夫だって。こういうのは得意だから。
I'm quite adept at repair and modification. How about you let me give it a try?
サブリナさんの能力を疑っているのではなく、レースが。
It's not that I don't trust in your capabilities. I'm just worried about the race.
ちょっと待ってください。順位を確認します。
Oh, hold on. Ow, ow, ow. What a name. What a name. Hisabeth. What a name. Ooh, ow, 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 ow. Hold on. Ouch. I really gotta take care of this at some point. Ow. You know what? Fine. Let me check out the current rankings. Barry taps on the screen and a list of participants pops up.
あれ、センターレイシーさんが脱落？いつの間に。
Santoreshi has been eliminated. When did that happen?
池袋に絡まれたかもしれないね。センターレイシーが負けるとは思えないから、商品を破壊されたのかな。
If she failed to avoid the elites, I think that's plausible. Of course, she would have no problem defending herself, but the cargo's most likely done for.
それなら、多少ポイントが低くても脱落する心配はなさそうですね。
So that means that even if we end up with the same score as Springfield, neither of us will be eliminated today.
じゃ
So,
あ、はい、助けに行きましょう。
alright, let's check on Springfield.
任せて。
Yeah, time for my repairing skills to shine. Sabrina's eager anticipation. Barry is up to Springfield and parks her vehicle on a flat terrain nearby.
気づいた気づいた。
She noticed us. Sabrina hurriedly hops off the vehicle and waves at Springfield. In return, Springfield waves back at the duo with a gentle smile.
スプリングフィールド、車壊れた？大丈夫。すぐに直してあげるからね。
Springfield, did your car break down? Don't worry, I'll check it out. Without moving, Springfield nods and simply awaits Sabrina's approach. Oh. The curse continue. Yeah. Just as Sabrina's about to reach Springfield, she suddenly halts in somewhat comical pose. A streak of familiar color was hiding all along in their blind spot, but is now revealed to her as she finally approaches.
どうしました？
Why'd you stop? He looks at Sabrina, wanting to see what she saw, then she too is struck by the sight and freezes in place. The scene unfolding before their eyes is completely incomprehensible, even to those two excellent tactical dolls. Why does this happen every time? Right behind the vehicle, Lying silently by Springfield's feet is none other than Centaureshi. Gaping hole lies where her core is.
スプリングフィールドどうして
Springfield, what is this? Before Sabrina can finish, a bullet pierces her core. Sabrina's body hits the floor. The dazed Perry quickly comes back to her senses when he sees Springfield with a rifle trained. What is happening? I don't dislike male characters. I actually quite like them and want them to succeed, but it always happens when I find it. Listen, alright, you have to not say anything about it. You can't let... it's the desire sensor. All gachas have them, alright? You gotta not let it know what you want. And make it think you want something else. I feel like someone's going around hacking the T-dolls or something. Because that's the only explanation I can think of for whatever happened in, like... what's it called? At the end of the previous previous section, part 1. And now this, but like no mention of what happened with part 1 and what is happening. While the usual soothing smile lingers on Springfield's face, her gaze is anything but. A cold-blooded viper is what stands before them. She stares down at Perry as does the muzzle of her rifle. What? Fast as Springfield could pull the trigger, Perry dodges the bullet with a backwards flip. Then, she sprints back before the rounds coming from behind strike their target. Perry hops into the vehicle and drives off immediately. There's no time for her to take a glance at Springfield, all the two dolls lying on the ground in a deep slumber. What is happening?
想定通りの勝利です。本当はもう少し完璧に終わらせられたはずなんですけど。
Is that the space maid you were saying? As gunshots ring out from behind her, the already terrified Perry is struggling to keep the vehicle under control.
どうなってるの？
Yeah, she was floating in space as like a magical eldritch horror maid in space. That is what eldritch horrors tend to come from, you know? Cosmic horror and all that. Wait. Did I get another ping? Where did I get another ping from? Oh, it's the Monster Hunter Wilds event. What the hell is going on? How could this... Ah, of course, stream restart. I hate this. I hate it so much. Is there nothing I can do to make this not as bad as it is? Having nearly overturned the vehicle moments after stabilizing it, Perry tries her best to keep her cool and to maintain control of the car. By doing so, she immediately activates the compass system. Hey, you're listening, right? What the heck is going on? No answer is bestowed upon her. Only Perry's helpless inquiry echoes within the empty and battered vehicle. Come on, give me a route that can shake Springfield off. I'm as good as dead if I have to face her head on. Her only chance at assistance, Sabrina, is gone. There's an immutable fact Perry witnessed with her very own eye. Sabrina was taken out in the Bangarai and is laying by Centaureshi now. But who's this Springfield? Perry knows that's not Springfield, but it's not the Springfield of the past either. Perry tries to wrap her mind around the whole ordeal, but her neural cloud is incomplete disarray, can't even formulate a semblance of an answer. While all this goes on, the voice that guided her has also fallen silent. Could be Rot that can shake her off right now. She angrily hits the screen displaying the map on the rally. Of the rally, yet the system interface merely flickers calmly, offering no response. The bullets coming her way become even more precise. Perry glances back cautiously only to find Springfield's vehicle right on her tail, nearly ramming into her rear bumper. Perry anxiously slams on the pedal only to realize the vehicle has already reached its top speed. Calm down. Finding a safe spot is the number one priority right now. Then reestablish contact. Are they froze again? You can get away tips are so cute. What is going on? I don't give up so easily. Oh, she does show up there. With the... Okay. I can still nuke everyone, though. It's fine. In terms of my actual combat strength, I can still nuke everyone. So I can just go like there. And nuke. Just because everything's so low level. Surely, surely. That's temporarily shaking off Springfield. The compass system, which was silent during the entire encounter, finally reconnects. With a beep, it marks out a clear shortcut back to the fair on the display. I'm saved. The starting line? Am I supposed to rendezvous with the commander? Is that even possible now? What even is going on? Still no answer. Anyway, there's no point in overthinking it. Let's get rid of the problem at hand. Sweet little pea. Without hesitation, Perry spins the wheel and heads towards the bearings. The compass system outputted. Hard is the date with Pet Snake. I mean, I'd guess as much, considering from what I've heard, there's quite an interesting stigma when it comes to like, well, not exactly the biggest. You're installing this game. Well, there's stereotypes basically. There's stereotypes for two that I know about, like animal, like women that love animals, for example, which is like snake lovers and then shark lovers. I only know about those two specifically. But it is very interesting. Wait. Oh, okay, never mind. I saw the times on this thing and it was saying it was wrong, but no, I just saw what's up. Where'd I get pinged? Give me a second. Oh no, I didn't mean for like for example, the stereotypes I know aren't even about like, oh, what they like or what they have as pets and everything, and it's more like the type of people who like said things, which is like really weird that people would judge for having pet snakes. Because it's like, I'm, there's not really much to worry about, even if it was an aggressive snake, unless it was like venomous. Another, like, even then, it's like, if you know how to care for them, then it's no issue. Okay, that makes it even more stupid because there's literally people with pet alligators. And I know this because I have other friends in Florida who literally have neighbors who have pet alligators. Rude to neighbor. Like, what? Without hesitation, Perry spins the wheel and heads towards the bearings the compass system outputted. In this species, you've literally walked by his cousins. She's giving a tight chase. Guess there's no choice but to barge straight in. The Springfield's unrelenting offense. Perry does not decelerate, but instead rams right into the booth-packed alley of the fair. Sorry, messed up all your stalls. Expecting a whole lot of commotion, Perry, and then realizes the fair is completely devoid of people. It's command. Despite the distance separating them, Perry quickly spots the commander. However, everyone simply stands stiffly in the middle of the street, frozen like statues, unconcerned with the chase unfolding in front of their eyes. I knew it. Something's off. Two shots ring out. Perry's modified vehicle, which has already taken a serious beating, has been dealt its final blow. Following a loud bang and thunderous rumble, the car is thrown into a roll and promptly lands on its side. That, yeah, no, I do know about that as well. I've seen like plenty of literally very stereotypical, having a lot of tattoos, clearly tweaking, and having exotic pets. With no time to check on our damages, Perry crawls out of the vehicle and keeps fleeing towards the center of the fair. Stay calm, almost there. You're quite the resilient one. Springfield, quote unquote, also steps out of her vehicle. With an amused smile on her face, she paces behind Perry and skillfully reloads her rifle, all the while haphazardly firing at the stumbling Perry. Bullet strikes both of Perry's arms. Her badly damaged frame can no longer maintain her balance. She crumbles to the ground. Battered and bruised, she keeps moving forward, even though Springfield inches ever closer until Perry's completely immobilized. Jordy, but there's a lot. Yeah. Oh, I can think of a very clear example where it was very clear mistreatment of basically all of the animals they have. And they fit the stereotype as well. It's kind of like a, yeah, it's not the majority, but it's a very loud group of people that do it. Ahead of them lie the original rail tracks at the station. Springfield approaches, she gently kicks away the small pebble at her feet. Her Boots let out a crisp ringing as they make contact with the rails. Finally, she raises her muzzle against Barry.
やっと捕まえた。
This makes me realize I think the T-dolls are actually smaller than I think. Because that is a very big rifle. And I know in real life Springfield rifles aren't that big in terms of compared to like if she were average height. Either that or I don't remember how big a Springfield really is. At last I've got you.
探し回った甲斐がありました。
Going through everything one by one was worth it after all. Springfield looks down at Perry, her rifle held right against her head.
見つけただけでは無駄ですよ。
That is really funny, yeah. Fortunately, simply finding me isn't enough. Now! I have successfully lured Springfield to the final coordinates, dusting to bear the compass. A feeling of certainty and confidence fills Perry's heart. Despite falling just short of success each time, the countless attempts and cooperations were enough for her to put her trust in that voice. As anticipated, they do not let her down this time either. Thunderous roar of an oncoming locomotive shatters the silence of the empty train. Or the empty fare. A train traveling at full speed suddenly appears on the broken track. As it rapidly approaches, Springfield, standing on the track, is exactly its target. Yet a deafening explosion erupts right on the track just before the train makes contact with Springfield. The heat generated by the blast makes it before the train makes contact with Springfield. The heat generated by the blast makes it the dust, and accompanied by the shockwaves, instantly blinds Perry. Did we get her? Perry struggles to see beyond the dust and smoke. When she finally manages to gaze past the haze, there is nothing there. Disappeared? Springfield both disappeared? Oh. How could she? She was standing right there just moments ago.
私ならここですよ。
Were you looking for me? Perry's breath gets caught in her throat as Springfield suddenly re-emerges. She tries to shift her frame away from Springfield to gain some distance, but it's clear that there's nowhere to run. Springfield crashes down and gently strokes Perry's
担
cheek.
当直入に聞きましょ
How did you manage that?
う。あなたには協力者がいる。違いますか？
I guess you have a little helper, right?
こんなに震えちゃって。やっぱり誰かがメンタルの上書きを邪魔しているようですね。
Look at you shaking. See, someone has been helping you avoid a neural override. A neural override? Calculation sequence, Sarkry. The Mappy's indicator light flashes erratically, reflected on the surface of the silhouettes of Gross and Sharkry. Soon it makes its choice. Bright yellow dye covers Sharkry's back as the sound of gunfire is heard again. Anchor protection, Sabrina.
どこですか？その予備電源装置。
Where are the backup power supplies?
一番後ろの棚だけど、倒しきれてないモッピーがいるんだよね。一緒に行く？
On the shelves in the last row, some Mappies that haven't been defeated yet seem to be guarding it. When we go together.
私だけで十分です。
No need, leave it to me.
サブリナさんはゲートロックの様子を見ていてください。
You can focus on investigating the lock. Perry unexpectedly runs into a Mappy unit as she reaches the shelves. However, instead of firing on Perry, the Mappy's indicator light flashes abnormally. It ends up dumping a few rounds in the opposite direction where no one's present.
ありがとうございます。
Thanks a lot. To grabbing the power supplies, Perry thanks the Mappy in a soft yet polite manner. So this has been going on since the beginning. Calculation sequence. Match D.
ここだ。
Over here. Miyakiro responds with a hail of bullets, staining the already multicolored corridor with fresh marks. You're pretty quick. Come with me then. And she zips left and right in the opposite direction of where Andoris is, into a room that just so happens to have an open door. Trying to flank me, huh? Let's do it the more problematic one first. Akira ignores Michi and turns around to chase after Andoris, but she sees a Mappi rolling out of the room, which blocks the path between the two of them. Akira lands the Mappi and Makiro's blind spot flashes rapidly. Better avoid unnecessary hassle. As time running out, Akira turns around again to give chase to Michi to avoid losing out on both ends. Calculation secrets Lind. So there's been something going on even further. How confident. And shoots her leg over in an attempt to topple the Mappi. At the same time, Perry stares at another Mappi unit behind Lin's target with its indicator light flashing. The very next moment, the Mappi behind Lin starts spinning and spraying with its weapon. There's no one to deal with it on her own and gets forced back behind the surveillance room. The hell? After Lin takes cover behind the surveillance room, a tiny figure quickly follows. See you later. Multicolored dye splatters all over Lin's body. Perry races his gun carefully at the relentless doll. Calculation sequence. Groza. Its bullets rain down. Perry spots a Mappi in the direction of retreat. Strange flickering light makes her tighten her grip on her gun. Perry makes up her mind, but Groza stops for a moment to keep up with her. Meanwhile, Sabrina's approaching after breaking out of the Mappi's encirclement. Perry issues a command to the Mappi unit. Following Perry's order, the Mappi aims and fires at Groza. Meanwhile, Perry makes no indication to evade and remains frozen with her gun in her hands. Sabrina suddenly rushes out, blocking the attack with her shield. Anchor destruction detected. Procedure anomaly. Terminating event. So this whole time there's been something connected. Hold on. He's just a goober. That's all. Trying to figure out what exactly is going on here. Leaning against the car door, Perry looks at the compass system displayed on the dashboard, flashing with a normal light. You find the termination code. Instead of responding to her call, the compass screen flashes rhythmically. Springfield's overbearing approach constrains Perry's movement. Records of past collaborations continue to circulate unabated. Now tell me, just who were you talking to that night? Perry gives no answer in response with total silence. It's fine if you want to keep your mouth shut. After all, that vulnerability has already been patched. With an appalled expression emerging on Perry's face, Springfield smiles contently and promptly pulls the trigger. Bullet tears through Perry's core without warning, sending her body crumpling to the floor. Eyes grow dim. The vivid young girl just a moment ago now lies dead, a look of trepidation frozen on her face. Then everything plunges into a bottomless darkness. The fair, the train track, the statue-like crowd, and Perry with her destroyed core, everything shatters into fragmented data, disintegrating, fracturing until everything reverts into disordered symbols. Encoding output. Shirky Makera Kukabika Satrashi Sabrina 1. Here, Sabrina, global variable has been created. Depth equals Springfield safe mode enabled. Torrential data flows like a bottomless and turbulent river in the darkness. Amidst the chaos, a silhouette gradually takes shape, first its core, then its arms and neck. Though an incomplete shadow, there's no doubt that it's Springfield. Another gunshot rings out. The incomplete data fragments are scattered once more, leaving a crack in the likeness of a vortex or a black hole in the fragile shadow. At the same time, the bullet fired from nowhere hangs frozen in the air as though struggling against something. Within moments, the bullet bursts into shrapnel and is devoured by the lingering fragments, merging into the mass of scattered data. Like a closing rift of the abyss, the crack slowly seals itself as the fragments converge once more into the danger that comes from its depth. This time, Springfield's form is clear and distinct. Okay, it was fake bullets during the resort thing, but in the race thing, it was back to real ones because they needed it. But it seems like at some point during this story, things were no longer real. As in, I think at some point, I don't know if it's Perry's perspective or someone else's, but some sort of like memory was tampered with and none of this was going on. Either that or it was happening like in simulation or something. That's my guess. I mean, it'll be explained, I know, but it's like I'm trying to figure it out, you know? Without hesitation, Springfield points the rifle at the direction the shot came from and pulls the trigger. Sound of something being hit echoes through the darkness. Data synchronization complete. Springfield opens his eyes, gazing into the darkness calmly. I don't know how you're creating these vulnerabilities, but it won't be a problem anymore once I take you out. There's nothing more you can do for her. The bottomless darkness, a faint spark flickers. That's more than enough. And with the voice fading, the spark also vanishes. Vulnerability cleanup completed, commencing anomaly report upload. But the program displays an error message for instead of running smoothly. Anomaly upload failed. Springfield, quote-unquote, frowns at the sight of this result. Commencing system maintenance. I'm really curious, at what point did things stop being real? Or at whose perspective is things not real? At what point? Choco's jeep races across the wilderness. Hurry up, we're not far away from Aminda's coordinates. Sitting on the passenger seat, Jang-Yu keeps refreshing the terminal screen constantly with the red dot representing Aminda's location continues pulsating on the map. Calm down. Hammering the refresh button won't make us get there any sooner. Something is going on then. This right here proves that something's going on. That means Perry was never in the race. She said she was going missing since this morning, so something went on. Something's been going on the entire time, but I don't know what. How could it possibly calm down? As if Perry going missing since this morning, so everyone cut their alley to find her wasn't enough. Now we're finding out that multiple other teams are also missing, including Aminda. Okay, don't think so. I think it's more like... So, the way T-dolls work, right? They have something known as a neural cloud. That is basically their memory. That's basically where all of their memory is. Because they're not, they're not human, right? So they don't actually have brains or anything. They have a neural cloud. And they have levels to it as well. Where you have like the surface level. There's things like level 2, which is like a deeper level that you go in that's more like a technical level. And there's technically a deeper level than that, which is like the base level itself. Like the bottom level in there. For example, though, most maintenance and stuff like that and technical stuff happens on level 2. Surface level is just like how they are now. So what it could be is she must have... Well, no. More like, I think she got into some system that she wasn't supposed to try to win the initial tournament thing. But that was connected to the 1575, the little robots they were fighting. There was the main one, and their whole system was connected to one central network. I think the reason they all went crazy, like all the bots went crazy, has something to do with the network, and whatever was in the network that caused that might have also infiltrated Perry. And that's the only thing I can think of it being. So then she hasn't actually gone through that race, and everything that was happening with Springfield didn't happen. Didn't actually happen. It was all like quote unquote in her head. Well, sort of. Okay, so there's two things. There's a neural cloud. It's called a neural cloud. They have... That basically is their brain. But then there is a separate thing known as a neural backup, which basically they can back up their memories to that. So that if they quote unquote die, they can just get repaired and get their backup uploaded again. But I'm a little confused because it's like, it could be that all of this is actually happening in her neural cloud only, as in everything that we just witnessed. The whole her shooting thing, her shooting other T-dolls and T-dolls shooting at her during the race and everything. I think all that must have happened within her own neural cloud. Meanwhile, these two are in the actual world, which is why they're talking about Perry going missing, then a bunch of other teams missing, and all this other stuff going on. Because I think everything after the first day must have been, like, of the races. Everything after the first day of the races, I think we're all in Perry's neural cloud. So right now, I think we're in the real world. Now we're finding out multiple other teams are also missing, including Aminda. Aminda's your friend, right? Aren't you worried at all? Either that or has something to do with the compass system. This is the exact kind of situation where panic won't help. The organizers have already sent us the coordinates of Aminda's vehicle as per her compass system. As long as the signal's up, we still have a chance. Give me a second. I thought this compass thing was totally unnecessary, and Bioka explained the rules to me just because you have to download it before you leave and process the data after you come back. I see why it's important now. Damnation Zone's way too dangerous. Because those teams that failed to send back even just to coordinate already.
発信源は人じゃなくて車。車が破壊された証明にしかならない。残業時間が反映されないタイムカードのようにね。
Don't overthink yourself. The compass is installed on the vehicle, so the vehicle being gone doesn't mean the people are as well. Just like how an employee can still be working on the spreadsheets years after the company's bankruptcy. It's not the time for jokes, and that one's way too grim.
雰囲気を和ませたいだけ。
I just want to help you out. I just want to help you chill out a bit. Jeho's comforts Jingyu, then presses the pedal to the floor. As they approach the coordinates, an overtuned jeep comes at the side of the two. I see it. That vehicle ahead, that's Aminda's. She must have passed out from the crash. We need to go help her.
念のため戦闘用意。
Of course. Entering combat mode, preparing to engage targets. Jingyu and Jehu disembark and approach Aminda's vehicle from opposite flanks. There's no one. To conclude after surveying the perimeter around the vehicle. There's no one inside. The only thing running is the compass system, still transmitting its live coordinates to the organizers.
近くに足跡がある。多分攻撃を受けて車を捨てて逃げた。商品もなくなっている。
I found some footprints nearby, so she probably ditched the vehicle after the crash. Judging by the marks on the jeep and all the missing cargo, she was definitely attacked. Could it be the other brokers? I think Amanda was specifically targeted yesterday as well.
可能性はある。一番楽そうな相手だから。指揮官にここの状況を伝えて。
I won't rule out that possibility. Her team's not particularly well armed, which makes her a low-hanging fruit in the eyes of others. Jin, contact the commander and send him what we found here. Before she can finish, about a disturbance interrupts her words. Dust and sand are kicked up by vehicles beyond the horizon, which approach them like a pack of wild beasts. What happened? Is that for Jaegers? They're coming right at us.
戦闘準備。
Prepare for combat. Her voice is cute, the snake girl's a cute. I still don't understand how the Variegas can work together with the Elids. But anyway.
了解。
Dang. I don't think there's any way for me to really annihilate everything. I guess focusing more on doing this is better. I can still one-turn it, it's just not with this character. Boop, boop.
ごめんね。
よい。撤退だ。
Fall back, these rabbits are way too strong. Of course, stream died again. I just don't get it. I really don't get it. Suddenly as they arrive, the Varyeagers withdraw after realizing they're a match for the adult duo.
これで終わり。
That's it. Jing is free and Z shows no signs of calming down and she plans to continue her pursuit. The snake's tongue. Incredible. Truly incredible.
待って
Wait, let's not chase after them.
なんで止めるの？布が好き？
What, so we're just going to let them go? How can you stomach that?
アミンダの失踪はこいつらのせいかもしれないんだよ。
Not to mention, they might be linked to Amina's disappearance. What if they're holding her hostage? Jaha looks in the direction the Varyeagers are escaping toward. Their vehicles leave behind prominent tracks in the yellow sand.
さっきまで周りにバリアーグの痕跡はなかった
We just searched the perimeter and found nothing remarkable.
なのに彼らは明確な意志を持って襲ってきた
Yet these Varyeagers came here prepared and with a clear goal.
それって指揮官様に連絡する。
What you're saying is... Let me contact the commander right now. Casting onto Zhou's meaning, Zheng Yu immediately patches into the commander's channel and relays to him the details of their experiences.
事故を起こした車両の周辺にあらかじめ待ち伏せしていたんだろう
They camped around, most likely to ambush any potential friend of the ghost vehicle.
やっぱり
See that you've come to the same conclusion.
なら相手が悪かったね。こっちは優秀な戦術人形なんだから。
Then they've ambushed the wrong people. The average broker might have a hard time dealing with them, but we're elite Titans.
向こうは全力じゃなかった
They were holding back.
何どういうことだ
Isn't it holding back their heavy firepower? Joha lowers her head, trying to recall.
こちらの脅威度を探っているようだった敗走したように見えたけど撤退自体はとても統制が取れていた
The fight didn't last long. It was more like they withdrew after determining that they were disadvantaged in firepower. Even though they demonstrated signs of panic and disorder, their retreat was weirdly organized and orderly. I believe it's a ploy to lure us into something. Excuse me. The snake is holding an ID of itself.
地形に詳しいことを武器に参戦車両を狙った待ち伏せを仕掛けているのかもしれない
I suspect they've set their sights on the participating convoys and planned the ambush using their familiarity with the terrain.
いつものバリアグとは根本的に違う
From my experience, this is not in line with how Varyeagers usually operate, Commander.
ああ同意だ
Indeed, I'm also of the same opinion.
覚えてるか前にもそんなバリアーグがいた
In fact, don't you find the modus operandi of these Varyeagers somewhat familiar?
もしかして
You mean...
そうだ少し前のエイダの件で相手した
Alright, that was an OBS official disconnect. I saw it. And now the bitrate is super bad. Okay. I really don't know what's so wrong with this. What, is it because I alt-tab a lot? Because I have to alt-tab to look at Discord? Is it alt-tabbing because I have to switch to OBS? I can't tell if the bitrate's going back up or not. I think it is. Okay, yeah, it is now. Okay, I'm pretty sure it's just my internet is absolute garbage. Screw it. You know what? Hold on. I'm gonna do an internet test, speed test, whatever. Oh, my internet must be trash if it can't even load the speed test site. Oh my god. Wow. That is bad. What is happening with my internet? It is so garbage. Why? I don't even get 10 like upload. Not even 5 upload. I don't understand. I don't know what's eating up so much internet. Of course, this stupid piece of junk is. Wait, no, hold on. Okay, something is really wrong. It's saying there's 11 devices connected. That doesn't make any sense. How is there 11? Okay, let's see. 1, 2, 3. Okay, hold on. 4. That's 6. At most, it should be 6 devices. Maybe 7. How is there 11 devices connected to the internet? Hold on. don't get it. So when we seemingly destroyed their hideout, it might have only seemed that way on the surface.
またあいつら今度こそ徹底的に叩きのめさないと。
It doesn't make sense for there to be 11 though. Damn it, kid. We really got to wipe them out this time.
指揮官ペリーは見つかった？彼女の失踪もあのバリアグたちが関係しているかもしれない。
That's the only thing I can think of, but like, I'm gonna have to look into this. If you located Perry, Commander, I wonder if her disappearance is also related to an unusual group of Jaegers. We can't rule out that possibility. Other adults are still looking for her.
私はどうすればいい？
What's your plan then? I'll do as you command. I'll handle the Jaegers. You two keep searching for Aminda.
わかった。
了解。
Leave it to us. After the communications, I quickly relay the information of our Jaegers back to brief. Then contact Rosa. Quickly sort through my thoughts during the brief seconds I wait for the call to connect. The operations of our Jaegers in this area are clearly an anomaly. The previous commission is far from over. Seems you've been definitely dragged into it again then. But what's their deal? The contamination zones are a confusing mess to govern, and Jaegers is simply an umbrella term for all the bandits scattered around the zones. Most of these thugs have no systematic training or systemic training or military background, surviving solely through foolhardiness and leaving each day not knowing whether the next will arrive. These Jaegers in the group we encountered during the Ida incident are active in distinctly different areas, but they share the same cautious approach and tactical awareness. It's not particularly sophisticated, but nonetheless noteworthy. Could it be the result of Brief's recent targeted eradication of our Jaegers? Or perhaps there's a commander now leading them, one that stands above the rival factions. Is that even possible? These bandits always act without regard for consequences in their struggle for more resources, to the point of causing more harm to each other than any bounty hunter, broker, or even railway garrison could. But now there's someone who united them? Or at the very least a portion of them? The call is patched through, and Groza's familiar voice soon follows. From the look on your face, did something happen? Groza smiles gently, likely at the sight of my pensive expression. Yeah, there's a small issue that requires your help. Only a small issue? It might not even be an issue for you. I'll look at it later. And inform Groza of the entire situation surrounding the abnormal Jaegers. So you want me to contact Brief in your stead while you stay at the fair to lead, or in your stead while you stay at the fair. So you want me to contact Brief in your stead while you stay at the fair to lead the dolls to search for Perry. Jeez, I butchered that sentence. Yes, only you can take care of that for me. Understood. I'll make sure it is handled properly.
頼む。何かあれば連絡してくれ。
Then I'll leave you to it. Contact me if there's any developments. After hanging up the call, I see two familiar figures approach. Springfielders and Trashier slowly walking towards me. Okay, so this clearly shows nothing happened to Sentrashi. So whatever went with Perry wasn't in reality.
昔みたいに私に感謝するといいわ。申し訳ありません、ご主人様。ペリーは未だ見つかっておりません。
We haven't been able to find Miss Perry.
そうか。
I see.
ですが、手がかりはあります。
However, we did discover some clues.
手がかり。
Clues?
ええ、昨べのペリーさんの行動をもとに、センタウレイシーさんと一緒にあの路地を調べてこれを見つけました。
Not exactly a dream. More like... how to put it? So, you know how the brain works, right? So, as in like everything that you experience is all based down to the signals that you get from your senses. So, it's as if sort of. Yeah. It's as if all of her like actual senses have been locked out and she's being fed fake sensory signals, causing her to think she is in something that she isn't in. At least, oh my, what is happening to my bitrate? But yeah, sort of like a mind control hallucination. Honestly, this internet stuff is so demoralizing. I've honestly contemplated just quitting streaming until I get better internet. Which, who knows when that'll be. This has been constant. I haven't been able to really enjoy streaming in so long because of the... like, it's just not fun anymore. Not when it's constant problems like that. It's annoying for me because I know that it's constantly going off and it kills any sort of engagement or anything. Especially if I have people who are lurking. If you're lurking and you don't have it actually up in an active window on the side, anytime it loses connection like that, it stops. It doesn't load up again. Unless they would click back into the page and reload it manually. And there's also the fact that it's constantly singing out the signals. Start it again. And if it does that every single time, then people in my server who have the live alerts thing on won't want to have it on anymore because it's constantly spamming them. I just don't understand. I told you, Leo. Sit back, Are we good now? Yeah, I'm just gonna try to finish up this event as fast as I can, and then just... I don't know. Even off stream, I can barely play games. Like when I was trying, every time I've tried to play CS, for example, every now and then I'll just have skyrocketing ping, and then rubber banding everywhere. And it's gotten me killed so many times in that game. And in other games, it's just, oh, the game will freeze because of the connection. It'll, like, lag. The connection will be bad. I can't host anything. And it's still trash. Okay. Maybe that'll help. I don't know. Every single time you see that it says Stream Elements saying that I'm live, that's another alert. Every single time. Whatever. Given Perry's unusual behavior last night, since Tracy and I went back to investigate that alley, we managed to find this. Shows me a picture. A narrow door stands out prominently against a wall.
偏僻な位置に加え、周辺も暗かったので、夕べは見過ごしましたが、ここにドアがあります。しかも、ごく最近に使用された形跡が。
Door's located in an out-of-the-way spot. We completely missed it in the darkness last night. The clutter blocking the door was moved when we got there. It's clear someone went through it recently.
つまり誰かがペリーと話した後、このドアに入ったと
What you're saying is someone was indeed talking to Perry and then left through that door?
はい。センタウレイシーさんと一緒に実際に入ってみました。どこに繋がってると思います？
Afterwards, Trish and I went through the door. Can you guess where it led us?
酔ってはいたが、方向感覚はある。薬部の住処なんだろうでも、こんなドアがあった記憶は。
Still had a basic sense of direction even though I was drunk last night. It's next to Jacob's place, right? But I don't recall seeing any door on the wall when I paid him a visit.
周りの飾りで目立たなくなっていたので無理はありません。
It's because the door was obstructed by decorative fabrics. It's hard to tell when you're not looking for it.
薬部は派手好きだからな。住処には警備員がいてセキュリティも万全なはずだ。
Jacob enjoys flaunting as well. I remember his place being heavily guarded by security and packed with surveillance systems.
はい。店長と周りを観察しましたが、このドアに向けられた監視カメラが1台。
I don't know. I've never worn guns when firing. Yes, Manager and I took notice of that. The secret door outside is within the field of view of one of the cameras.
警備員の視界にも入っているはずです。
As long as the guards were doing their job, they'd have spotted any movement. My guess is they do some kind of help. Because I'm guessing it's similar to how archers also use gloves. Well, some archers. I've fired plenty of guns. It's just that I've never used gloves with any of them.
ただこちらに相当警戒しているようだったので、まずはご報告させていただきました。
Unfortunately, they looked pretty hostile to our presence, which is why we decided to come back and brief you on this discovery.
ポルトニッツァさんの知り合いですし、指揮官の方が通してもらえそうですね。
Perhaps it would be better if you paid them a visit yourself. Hopefully Miss Polonitsa's favor still carries some weight.
かなりふわっとした根拠だな。
Would you still need Polonitsa's favor if you're really in a hurry?
穏便に済ませるに越したことはありませんから。
Brokers are traders as well. Communication is always preferable to violence, isn't it?
わかった。行こう。
Fine, let's go. Centrashi, Springfield, and I arrived at Jacob's place. A commotion can be heard ahead. No, you people owe me an explanation. What do you mean you can't find him? All my men who are participating installed that system as required. There must be something wrong with the system.
落ち着いてください。お連れの方はもしかしたら車両の破損によって位置情報が発信されていないだけかもしれません。他の連絡手段をお試しされては。
Sir, please understand, all vehicles equipped with the system will transmit their live coordinates back to us. What's happening to your companion might be due to damage to his vehicle, which could be causing the onboard software to malfunction. You may try to contact him via other means. As much as the staff tries to ease old Neil down, they are unable to quell his anger. Think I'd be here in the first place if I could reach him. Where's Jacob? Tell him I... Loud bang interrupts the dispute. Deafening silence, sharply dressed brokers hunters out of the door with his bodyguard emerging behind him with a pistol in hand, coldly scanning the surroundings. What's all the fuss about? Old Neil suddenly lunges forward, but is immediately restrained by the bodyguard. Explain yourself. It's been hours since the rally ended, and not only has my men not returned, your broken system can't even locate him. You were the ones who told us to shut down our own positioning systems because it'll interfere with the rally. Staring at the struggling old man, Jacob shakes his head in dismay. Alas, incompetent, foolish, and prone to violence. This is exactly why I hate dealing with you yellow zone hicks. You have more in common with those bandits outside than with brokers. What do you mean? Yeah. Alright, so, in the GFL universe, the world has suffered a catastrophic event known as the Balin Island incident, which basically led to something known as collapse radiation going up into the air everywhere and turning the world, the majority of the world, into a massive wasteland. So, now, the world has been split into zones. White zones are known as, basically, there's no radiation at all. It is the highest of the high quality places to live in, which is basically like equal to or better than modern living. Green zones are minimal to no radiation and are as close to that as you can get without being, some kind of top brass or something. Yellow zones is when you just started into actual radiation zones, where things happen. Like, things actually are dangerous now in yellow zones. There's like, that's when you start having Varjägers, which are basically just raiders. Elids, which are these like monsters that were created by the radiation, because the radiation actually gives you an infection. It gives you a disease that turns you into a monster eventually. Well, okay, it says Jacob, but it says his name is pronounced Jacob, like Jakub. I don't know why it says Jacob here. So past the yellow zones, there's red zones, which are even more dangerous, more radioactive, and even deadlier. And after red zones, there's these things called black zones. Those are basically like even sending machines in there, like even sending T-dolls in there, even machines aren't really gonna survive very well because the radiation is just that effective. It actually damages machines and stuff too. They're also extremely deadly and don't even look like they're part of Earth anymore. But yeah. So yellow zone means that it's basically people who are outside of the best way to put it is like green zone is inside walls, white zones are inside walls within the walls, and the yellow zone is outside the walls, the first area outside the walls. Think before you start barking. If your men went missing during the rally, then you should first be asking those Varjägers, Elids, or the collapse storms outside, not shouting at the organizer of this event.
イエローエリアで活動するのも市場のイベントに参加するのも初めてではあるまい。イエローエリアで活動するのも市場のイベントに参加するのも初めてではあるまい。その程度のリスクも取れないならやめた方が身のためです。
Pretty much. Yeah, like yellow zone is where like people who are poor and can't afford to be in the green zones live. Some people do live in red zones, but not for long. They barely survive until they die from the radiation disease, which is called ELID is also the abbreviation for the disease, which is Urosky low atmosphere infectious disease, I think. I think that's what it is. The game does take place in like Eastern Europe, if I remember right. Well, Europe in general, like mainly like the Europe, Eastern Europe, like that kind of region. All over the place, really. Everywhere's been affected, though. Oh no, it's Urosky low emission infectious disease. It's not your first ride in the yellow zone, much less your first time taking part in the investment promotion. Although it isn't always this straightforward, when has it ever been completely safe? Don't tell me you can't even handle this little bit of risk. Well, Neil's face flushes with anger, yet... You see, right there. Jacob. Speech instantly deflates his momentum. Let him go. Okay, let me put it this way. It's not radiation. So it's not like nuclear radiation. It is collapse radiation. It's something completely different. It's something that literally transforms the terrain itself and living things and just everything. Everything is like completely different from actual real life radiation. Like there is real life radiation as well, because like nukes are still a thing and nuclear things are still a thing. But mainly the real problem nowadays in this game, as in like, it's collapse radiation. That's the real problem, because nobody's going around using nukes anymore. When you literally have to, everyone is basically fighting to survive this at this point. And even the places that are rich aren't exactly they aren't exactly big. And it takes a lot of resources and stuff to be expanding to have more population, more people, more resources, etc. Everything's rough, basically. Jacob taps on old Neil's shoulder.
羅針盤システムは主催者として取れる最大限の安全措置です。こちらの人形さんたちも位置情報があるからこそチームメイトの捜索ができている。
As the organizer, my compass is there to provide everyone with a guarantee of safety through our utmost effort. Look, my friend here also received the coordinates I provided so he could go find his lost doll.
違いますか?
Isn't that right? Tico suddenly brings us into the conversation. I hesitate for a moment before nodding.
だからこちらには何の非もない。
See, there's nothing wrong with the compass.
でもな。
But
諦めて仲間の帰りを待つか自分で探しに行くかどちらにせよ怒るだけでは何も解決しません
you can calm down and go home to wait for his return, or you can go out there yourself and find him. Either way, throwing a tantrum here won't help. Seeing Jakob's about to leave, Springfield and I quickly approach him. Mr. Jacob, please wait a moment. Jacob squints and glances over us, then turns his head to speak to his secretary without lowering his voice.
人払いを済ませておけつまらないことで客人をおろそかにしたくない
Just handle them for me. Remember, don't make me waste time on trivial matters while I'm busy entertaining my important guest. I understand. There's departure, the young secretary approaches us. Hello, maybe assistance. Right. One of our companions went missing. Okay, I see. You can go back to your post. Secretary nods at the head bodyguard who has come to assist with the investigation, then turns back at us politely. Although we really wish we could afford some sort of assistance, we are unfortunately powerless in the matter. As you can see, I just spoke with our head bodyguard. No guard on duty saw anyone exiting the door last night, according to him. It was pretty dark outside. Are you sure they didn't miss it? I can't give you a guarantee, but they're qualified security personnel my employer hired from the safety zones. I have faith in their professionalism and responsibility. What about the surveillance? Can we see footage from that angle during that time? Unfortunately, there was a problem with that surveillance camera, and all of last night's recordings were lost. And there's no backup from the central server? Sadly, the central server only receives the records from the cameras after midnight to save a memory. Therefore, last night's footage can't be accessed.
どんな些細な話でもいいんです。
I understand, but I'm really worried about my missing friend. Is it possible for me to talk with the guard who was on duty last night? Even a little bit of info can help us greatly.
あいにくですが、その警備員たちは今朝他の倉庫の配置となりました。しばらくは戻ってこられないかと。
Convenient how there's always something that blocks us from getting anything out of them, huh? I'm afraid that can't be done. The team who was on duty was sent to a warehouse off-site to safeguard the cargo loading process. It'll be a while before they return. How convenient. This is clearly more of an excuse than anything else. Anyone can go through that door if they manage to find it, but with this kind of response, Yeko must be involved somehow.
失踪したのは指揮官の大切な友人です。他のチームも失踪者が続出しているこの状況、1秒たりとも無駄にはできません。
The missing person is a very important friend of ours. With how dangerous the contamination zone is and how many teams also experiencing accidents today, we can't afford to waste a single minute.
ヤクブさん主催のイベントで大切な友人を失ったとなると、巡り巡ってヤクブさんに不利益が及ぶかもしれません。
Additionally, losing a dear friend during an event hosted by Mr. Yeko will likely be terrible publicity for him. Springfield? To ensure, surprise bearer said an interjection. To my knowledge, Springfield was never the type to play the emotional card, nor would she ever be so rash to provoke her adversaries without first gaining control of the situation. That's up to you. And it's fine. Yes. You're canonically the same person as in the first game. But you can also completely start this game without having played the first one. They made it pretty well in a way that you don't have to really... Like, all the context you need is given to you. There's extra lore and stuff you won't know, sure. But for the most part, everything you need to know for this game, you get told. So it's not like you have to really worry about. And it's a lot of things that won't be told to you until way later. Because that's how the story is. It's stuff that won't reveal until you actually encounter those things again. Springfield's words clearly throw the secretary off his momentum. If he is also someone like he said, hired from the safety zone, he can't possibly tolerate a threat coming from a doll.
そちらの人形さんは自主性が高くて優秀ですね。
How much power the MC had. So, in the first game, did eventually gain so much, but everything kind of fell apart after a lot of incidents that involved massive players in the field, basically. Some really big stuff. And did eventually beat a lot of things, but sort of got pushed out of all that position of power. Was basically given a choice. It was basically like either you sign an agreement and let go of all your power and you go off and do whatever the heck you're gonna go do off now, or it's stay with under complete control and complete restriction. And there's a third option, which is fight. But canonically, the option that we took was basically sign the agreement and be exiled from the things that we worked with and the T-dolls that we had and everything, which basically removed all our power. But slowly we've been building it back up, especially because of recent events have led to certain characters that used to be under our command but are now involved with like actual high up governmental positions, they have managed to get, because they're in contact with us directly, they have managed to get information that has led to the agreement being loosened because it's actually necessary. So basically, even the people who didn't want us to have power have realized, okay, we kind of have to give you some power because the things that we're gonna need you to deal with are significantly more dangerous than just keeping you with some power. You're fine, you're fine. Is it linked to my username? I feel like, is that a thing? I don't think I have it linked to my... I don't see it there. Group chats show. Oh, you mean the little tag thing? No, no, the little tag is from Crab Champions, yeah. I don't have a tag because I don't have access to that. See that the dolls under your command have quite the personalities and quite outstanding.
失踪された人形さんも自ら離れたのではなくて
May I ask, is it possible for the one who went missing to have left of her own volition?
私たちを見捨てたと言いたいのか
Are you suggesting she abandoned us?
初日のレースであれだけ活躍して注目を浴びればおのずと選択肢も増えることでしょう
What I mean is that Perry demonstrated excellent performance in the first day's rally. Excellent dolls naturally get more attention and thus more options.
もちろん私の妄想に過ぎませんですがレースを勝ち抜いたということはそれだけ汚染エリアでの生存力も優れている
I see.
きっと今も無事です
They took her. The whole neural cloud overwrite thing is they took her and are trying to erase and replace her memories. From what it sounds like is they're trying to make it so that she has fake memories telling her that she left and goes to join them. That's why it said a neural cloud overwrite, because they're trying to overwrite her memories into making her think these days happened a certain way that they didn't happen to make it seem like she ended up joining these people and abandoned us. But clearly, because of how she has some connection with someone else, and she herself also has like still connection with the neural cloud and everything, seems like she's managing to fight it off and to escape the rewrite. But whatever they're using to try to rewrite it is like actually aggressive and hostile towards anything related to like... That's why other characters weren't showing up in her memories. Like that's why all of the other T-dolls disappeared and why so many like all the people she recognized weren't moving or anything when she encountered them in the rally. It's because all of it was in her head because they're trying to rewrite all her memories. At least all her memories of the recent events. So we have to find her fast before they actually end up succeeding in rewriting her memories. Because then, if they managed to rewrite her memories, they would be able to technically have her legally transfer her doll permissions over to them, which would mean we legally cannot get her back. So we gotta get her back fast before it's too late. That's if I understood it right. Of course, that's just a basis assumption on my part, but you can rest assured that she can't be in as much danger as you imagine, given the survival skills she demonstrated on the first day.
そうと思いたいがな。
I see. So that's how it is. Turn to look at Springfield, only to meet her gaze halfway through. After briefly exchanging glances, we both arrive at the same conclusion.
他を当たってみます。協力に感謝します。
I'll check with the others to see if I can find more. Thank you for Jacob's and your assistance.
お気になさらず、こちらもできる限りのことはしましょう。
It's because we can't make a fuss about it in front of them, otherwise they will suspect that we know. And if we know, then that might cause them to be more reckless about the memory wipe and just straight up wipe all of our memories rather than overwrite them. Or could even just lost cause it and just get rid of her entirely. You're most welcome. We'll also keep an eye out for you and wish you the best of luck in finding your companion. You know what's interesting? We never once mentioned that the friend we're looking for is a T-doll. Yet he was all like, maybe the T-doll abandoned you. Interesting. Very interesting. After bidding farewell to the young secretary and the bodyguards, and Tereshi, Springfield, and I head back to our place. A gentle smile slowly fades from Springfield's face.
何か手がかりをつかめましたか？
Manager, did you have any findings?
ん？どうしてそう思う？
Yeah, you've got some too.
ご主人様と店長が納得できる答えを得られないまま帰るとは思えません。
Not sure, but I know that you two wouldn't have left without getting the answer you wanted.
人形の失踪が重視されないのを懸念して、私たちはペリーさんのことをずっと
Yep,
友人と呼んでいました。
there it is. We only ever said companion and friend. Important friend. We never once said a doll. Yet automatically it started assuming it was a doll out of nowhere. Very interesting. We only used the term companion from this morning because we thought a doll going missing wouldn't be taken seriously.
その友人が人形とは一言も言っていません。
But none of us ever clarified that the companion was Perry, right?
なるほど。すべて計算づくだったのですね、店長。
Is this what you meant when you told us to not put all the goods on the shelves right away?
買いかぶりすぎですよ。
It's not that complicated. Following the chaotic tire marks, Jiahui and Jiangyu's pursuit pushes deeper and deeper into the wilderness.
ねえ長期罠だと分かってるのに深入りするのは良くないんじゃない？
You know full well this is a trap, Jiahui. Continuing to chase them down like this is playing right into their hands.
陽動は敵が食いつかなければ意味がない。
Whether it's a successful trap or not depends on the timing.
この時、私たちはすぐに追撃しなかった。なら向こうは陽動は失敗したものと見ているはず。
We didn't give chase right away back there, so they'd think their trick had failed.
そうじゃなくても、
And even if,
そうじゃなくてもアミンダを助けに行くんでしょ？
even if the chances are slim, you won't give up on an opportunity to rescue Amanda, right?
うんうん。そういう白からはっきりしてるとこ大好きだよ。
Good, good. You know, your straightforward personality is kind of growing on me as of late.
安心して。私がいればエイダと同じ思いはさせないよ。
Don't you worry. With me around, you'll never have to suffer the kind of sorrowful memories Ida did.
ありがとう。
Thanks.
長期あそこ。
Look over there, Jiahui.
あの谷人がいっぱいいる。結構賑やかだね。
Lots of little dots moving about near the valley entrance. There's like a party over there. Wait, I think there are two groups fighting over there.
バリアグと襲われている闇ブローカー。戦闘準備。
I can see it. There are Varigers fighting against an ambush broker team. Prepare for combat. Sort of. It used to be worse, but sort of. It's mainly because of the fact that the way T-dolls work, well, it depends. Depends on the situation. So, civilian dolls are pretty much easily replaceable. T-dolls are less replaceable, but they have the advantage of having the neural cloud backup being more robust. Which means, okay, let's say your T-doll dies. Well, you just upload the neural cloud to a new body, and you're done. Everything's good. There's also the fact that if you are working, if it's T-dolls working with an actual company, they can have things known as dummy links, which are basically that the T-doll will be linked up with copies of itself, that the copies aren't actually like independent. They are independently controlled by the T-doll themselves, using using a bit of processing power. They can control and make the dummies do other things or sync up their actions with the main doll, which means they could technically be sending their dummies to go die for them, as like this, or use them as distractions, or use them as covering fire, etc. Thing is, the dolls we have don't have dummy links because we can't afford it. We are not exactly in a good financial position to be affording dummies, but we can still afford to have neural cloud backups and to eventually replace the frames, so like replace the T-dolls' bodies if they go down completely, which has happened a couple times in the story already. So it's like they aren't gonna take it as seriously as they should, because it's like, oh, they're just T-dolls, they can just replace them easily, that kind of mentality. But what's it called? Sure, that works. Oh, I should have moved her. Oh well. But yeah, it is kind of like where they aren't valued as high. But not everyone is like that. For example, the commander tends to treat them like actual people. It is a little weird in Nikkei, to be honest. In Nikkei, it makes less sense than it does in this. Because in Nikkei, they are former humans. And they are still partially biological. While in this, they are fully manufactured machines. Yes, they are artificial intelligence. But like in Nikkei, they aren't artificial intelligence. They're based off of actual, like, they were human at one point. Yeah, it just doesn't make any sense. Like in this it makes sense, right? Because in this it makes sense because it's like, okay, they're machines, they're artificial intelligence. Sure, they get to the point of they're so advanced, they basically have their own personalities, their own memories, and things they cherish, things they hate and like, etc. But they're, at the end of the day, they are still machines. And while they can technically have as many lives as they want, we only have the one. But like in Nikkei, it's like it makes so little sense. Like in the first game though, it is very there's a lot of anti-doll sentiment. I'd say in the first game it's definitely similar to how it is in uh Nikkei. But in the second game it's definitely better because there's a lot of T-dolls who are in high up places. With Johit and Jengyu support, the Vaegirs are quickly beaten back and they retreat. A petite figure leaps out of the back seat the moment the broker's vehicles come to a stop. She runs in and throws herself to the arms of Johit.
アミンダ、無事だったんだ。
What's with... Johit looks toward the jeep. An elderly broker also hops out of his jeep and starts smoking while squatting on the ground, having just survived a life or death situation. Mida slowly finds her composure after crying for a good while, and Johit helps her wipe away her tears.
それで何が起こったの？
I don't really know that much about Phantasy Star because all I ever really played was PSO, so like Phantasy Star Online, and I'll be honest, I still don't quite understand the story, even though I went through the whole thing and maxed out like multiple classes and everything. And then I tried getting into the second game, but when I first started getting into it, it wasn't the best time because we ended up going into a content drought and it felt like such a burn, and I basically I've like not even touched it ever since. Or I tried once, but then I just couldn't. It was like the first and only MMO I ever really got into. So what happened before this?
協力者と一緒に昨日模索したルートを走って池袋の巣もバリアーグの拠点もない安全なルートって言われたから
My team and I followed the route our partner scouted out yesterday. She assured us it was safe and all, that there were no Yulin times or Varjager camps in the vicinity.
でも途中でバリアーグに出くわして
That's what we thought until we ran into Varjagers halfway through.
それから必要に追われて途中でチームメイトとはぐれて車も横転しちゃってなんとか逃げ出すことができたけど
Those slugs were vicious and kept chasing after me. I was separated from my teammates while trying to shake them off, and the entire team got lost as well. My jeep crashed in the end, and then I escaped. Those slugs were vicious and kept chasing after me. I was separated from my teammates while trying to shake them off, and the entire team got lost as well. My jeep crashed in the end, and then I escaped from it.
ニールおじさんのキャラバンがいなかったら今頃はもう
Thankfully, I ran into old Neil. If it wasn't for his aid, I wouldn't be around anymore.
話を聞い
Dude, I just spoke with the brokers over there.
リーダーはニールって人で今回の出張市場とレースの参加者失踪した仲間を探しているんだって
Oh wait, I do know about there being like machines in PSO, or well in Phantasy Star, because in PSO there was like an actual class you could, or not a class, you could choose a race which was androids, which was like the robots, which if you did the male ones you could just straight up be like you'd straight up look like a Gundam, and the female ones were basically like, oh yeah, they practically look like people but just a couple of differences. Which I always found hilarious. Casts, yes, that's the name. Man, it's so long since I did anything with it. I remember I tried to recreate some T-dolls in there. Especially because the second game made it a lot like easier to make them look more like prettier, basically. Even prettier than like the first game and everything. The leader's called Neil, and he's also participating in the fair. They came out here to find their companion that went missing during the rally.
そうです。バリアグと遭遇したことを教えたら、イエローおじさんたちはすぐに焦り出しました。私も仲間を探したかったので、市場に戻りませんでした。
Yeah, I've seen some really funny things though that people did, which is where they made their cast look like completely different things. Like there was a guy I saw in one lobby once who he made his cast just look straight up like a jet. Like it just looked like a jet running around all over the place. Some of them also look like actual like Gundams. Like they basically recreated like actual Gundams but with the cast. Yeah, old Neil was concerned when he learned that we were attacked by Varjägers. Plus, I also wanted to find my partner, which is why we didn't immediately head back.
でもバリアグの相手なんてできるの？危ないよ。
It's really dangerous out here with the Varjägers we're now running around.
みんなで力を合わせます。普段のビジネスでは競争関係ですが、こういう時はお互い様です。
While brokers always play tricks at each other's expense, we all still have a bottom line. So long as we're partners, we would trust and support each other. The trip, you just die.
協力しないと汚染エリアでは生き残れませんから。
Otherwise, it's really hard for humans to survive in these contamination zones.
それに同じチームの闇ブローカーは大抵同じ集落出身です。みんな生き延びるためにこの仕事を始めたんです。
Not to mention, brokers of the same team might have grown up in the same settlement. Everyone simply wanted to survive at first, before eventually becoming an underground broker.
イエローおじさんの失踪した仲間は相手が子供の頃からの付き合いなんです。
Oh yeah, no, I know. It's just that stock, like by default, the male cast tend to look more like Gundam-y or military hardware look, and then the female cast tend to by default look closer to people. But yeah, you can definitely do it the other way around. In terms of the what's it called? Where they were. Yeah, like the roles and such. It's just that primarily when people pick in terms of actually playing them, people pick them for certain reasons. That's technically what they did there. It's just like O'Neill's missing friend. O'Neill had watched him grow up. It's not someone he can simply ignore. The swirling wind and choking dust, Amanda pours out the helplessness of the situation, her eyes brimming with tears. It's not uncommon for a child of this age to shed tears, except they would all usually cry over things like a bad score in an exam, a sullied dress, or a lost toy. Amanda purses her lips and lowers her head, saying this. Jingyu pets the girl's cheeks. And there's another ping. It's fine, don't worry. Joki and I are here now. The Varjägers won't dare come back.
先にアミンダとニールさんを送り返して、私はもうしばらく捜索する。
One of them Portal games where he's like the leader of all the governments and they tell him something and he just pauses and goes, yep, sounds reasonable, I'll give you resources. Because it's just computer math it in seconds. Jingyu, you escort Minda and old Neo's team back to the fair. I'll stay around and look for more clues. Yep, just leave that to me. Watch out while you're by yourself, I'll come back right after dropping them off.
アミンダ、失踪した仲間の特徴を教えて。見た目、車、最後の位置、何でもいい。
Amanda, give me all you have on your partner. Appearance, vehicle model, last known coordinates, etc.
ニールおじさんの仲間も
But Joe, old Neil's companion.
言われなくても探せ。
Don't worry. Don't you know me by now? It actually pats Amanda's head.
ありがとう
Thank you. Visiting is he's. Oh.
私は残ってアミンダとニールさんの仲間を探すことになった。
Thing is, he's nice and cracks jokes and explains he does it because if he's going to run the other races, he wants them to feel comfortable. Anyway, that's why I'll be remaining in the area to look for Aminda's and old Neil's missing friends.
わかった。
See, copy that.
止めないの？
Won't you stop me, Commander?
君のことは信頼している。
Why should I? I believe in your judgment.
それに止めたところで君は行くんだろ？もうお互いのことをよく知っているつもりだったんだがな。
Even if I refused and told you to back off, would you actually sit tight during this precious window of opportunity? Thought we knew each other well enough already, but guess I still have more work to do.
失踪者を助け出せ。
Go on, bring back our poor victims.
了解。
After hanging up on Joey's comms, I resumed browsing the data brief just sent back to me. As I scan through the activity reports on Viegers in the past few years, a frown slowly creeps up on my face. My side, Springfield looks into the reports with intrigue.
どうしました？ブリーフの情報に何か不備でも？
What's the matter, Commander? Something's wrong with the data brief provided.
このエリア、何かがおかしい。
This area feels off.
ブリーフの情報によれば、このエリアのバリアーグは活発に活動している。集落が被害に遭っているだけでなく、数年前は頂上列車も襲われた。
According to brief's intelligence, the Viegers operating in this area are notorious for their unhinged brutality. Not only are settlements nearby constantly raided by them, they've even tried to take down the Great Wall Railway a few years back.
近頃はおとなしくなって防衛軍との衝突はなくなったが、闇ブローカーや賞金ハンターなどは依然被害に遭っている。
They've been acting more restrained since then. They're no longer in direct conflict with the railway garrison, but they still harass the brokers, bounty hunters, and PMCs in the area.
少し前なんか、グリーンエリアから来た PMC の輸送車隊が強盗に遭い、運んでいた大型機械が奪われた。
Yeah, I remember the Newmans. An incident from a while ago reported them raiding a PMC convoy from the Green Zone. Says that their precision-engineered heavy machinery was looted.
そのような依頼を受ける PMC は装備も強力なはずですが、それを相手に勝ったと？
Security companies tasked with transporting heavy machinery are usually equipped with some hefty firepower. To think these Varjegers dared to mess with them.
ああ、しかも1件や2件じゃない。目撃情報によれば、奴らは頻繁に機械類を強奪しては改造し、自分たちの戦力にしてきたようだ。
On top of that, according to local witnesses, these Varjegers would also go around and seize all sorts of machines to modify into new pieces of equipment to bolster their strength. Fleeting train of thought drifts through my mind, but I can't quite get a hold of it. Pushing it aside, I redirect my focus back on the activity reports, skimming through piles of records of raids against brokers in recent years. Loud commotions echo through the fair, Loud commotions echo through the fair and reach my ears. The disappearance of several teams during the rally hasn't hampered any of the liveliness. Death has been a daily occurrence here. The watered-down liquor one drinks the night before may very well be the fine wine they reminisce about before their demise tomorrow. You just said that the whiplash of going between this and summer have been Nikki's one. Fair. Such a hostile environment.
ヤクブはこの辺りで勢力を拡大したんだったな。 何をしたかわからないが、ここ数年で急激に周辺を牛耳るほどの規模になった。
Oh, I know what you're talking about. Springfield, this is where Jack made a name for himself, right? Going by what Polyniца said the other day, nobody knows what he went through during these years, only that he re-emerged as an influential broker.
一階の闇ブローカーがこんなバリアーグによる被害が目立つ地域でやっていけると思うか？
What do you think the chances are that a broker can rise so quickly and prominently in an area infested with Farjägers?
確かに怪しいですね。
Does sound quite suspicious. Springfield stares thoughtfully at the report, then gently
こ
smiles.
の件は私にお任せください。情報は得意分野ですから。
Just leave it to me, Commander. Gathering intel on a broker's background is my specialty.
404を敵に回したのが運の尽きよ。
I want to see how far I am. Like, given percentage-wise. Dang. Not as far as I'd hoped. Okay, so the story, then we go that, then it's story, level, story, level, story, level, story. Okay, so in terms of actual levels, not much, it's just mostly story. We're halfway done with the levels, pretty much. The actual story points is the problem. Not problem, but more like what we have left. And these little extra things as well. Okay. I will actually be back. I gotta use the restroom. Of course it wouldn't crash during the BRB screen. Why would it, right? Ah, alright. Blood. Blood everywhere. Stench of rust mixed with a rotten odor wafts through the air and blows through those stiff corpses. I'm just gonna quit everything. I'm gonna quit everything at this point. I'm just gonna spend the rest of my days eating and sleeping, and that's it. I give up. Vehicles have been riddled with bullets and overturned. The drivers and their passengers were all perished. Some were dragged out of their seats and bludgeoned to death. Others were left with a bullet lodged inside their skull. Scenery is painted with hellish brutality and barbarism. Joe moves through what's left of the brokers. Despite her best efforts, she can't find anything useful intact. Not even a piece of cloth to use as a cerament. Alas, Joe comes to a stop. Casts her eyes downward and her grip tightens on the terminal. On the screen, the person smiling broadly is lying right in front of Joe. Her once healthy tan skin is now covered in dark purple bruises. Rage overwhelms Joe's senses as she clenches her fists tightly. I will never forgive them. Barely containing her anger, Joe marches toward an overturned vehicle. Let me at least remove the body from the driver's seat first. Such thoughts fly through her neural cloud as she crawls into the vehicle, about to ignore all the filth and bloodstains, except the interior seems to be in a far better state than she anticipated. All except for its displaying screen. The compass system, which is capable of sending the vehicle coordinates to rescuers, has been completely destroyed. But, with a lingering suspicion, Joe walks over to another overturned vehicle to take a gander. It's been destroyed too. The doubts in her mind gradually intensify, eventually evolving into a deeper resentment and dread. Zhao patches into a call with the commander. I have found Amanda's partner, Commander. Your tone doesn't sound too reassuring. Are they gone? Yes, all of them gone, including Amanda's partner. Please continue. More importantly, Commander, all their vehicles have had their compasses systematically destroyed. Systematically? Seeing it's not an isolated incident. Yes, I examined the vehicle's interiors. This can't happen by chance. If I recall correctly, the one you and Jeng found. Correct, Commander. The system on board Amanda's vehicle was intact. Right. And it just so happens that the Varyegas were setting an ambush there. It was a coincidence, nor were they just sitting around hoping for the best. They knew how the compass worked, and that someone would come to check on the coordinates. Head back to Amanda's abandoned vehicle right now. I'll have Sabrina head there ASAP after picking up mailing from the Elmo. Just what I had in mind. Joe ends the communication and hops back into her own vehicle. Target locked. Go crush them. These should be, I think, nukeable, potentially.
了解。
Close enough. Sabrina waves enthusiastically at Joe, who has just arrived.
ごめん。途中で生き袋と遭遇した。私が先に着くべきなのに。
Pardon me for being late. I got held up by some elites on my way here. Should have arrived first, otherwise.
大丈夫です。実は。
It's okay, but... Joe nods in understanding.
通信でも言ってたし、知ってる。アミンダの車の羅針盤も破壊された。
I know. You already mentioned it during the call earlier. Compass on Aminda's vehicle has been destroyed.
この車で間違いありませんか？その時はまだ無事だったんですよね。
This is the car you saw earlier, right? The compass was still functioning back then?
うん。じゃないと位置情報なんてない。
Yes, otherwise the organizers wouldn't be able to send us its coordinates.
それってつまり、長期が離れた後に誰かがやったってこと？
That means someone came over and sabotaged it after you left.
間違いないようでしたら、指揮官に知らせましょう。
Anyway, we just want to make sure it's the same it is the same vehicle. Let's brief the commander of the situation first. Joe nods and patches into Joe nods, patches into a channel with the commander. After being briefed by Joe on the situation, realization that my suspicions are gradually becoming a reality causes me a sudden headache.
羅針盤の機能を知っていたとしても、終わった後にわざわざ破壊するのはおかしい。
Despite knowing the compass can send out location data, coming back to destroy it after the ambush has failed is far too deliberate.
メイリン、データの復旧はできるか？
Mailing, is there any way it can be repaired?
損傷がひどすぎます。運営からデータを取り寄せるか、他の車両からパーツを取って直さない限り。
It's completely busted. Unless we can gain access to the server of the organizer or another vehicle with a compass installed, we're out of options.
指揮官、前から気になってたけど、配送地点に車が来ることを知っていても、そこには運営と各参戦車両が集まってる。
I've always been a bit suspicious of it all, Commander. While this rally has no official track, the participants would converge near the checkpoints where the organizer would also have many logistical and support personnel stationed.
被害に遭った車はどれも完全に分散していた。地形に詳しくてもそう簡単に見つけられるとは思えない。
But all the incidents occurred mid-race, and the participants were dispersed and by themselves. Even with the Varjiga's familiarity with the terrain, it's hard to execute such precise interceptions.
アミンダの証言によれば、チリジリになったキャラバンを追撃する手際も良かった。
And according to Aminda, they're capable of organizing an effective pursuit even after their ranks have been scattered.
つまり位置情報がバリアーグに筒抜けだったと。
Is suggesting that these Varjigas also have access to the live position data of the participants? Yes.
同感だ。だから羅針盤を破壊したのはどちらかというと証拠隠滅に近い。ヤクブがデータを公開しない限り迷宮入りだ。
On the same page, then. The destroyed compass systems are more of a cover-up than anything else. As long as Yakub doesn't make the system public, it would be hard to narrow things down.
でも、ちゃんと帰れた車もいますよ。そっちの羅針盤を調べれば、位置情報の受信者を割り出せるかも。
But some teams made it back successfully. I can check their compass to find the receiver.
配送地点でもゴールでも運営はチェックを理由に羅針盤を操作していた。
The organizer would fiddle with the compass under the pretext of data logging and verification at every checkpoint on the finish line.
証拠になるような痕跡はとっくに消されているだろう。
If Jakob really has ties to the Varjägers, then the evidence would have been wiped clean by now.
じゃあどうすればいいの？その話だとベリーが消えたのはヤコブと関係あるかもしれないよね。
Then we're just screwed. Not to mention that going by your earlier theory, Perry's disappearance is also connected to this Jacob.
あいつ絶対簡単に口割らないし。
No way that guy would just spill the beans.
指揮官、強行手段に出る。
Shall we take more drastic measures? Jakob, the rally, the brokers, the abnormal Varjägers, Perry disappearance. Massive jumbled information spirals into chaos. Hesitation isn't born out of fear but caution, lest we set off the kind of fuse that's indifferent to who will be caught in the blast.
指揮官、
まだその時ではないかもしれません。
Perhaps now is not yet the right time. Springfield quickly interjects herself with the conversation after quietly listening beside me this whole time.
相手は商人です。ここは商人の流儀で行きませんか？
Since we're dealing with a broker, we should approach him on those terms as well, Commander.
どうすればいい？
Seems like you already have a plan.
グリーンエリアでちょっとしたビジネスをやってまして。
I did run a small, inconspicuous business in the green zone, after all.
あとは安心してお任せください。
You can relax and entrust this to me. Glance at Springfield as she smiles softly. Barely noticeable glint of cunning flashing through her narrowed eyes.
君ほど安心して任せられる人形はいない。
Of course, when it comes to you, have I ever had any doubts?
メイリンとサブリナは市場に戻って他の車のチェックをしてくれ。
In that case, Mailing and Sabrina, you two head back to the fair and check the other vehicles just in case.
長期、降雨をそちらに向かわせた。合流したら引き続き失踪者とペリーの捜索を。手加減は不要だが、自分を見失うな。
Joe, I already ordered Jung Yu to rendezvous with you. After you meet up, keep searching for other missing personnel and Perry's whereabouts. Remember, no need to hold back, but don't lose your cool either. I understand. Inside the Varjäger camp, the leader picks up an anonymous call.
ラブレンチ、闇ブローカーから巻き上げる計画はどうだ？
Lavrenti, how's the harvest going along? Remember there was paintball fights? I missed those times. Exactly.
順調ですぜ。初日に目をつけたザコはあらかたしゃぶり尽くした。役部のやつがへたらなきゃもっともっといけたんですけどね。
Smooth sailing. The amateurs we've marked on the first day have all been taken care of. If not for that, Jakob being such a craven, we've gotten more.
焦るな。本番はまだ先だ。ここ数日はまず市場の戦力を削る。最終日、奴らが反撃能力を失った隙をついて全部いただいてやるんだ。じゃないと役部を飼いならした意味がない。
Don't get greedy. We have to whittle them down little by little. All the big fish are reserved for the last day. The fair needs to be rendered powerless first for us to seize all the supplies. If not, that little sheep Jakob would have been raised for nothing.
まったくその通りで。
No problem.
発信装置は壊したな。足がつくと面倒だぞ。
Are you sure you took care of all the transmitters? Don't let anyone trace it back to you.
ついたところで何もできやしませんよ。
So what if we've been traced? We're about to pull the rug anyway. The hearty laughter of the comms makes the Varjäger leader realize how his pride has gotten the better of him. You fool.
やれと言ったら徹底的にやれ。役部とのつながりがバレたらことだぞ。
When I tell you to take care of it, you take care of it. Be in a boatload of trouble if anyone finds out we have dealings with Jakob.
私たちはどこにでもいるバリャークでたまたま近くで開かれた市場を襲った。これを崩したら話にならないんだよ。
Remember, we're just your average Varjägers who happen to take notice of the workers' fair and decided to raid it on the last day. Tell your brothers to put on their best impression of short-tempered and violent bandits.
冗談じゃないっすか。最初は一台壊し損ねましたけど、すぐに戻ってちゃんと壊しておきやした。
Yes, boss. I was just joking. I took care of it all. Only one got away first, but I went back and made sure it was destroyed.
それでいい。ブリーフや闇ブローカーの連中が真相を知れば他の地域での計画が滞る。私と雇い主に面倒をかけるなよ。
Good. The moment Brief and the brokers discover we're behind the whole thing, our plan in other areas will be ruined. Don't make yourself a pain for me and the boss. Got it. Seeing the others' anger subside, the Vega leader lets out a sigh of relief. He has witnessed firsthand how ruthless and impartial this person is with their punishments. If possible, he hopes to never fall into their hands.
もう一つ帰ってきた連中の話だとこの前俺らの拠点を潰した例の賞金ハンターがまた現れたようで
Something else, boss. Some brothers reported that one bounty hunter apparently showed up again. The one who wouldn't give up and ended up taking down one of our lairs.
今日の待ち伏せで奴の人形を見ました今は多分市場に
They spotted his dolls during the ambush today. They're most likely at the fair right now.
ジェラードが管轄してた拠点か。
You mean the one Gerard encountered?
へいあの人形たちの強さはえげつないデカブツが間に合ってよかったですぜ
Yeah, that one. Those dolls are something to be reckoned with, but we just got our hands on our big boy recently. They would have been a real inconvenience had it arrived just a few days late.
改造も終わりやしたしいつでも出せますどうせ最後の攻撃で使うんだ
Now with the big boy's modification complete and ready for deployment, it'll surely come in handy when we're reeling in the net.
奴がいるとなればそう簡単にはいかないな。
Yeah. I mean, it was supposed to be done, like... It was supposed to be done over what was effectively like a month. I just kind of started it extremely late because I procrastinated. So it would have felt more proper that way. It won't be so easy with that guy around. The other side of the comm pauses for a second.
あの自分から来た人形はどうなった
What about the doll that came to us? How's it going?
言われた通りメンタルの上書きの最中ですけどいつもより進捗が遅くて
There it is. Neural override program. The neural override program has been injected as per procedure, but it's running slower than usual.
念のために調べてましたがどこも壊れてないらしいです
I did check the backend and it's still running without any error.
高性能な人形だメンタルのガードが硬くても不思議じゃない
Sure, like you said, she is a high-end doll after all. It's only natural for her neural cloud to have some robust firewalls.
計画変更だラブレンチ下の連中に対処させろ上書きプログラムにも気を配っておけ
They're gonna use her against us.
あの人形を使う
Looks like we have a change of plan. Avrenti, get the brothers ready to fight and wait for my signal. Also keep an eye on the overwrite program and wait for it to complete. This doll is about to come in handy. Gotcha.
想定通りの勝利です
Then after this is a full story point. Yeah, it's a full story point. Data erased. Data erased. Data erased. Perry's crawled up in the darkness. Having the loading screen with Suriki when our friend is dying is really funny though. Yeah. It hurts. The irreversible neural meltdown causes her to scream and screech in agony. With the memories of Springfield destroying her vividly etched into her mind, the deafening gunshot rings out endlessly, tormenting Perry's already frail mind. Why? The rumbling of the train also echoes in her ears, followed by the sudden downturn in the tide of battle. After all, that vulnerability has already been patched.
どうしてまた失敗。
Why did it fail?
痛いよ。
It hurts. Perry increases her force. She can feel the joints of her body creaking. The overwrite program tears through her mind without mercy, erasing fragments of her memory. The hollow left behind makes her crawl in pain, tears rolling down her cheeks.
消えた。大事なものが全部消えた。
Gone. Something important vanished.
何が起きてるの？
What happened?
どうしてスプリングフィールドさんはザ法則を破って私を攻撃したの？
Why did Springfield deviate from the simulation sequence? Why would she attack me? What is Springfield?
天山環境に異常が。どうして教えてよ。
How did the simulation sequence run into an error? Please tell me why.
どうしてどうして。
Please, why? Barry shouts into the darkness, babbling incoherently while frantically demanding answers. Alas, only silence answers her. The voice in the darkness that has guided her all along the way has truly vanished.
上書きプログラムに気づかれたの。
Did that overwrite program find me?
私たちの存在に
Did it find us? What should we do?
気づかれてない時ですらうまくいかなかったのに。
Can't do anything right, even before it detected us.
あなたに助けてもらわなければ何もできなかったのに。
Even with your help, I was barely able to move forward.
どうしたらいいの？ねえ、教えてよ。
What should I do now? Hey, tell me.
またあの暗闇に戻るの。やだ、そんなのやだよ。
Am I heading to that terrifying abyss again? No, I don't want to go back.
もう記憶をなくしたくない。
I don't want to go back. I don't want to lose my memory again. She's in complete turmoil. With her mind fractured and her body in agony, Perry's slowly driven to the edge of insanity. She trembles, trying to maintain her sanity, but fear and pain keep clouding her thoughts. However, this is not the end for her.
これは
What is this? In the pitch dark of her neural space, Perry sees a doorway bathed in light. It's a doorway she knows all too well. It's the one that saved her when she failed to resist the neural override. It's the one she stepped through countless times at the urging of that voice. It's the one that would eventually help her find the key to escape from the program.
演算システムまだ生きてる。
Is the simulation sequence still running?
だとしたらまだチャンスはある。
As long as it's running, I still have a chance. Seeing what she thought was lost has now returned to her, Perry firmly clasps her gun again.
暖かい。
It's so warm. During the countless attempts that yielded no result, she would desperately try to hold on to the innumerable warm yet fuzzy fragments of her mind like this. The searing pain coursing through her body reminds Perry once again that even these remnants of her mind are slipping away. She knows full well that relinquishing this chance given by the voice means the overwrite process will be completed in no time. By then, none of these precious fragments will survive. Which means that Perry will stop being Perry.
やだ。
I don't want that.
大切な人たちが私を待っている。
There are still people waiting for me. Those are my most precious memories. She has yet to find Master, and she does not want to forget all the memories of her friends. More importantly, someone is waiting for a return. No matter what she has lost, she will never, ever forget that person.
まだ諦めるわけには。
Cannot stop. I want to protect these things. She wants to see them again. She wants to live with them like before. Not through simulation, not virtually, but to truly see, touch, and feel them again.
今はもうこれだけしか残ってないけど。
Even if all I have left, all I can protect now are just these few scattered fragments. It is not contentment. It's her fear of losing what little remains.
どんなに苦痛でもレンタルロゴを守り抜いてやるんだから。
Whatever pain lies ahead, I will stop all of this. My neural record must not be lost again. Gritting her teeth, Barry steps to the door. Starting termination code simulation. Once again, the cute little things in between, and then just back to seriousness. Oh, that's a lot of units. I can nuke them, it's fine. Most of them. But the rest are easy anyway, so it's fine.
了解。
Let's go like right here. Yeah, pretty much.
わかった。訓練の成果ね。ごめんね。どいて。
すみません、指揮官。痕跡がきれいさっぱり消えていて何もできませんでした。
Just a second. Wait a second. Okay. Sorry, Commander, they've done a great job at covering their tracks. I can't find anything. After returning to the settlement, Mei Ling and Sabrina immediately check on the vehicle used by Satrashi in yesterday's rally.
気にするな。予想通りだ。
It's okay. They're well prepared, which is to be expected.
次はどうします？
What should we do next?
証拠もなしに言いふらせばこちらの印象を悪くするだけですし。
If we make a big deal out of this without any proof, we'd just be dismissed as clowns trying to sabotage the competition through slander and lies.
闇ブローカーたちも警戒するどころか引き続きレースに参加するという声もありました。
None of the brokers are taking this matter seriously. I even overheard a number of teams still planning to participate in the rally earlier.
これ以上被害を出さないためにも早く止めないと。
Yeah, we've got to stop them somehow. We can't let the organizers continue to harm people with this ruse.
焦ってはいけない。まだ方法があるはずだ。
Don't worry, there must be another way. As I try to calm down the two in front, a gentle voice suddenly speaks out from behind.
指揮官、証拠の件、私にお任せいただけますか？
Maybe I could handle the evidence, Commander.
スプリングフィールド、情報を集めに行ったんじゃないのか。
Springfield? Back already? Didn't you go contact your informants? Though see your confident demeanor, realization quickly dawns on me.
全部終わったのか。
Oh, I see. Everything's been taken care of?
はい、順調でした。羅針盤システムについても考えがあって、ポルドニッツァさんとお話ししようと思います。
Yes, it went smoothly. As for gathering evidence of the compass, I have some ideas of my own, though I'll need to speak with Miss Polonitsa.
ポルドニッツァさんってレースには出てないですよね。参加者や参加予定の闇ブローカーと話した方がいい気がしますけど。
Polonitsa? But she isn't even a participant. I doubt our team could offer any evidence. In Springfield, I feel like we should talk to the brokers who intend to keep going. Perhaps...
闇ブローカーの考えは汚染エリアの天気のように予測がつきません。敵味方がはっきりするまで安易に手札を明かさない方が得策です。
What I'm stretching my neck. Hold on. Okay. It's like, do robots get therapy? Because Perry's likely going to need it. They can, because like I said, they are basically like, they're AI that's so advanced they might as well be people. No, it's best not to have any other brokers involved. What goes on in the head of brokers is unpredictable as the weather in the contamination zone. It's better not to reveal your true intentions this easily until you're certain who's on which side. Depends who you go to. Like, if you go to people specifically dealing with T-dolls, then... Like, if you go to people specifically dealing with T-dolls, then... a higher chance there. For example, if we went to Persica, she would probably let us... It was a character in both. She's the one who made certain T-dolls and did a lot of stuff with the technology, including the one who made the one that I'm looking forward to the most. Give me a second. Yeah. It's best not to have any other brokers involved. What goes on in the head of a broker is unpredictable as the weather in the contamination zone. It's better not to reveal your true intentions this easily until you're certain who's on which side. That being said, I'll head to Miss Polonitsa now, Commander. Springfield flashes me a sly smile. It's not an insignificant deal, and she risks nothing by accepting. I don't think she'll refuse my offerings. Inside the tavern, Yak negotiates with the individual on the other end of the call.
そちらの顧客の注文リストは私も確認しました。私の品揃えならきっとご満足いただけますよ。
I've seen your client's list and have everything he wants. To be frank, I've got far more to offer than what's on the list.
薬品、燃料、ありふれたものはもちろん、醸造酒の材料や鉱石の数々。あまり大きな声で言えないものもご用意できます。これらは政府エリアではなかなか見つけられません。
Medicines, fuel, these are par for the course for any broker. I, on the other hand, have even more valuable goods. Special herbs used for brewing, rare minerals, and other exquisite items. All local specialties you wouldn't be able to find in green and white zones.
つてに頼れば AI 搭載型機械もラインナップに加わります。私のキャラバンの力、あなたもお分かりのはずでしょう。
Other than that, I also have some special channels. Even commodities like autonomous machines can easily be delivered to your client should the need arise. After all, my team is second to none.
ドラヘンさん、これだけの好条件です。何を迷っているのですか?
Alright, Mr. Akin, I just offered you an excellent proposal. What are you hesitating about?
何件か回って比較するのは買い物の常識でしょ。注文が注文だから取引相手は選ばないとね。
You know, it's wise to weigh your options in business. This client of mine deals in bulk and only works with reputable brokers.
ならなおさら私を選ぶべきです。
All the more reason for you to choose me and help make this deal go through. Jacob sets down the wine glass he has been toying with for some time. He stands up and starts pacing around, revealing a cabinet lined with a dazzling collection of vintage bottles behind him.
資金も腕力もこの地域で私以上の闇ブローカーはいません。
In terms of resources and influence, no one's bigger than me around here.
土地のことも一番詳しい。
No one knows this place better than I.
わかった。その前に商品を見せて。仲介人として客の代わりに見極める責任があるんでね。
Fine, but before setting you up, I need to see the goods first. As the intermediary, I don't want to waste my client's time, so I have the responsibility to sift through the options for them.
もちろんです。秘書に倉庫の住所を送らせます。
Of course, you're welcome to do so. I have my secretary send you the coordinates of the warehouse right now.
時間に関しては、明後日の午前なら私自ら案内して差し上げられます。
As for the time, how about before noon on the day after tomorrow? I will greet you personally.
オーケー。期待させてもらうよ。
Let's hope you get to satisfy my client.
ただ、仕入れが少し遅れている商品もあります。ですが必ずご満足いただけることを約束します。
Oh, by the way, some items may arrive a few days late. We apologize for any inconvenience this may cause, however, I'm confident that what I have in store will definitely meet your demands.
構わない。取引が成立したら納品の前日に用意してくれればいい。
No problem, just make sure you've got everything ready to ship before the delivery date once we confirm the deal.
その代わりと言ってはなんですが、今回のお値段。
As a gesture of goodwill and to demonstrate sincerity for our first collaboration, I will reduce the previously provided quote by... Smiling, Yeko deliberately pauses for a moment.
2% 値引かせていただきます。
2%. Jacob takes a sip of his wine, calmly enjoying the stunned silence he has brought upon the intermediary. He had been waiting for this day to come, ever since he completed his first trade, ever since he sold the collapse piece he had taken from the pocket of a hunter's corpse. Good job, that's something valuable you picked up. They go for a decent price. To this day, Jacob still remembers the one broker who traversed both safety and contamination zones. The calculating look in his eyes, hidden under wrinkles, was utterly distinct from the decayed, empty pupils of the hunter's corpse. They were different from his own eyes, that were turning green from hunger, though both had glimpsed the mortality of their own kind. One was trapped in desperation and only saw the present, while the other weighed the risks and was fixated on the future. Are these the kinds of eyes that define a human? And what does that make himself and others living in the settlement? Such a thought briefly crossed Jacob's mind before being completely replaced by the exhilarating sight of food. On that day, Jacob made the first deal of his life and ate some coarse yet clean bread. The meal was ravenously devoured, and the taste has long escaped his memory, but one thing is certain, it was better than mud cakes.
良心的じゃない。
That's a great deal. Jacob's voice drags Jacob back to the present.
当然です。フォルドニッツァとは比較にならないお値段ですよ。
Of course it is, and I believe it's far better than whatever Polunitsa could offer. Upon hearing the name, the person on the screen raises her eyebrow and a grin breaks out on her face.
これは耳の早いことで。
商
Mr. Jacob, I didn't expect you to be so well informed.
人として当然です。窮地にビジネスチャンスを奪われてはたまったものではないでしょう。
Just the habit of a competent broker. Now, it wouldn't be so pleasant if an old friend snatched your deal, would it?
そうかもしれないね。そちらの誠意はちゃんと客に伝えておくよ。
I see. I shall faithfully relay your offer and sincerity. Once again flashing his affable smile, Jacob raises his glass to toast to the supreme.
では今後ともよろしくお願いいたします。
Well then, to our pleasant collaboration.
戦場は片付いた。皆の者。
He combined a tie with her neck. We should have known he's awful. Well, looks like going into a lot more of the story points here.
とりあえずここに隠れよう。
Let's hide here for the moment. The very good camp descends into chaos. Perry crawls into a shady corner. Where did she go? Can't you even catch a little runt? Now she's gone. Go find her now. Such easy prey can't be allowed to slip away like this. Familiar scene plays out and it triggers Perry's memory of the night when she was deceived into breaking into the Varjager camp. However, she knows that her greatest obstacle right now is not the very Jaegers, but rather
隠れても無駄です。
hiding is pointless.
今のこのメンタルログもすぐに消去して差し上げます。
I will soon delete this portion of your memory, just as I did before. Although the gateway to jumpstart the simulation program still exists, the entire sequence has been altered with the voice's disappearance and Springfield's intervention. So the program has taken the voice and image of Springfield. Of course, Springfield has noticed it all. No simulations are safe anymore. The moment Springfield defeats her is the moment this portion of her memory will be overwritten. Before she can catch a breath in her damage-ridden body, Perry immediately senses Springfield closing in. She looks around, trying to find an escape. Here, the opposite direction of Springfield autonomous sentry she controls, Perry spots a small jagged hole.
私の大きさならちょうど通れる。
I could probably squeeze through. Perry nimbly maneuvers her way through the narrow alleys. As she follows her memory forward, she finds herself in a dead end where a passageway should have been. Only now does Perry realize that this virtual space constructed by the simulation program has also begun to crumble.
ここにいる限り私には勝てません。演算プログラムが巧妙に上書きプロセスを妨害していますが、時間の問題です。
In this space, you can never defeat me. The way this program of yours was implanted into the override system was quite clever, but it's only a matter of time before you're completely broken. Standing in the middle of the alley, Springfield once again points a rifle at Perry.
諦めてください。
I suggest you give up.
あなたを助けていた不具合はすでに修正済みですから。
After all, I've already eliminated the vulnerability who's been helping you.
演算を続けても結果は変わりません。
No matter how you run your simulations, it'll always come back to this. Springfield inches towards Perry.
もう一度聞きます。あの夜、誰と話していたんですか？
Let me ask again, who were you talking to that night? Perry lifts her head in responsive total silence. Perry stares straight into Springfield's eyes, trying to muster her last bit of strength in an attempt to raise her gun. Without any suspense, Perry's core is once again destroyed by Springfield. Perry collapses to the ground, her body along with the entire simulated space gradually shatters into their original form, data
プ
fragments.
ロセス完了。修正報告をアップロード中。
Cleanup completed, commencing anomaly report upload. Once again, a red light flashes before her eyes. Anomaly upload failed. Same result again.
ネズミが一匹いたところで支障はありません。
No matter, it's just squashing a bug, there's still plenty of time for that.
セルフメンテナンス開始。
Commencing system maintenance. Springfield stares at the broken body of Perry lying at her feet as the simulated environment crumbles around her. Everything is reduced to data fragments and swallowed by the endless digital torrent. Data erased. We gotta find her fast!
戻り
Now back to the real world.
今回の取引で得た結果、ご覧になりますか？
I'm back, Commander. Interested in seeing the goodies I snatched from my deal?
Ah.
Of course. Springfield projects the visual onto the screen. It's security footage. The camera is pointed right at the door covered by the curtain in Jacob's place. Under the dim light, Jacob lifts the curtain and pushes the door
こ
open.
こです。
Right here. Springfield pauses the footage and zooms in on the exact moment the narrow door gate is fully opened. After enhancing the image, Perry's petite silhouette is revealed from behind the glass. Or the gate. Yeah. Poor Perry's gonna just be traumatized every time she sees Springfield. I immediately look at the time displayed on the screen. It was the very night that Perry went missing.
時間も合っている。
Timing also matches up.
やはりな。監視カメラの不具合は言い訳に過ぎなかった。
As expected, the surveillance being damaged is his excuse. Jacob hid this record because it contains information unfavorable
こ
to
んな
him.
ものどうやって手に入れた？
This is something crucial. How did you get your hands on this, Springfield?
ズッケロの経営からいろいろ学びました。一見一蓮托生でどんなに親しいビジネスパートナーでもふとした瞬間に競争相手になってしまいます。
Over the years, I've come to the realization, while operating as the manager of the Zucchero, that while businessmen may appear friendly and cooperative on the surface, You can often be the fiercest competitors of one another as well.
競争を制するのは情報を持つ者。汚染エリアでも同じです。
And intel just so happens to be the most potent weapon in such competitions. The same rule applies here in the contamination zones.
そして情報の取り扱いは私の専門。自分の足で探すことだけが方法ではありません。
Digging for information is my specialty. At times, gathering intelligence does not require one to be present. You just need to find the right person.
それでポルドリッツァにはいくら払ったんだ？
So how much did you pay Polonitsa? Springfield smiles gently.
危険を冒して手に入れたんだ。相当値が張っただろ。
She risked being exposed as a mole to get you this record. Must have been cost a fortune.
いいえ。
That's not the case. Viv simply shakes her head.
お金にしか価値を見出せないのは有象無象の闇ブローカーです。真の商人は何よりも関係性を大事にします。
Only peddlers would jump at profits like this. Competent brokers will seek out opportunities for
ポル
cooperation.
ドニッツァ3レベルの闇ブローカーならその点は重々承知しています。
Naturally, someone on the level of Miss Polonitsa knows that as well.
代わりに彼女のキャラバンに潜んでいたネズミを捕らえて差し上げました。
In fact, I helped her catch a little mole hiding in her team free of charge as a gesture of goodwill.
ネズミ。闇ブローカーの事情は複雑だな。
A mole. Competition among underground brokers is really complicated.
指揮官の経歴と比べればずっとシンプルです。
It's nothing compared to your accomplishments.
それよりどうやって気づいたんだ？
What I'm more curious about is how you put all this together. Gives Springfield a puzzled glance, but she doesn't seem to have any intention of offering an explanation. Says she merely blinks and smiles back at me.
ここから盛り上がるのにもう種明かししちゃっていいんですか？
I commanded the story's only halfway through. Are you sure you want me to reveal the answer now?
今度二人とも時間が空いてる時のために取っておきませんか？
Let's save it for later when we both have some free time for thorough explanation, shall we?
続きが気になる物語は読み手の期待を膨らませる。私もたまには指揮官の期待を背負いたいんですよ。
After all, the story hinges on its suspense to entice readers to flip through its pages. Even I would like for you to keep your anticipation intact, Commander. Seeing Springfield's sly grin, I can't help but let out a deep sigh.
わかった。切り札があるなら、ヤクブのことで心配しなくて良さそうだ。
Alright then, keep your secrets. I guess I can stop worrying about Yakub now.
どうぞご安心ください。プラチナリゾートの時のように羽目を外していただいても構いません。
Just relax and continue to enjoy your vacation just like you did at the Platinum Resort. It's perfectly okay. I think so, yeah.
ただもう少しだけお待ちください。ヤクブの身辺は複雑なので、お茶会の前にコーヒー豆を厳選しなくては。
However, I kindly ask you to be patient for a little longer. Jakob's connections are difficult to sift through. Before the tea party begins officially, I still need to pick the right coffee beans. A tea party with coffee? Well, I mean, she did own a coffee shop. Does own a coffee shop. Late at night, as Jakob is about to enjoy a nightcap at his private bar, he receives a message that makes him slam his fist on the table. Polonitsa gave better terms. My client thinks we need to reevaluate both of your offers. Draken. Cold yet terse sentences from Dragon make Jakob lose all his usual composure. Better terms? What does she think she is? Who does she think she is, daring to outbid me at my own game? You kicked me out of the convoy over something that trivial years ago. The internet has made you feel ancient? I feel ancient in general. Now you're back with more wealth and influence, trying to corner me again with absurd bids like this. Why does the internet make you feel ancient? Jacob downs his glass of wine, barely managing to regain his coolness. He pulls out the list he sent to Draken in the afternoon.
価格はさらに抑えて追加条件も出さないと。
How much should I quote then? What about additional terms? Flipping through the documents, Jacob quickly calculates all the potential price adjustments, but no matter how he crunches numbers, the ideal profit still remains an unsightly number too hard to stomach.
いや、これ以上抑えたらコストが安かろうと儲けがない。
What's the point of driving the price down like this? Even when you snatch it from those bandits with a cost close to nothing, it still can't go any lower.
今度3つ目、商人の一戦が効いて呆れる。
Aren't you the one who paraded under your merchant's bottom line?
俺に出ろと、どうしてだ。
Okay, hold on. What are you watching that says a 23-year-old's the one who says, Kill me out on what grounds?
あの闇ブローカーたちの戦力ではやられるのは時間の問題だった。それに殺したのは俺じゃない。
With that kind of firepower, those brokers were doomed from the start. Their death was only a matter of time, and besides that, I wasn't the one who killed them.
言い訳はそれだけか。
So you just stood by and watched.
こっちだって人は少ないんだ。助けたらこっちもやられる。
You can't expect me to fight off the elites on my own. I didn't have many men with me either.
汚染エリアでお人よしは真っ先に損する。落とし物の商品はコストがかからない。売り値も抑えられて、集落の人間も仲間も全員得をする。
Playing the saint in the contamination zones will only cost you your life. We snatch their supplies, our costs drop. We can afford to give the settlements better deals, and our people get to live better lives. Simple as that.
お人よしにならなかっただけか。
You think your only fault was not playing the saint?
お人よしはいけないけど、商人の一線を軽々と超えるのはもっといけない。
Jacob, we're not philanthropists, but what you're doing is dangerously close to the bottom line.
あんたは闇ブローカーに向いてない。
Now leave. You're not cut out to be a broker. Years ago, after tasting the benefits of trade, Jacob accumulated more lost objects to barter with brokers, ultimately joining Belenit's crew as a helper. For a very long time after that, he worked hard and rejoiced in every clean loaf of bread he earned through hard work. Dilated pupils no longer frightened him, and he no longer drooled over basic sustenance like a starving beast. Jacob was content. Now he could look at the goods and think about what price to sell them at tomorrow. All until the day when he was kicked out of the convoy, while Polonitsa coldly stared at him. Jacob remembered the very first broker he ever met. His wrinkle-covered eyes were so clouded compared to Polonitsa's. His final meal before leaving, Jacob felt for the first time that the bread in his hand was so coarse that it was hard to swallow.
そっちは一線を越えなかったとでも言うのか。
When it comes to yourself, what bottom lines do you even respect?
闇ブローカーに向いてないだ。ああ、そうさ。俺はお前たちのような愚か者と違う。
Right, I'm not cut out to be a broker because I'm definitely not an idiot still crawling around in the dust like you lot. All these years, Jacob often recalls those eyes from his memory. He angrily throws his terminal to the side. The stemware filled with wine shatters on the ground with a loud crash. You gotta remember that it's taken from the perspective of the other characters. The character just has to be older as in older than others rather than older as in old. All these years, Jacob often recalls those eyes from his memory. Yes, but I'm saying older than the other characters from the media they're from. As in, like... You look at the, the rest of the cast, right? From whatever that character's from. And what are their ages? Yes, that's not... Okay, a list of characters is not going to show you every single character from a single media. That's showing you a bunch of characters from different types of media. Or from different franchises, whatever you want to say. All these years, Jacob often recalls those eyes from his memory and angrily throws his trumpet to the side. The stemware, filled with wine, shatters on the ground with a loud crash. Red liquid slowly spreads across the floor. Jacob stares at the blood-like hue and suddenly calms down. That's right. I could forget about that. Broker fights his battles in many ways, and being the supplier isn't the only way to prove your influence. You have far more methods we can rely on. Said that right, Poloditsa. Smiling sinisterly, Jacob retrieves another wine glass and slowly fills it with the red liquor. He phones his secretary as he downs the glass. Listen, send Poloditsa an invitation on my behalf. He's gonna try to kill her. And he's gonna fail. Because, like, we already have joint connection with her. A new day dawns with another round of the rally. The absence of a few participants from yesterday hasn't shaken the excitement of the rest for the Zeman rally. Please register your name, number of vehicles, and license numbers over there. After you're done, please find a staff member to assist you in installing the compass system. Hey, what you pushing me for? Your team is over there. Dear participants, please form a line. Try not to overcrowd the area. As the staff of the registration booth struggles to maintain order, a commotion breaks out in the crowd, and the rowdy broker suddenly make way for someone. With her coat flaring behind her, Polonitsa strides forth along the path the crowd has parted for her. Polonitsa, didn't you say you're gonna sit this one out? Changed your mind already? Well, I did want to watch from the sidelines. Okay, I find it weird that you're finding no characters that are like moms or something. What lists are you looking at? But a friend of mine told me there's a big deal to be made here, so I have no choice but to come. While answering an acquainted broker's question, Polonitsa casually tosses a list at the registration booth. My team's waiting at the starting line. I'll leave you guys to do all the inspections and installations. Please wait. That's ridiculous. Just when Polonitsa is about to leave, a voice calls out to her. She turns around, only sees Jacob in his suit, leisurely strolling toward her. Glad to see you around. I was worried you wouldn't accept my invitation. How could I not? An old friend hosting his first flare kindly invited me to a race. I kind of have to show up and support him, right? It's very heartwarming to hear you refer to me that way. Even backstabbing snakes can find a way to coexist with each other. Who's to say us underground brokers can't find a balance? Despite the smile on her face, Polonitsa's cold gaze stands out like a sharp blade tearing through everything. Disturbed by such a sight, Jacob tidies up his attire and smiles back. So you finally accepted that I'm a broker now? There are no entry exams to become a broker. As long as you supply goods and make profits, you're one of us. With how much your business has grown, everyone's gathering around this fair you host. You cannot deny this association even if you want to. Why would I deny it? Actually, I've always been grateful to you for giving me a push years ago. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to find the answer to the questions buried in my heart, let alone my own desires. After all, aspirations are what keep a man moving forward. Without them, I wouldn't have. Yaku goes no further, merely spreading his arms out dramatically. When Itza looks around, seeing all the hustle and bustle surrounding them. The rally is about to begin. There are still more people rushing toward the registration booth from afar. Watching the oncoming crowd, Yaku lets out a light chuckle while slowly shaking his head.
ここにいる連中も自分の欲望を満たすために生死の狭間をさまよいリスクある取引を成立させるそれが闇ブローカー力ある者に選択肢が与えられ俺とお前のようにわざわざ自らレースに参加しなくてもよくなる
They too are merely pursuing their desires, but that path is never an easy one. Dealing in life and death, bearing the corresponding risks, that is what being a broker entails. However, to become more powerful means having more choices, just like how you and I no longer need to take part in this perilous challenge personally. Maybe. Maybe he just pulls them out of like a pouch that he has with just like wine glasses pre-filled. Jacob speaks with such calmness, as if merely discussing a meal he's left unfinished. Polonisa stares at her impeccably dressed acquaintance. After a moment of silence, she lets out a quiet sigh. Even if I'm not behind the wheel personally, I need to go check on my team now. Be my guest. I wish your team good luck. By the starting line, staff members finish installing the compass system on the vehicles of Polonisa's team. Soon following the signature gunshot, Polonisa's fleet sets off with great fanfare. Meanwhile, the 4 new members, quote-unquote, scattered on board the jeeps, also begin their operation. Generosity Market, where did you get them? Yuk and I will help guard the vehicle in case of attacks. Sabrina, investigate the compass system with Mei Ling as quickly as you can. Sitting on the passenger seat, Sabrina helps Mei Ling connect the terminal used for data processing into the system. Don't worry, Mei Ling. We're ready to hack into it. Time to contact the commander. In the back seat, Mei Ling has already established comms with the commander. Can you hear me, Commander? We're in the middle of the rally. Sabrina will patch into level 2 and analyze the onboard compass system from there. All data will be synchronized with you in real time. Alright, let's get started. Connection is successful. Time to start troubleshooting. I don't think I can nuke these in one go, but I can try. Oh wait, yeah, hold on, I can do this. Oh no, I can't. Never mind. I can't. I don't know. I'd have to check. That one with the invisibility I can't really do anything about. Actually, I can technically just pop this there and yeah, there we go. The round of rapid scans, Sabrina disconnects herself from level 2. The comm line returns only silence, briefly broken up by Mei Ling's frantic typing. Saying Sabrina, how's the situation? All I know is I have to finish it today. So I might be here a while. Sorry, Commander. We managed to look into an abnormal data stream originating from the compass during our scans. All live coordinates, calculated by the vehicle, go through it, and then to multiple additional nodes.
相手の方が1枚上手で何度も試したんですが受信者の特定ができなくて
I don't even remember saying we. I'm pretty sure I said I gotta finish this today. But their countermeasures are extremely sophisticated. Sabrina and I tried several times to pinpoint the receiver to no avail.
君でも無理なのか
Even you can't track it down?
こんなはずじゃないんですヤクブかバリアーズの味方に凄腕の技術者がいるのかもしれません
Oh, okay. Okay, I thought I said that without even realizing. This is very unusual. It's way beyond what the usual Varjagers are capable of. A bit mysterious technical genius lurking inside the Varjagers or Jakob's team is at the root of this.
とにかく引き続き逆探知しますが時間が
Anyway, I'll keep trying to track them down, but I can't make any guarantees on when. Mei Ling's voice is abruptly interrupted by an explosion.
しっかり捕まっててメイリー
Sit tight, Mei Ling, watch out!
お姉ちゃん一時の方向にバリアーズが隠れてる
Varjager ambush spotted 1 o'clock.
やっぱり総員戦闘準備
There you are. All hands prepare for combat.
また後で連絡するね
We'll have to fight now, Commander. We'll call you later. The comm ends in the middle of gunfire and engine roars. I double-checked the message Mei Ling sent me and the data returned by brief. Technical know-how for how far above their usual levels, modus operandi inconsistent with their past behaviors. Some of these old friends of mine have suddenly changed. Setting down the terminal cluttered with information, I look out of the endless wasteland plains. Violent gales sweep up clouds of yellow sand, obscuring the sky above and the distant horizon. Even the sharpest hunter will find discerning the path forward in such obscurity an almost impossible task. I let out a heavy sigh. Could it be that in places I cannot see, the Varjagers are going through some drastic internal changes?
オルドニッツさんやっぱり私も一緒に
Miss Polnitsa, I still think we should go with them.
そう背伸びしなさんな。ほらこれを飲みな。
Alright, don't be so stubborn, just drink this first. Princess sits down beside Minda, hands her a glass of milk, and pats the little girl on her fluffy head.
私の椅子よりも背が小さいのに昨日のレースじゃ刺激が足りなかったのかい
You're shorter than even my seat, yet you're still eager to get shot up along with my team? Was what happened yesterday not thrilling enough for you?
そういうわけじゃ
It's not like that. The warm, comforting aroma of hot milk wafts through the air. Amanda holds up the glass, but does not drink it instead, staring intently at Polonitsa.
確かに危なかったし怖かったですけどそれだけのことで萎縮するのは闇ブローカー失格です
Maybe. Yes, what happened yesterday was dangerous, and I indeed got scared, but I can't just cower because of that. Since I've decided to become a broker, I'll need to muster the courage to face Varjagers head on.
バリアーグを相手にする覚悟がなければどの道汚染エリアでやっていけません
If I let this one incident intimidate and startle me, how am I ever supposed to grow my business in those contamination zones in the future? Polonitsa laughs cheerfully.
焦るんじゃないよ。あんたはまだ若い。地道に鍛え続ければきっと大物の闇ブローカーになれる。
Don't worry, it is never too late for you to chase those glories. I believe that when the moment comes, you will have become a formidable broker.
それまでは大人に任せな。小さな英雄ちゃん。
But until then, let us adults take care of this, my young Atalanta. Polonitsa reassuredly pats him on the shoulder.
それにこのレースの結果は私の手札になるからね。実力はちゃんと証明しないと。
Moreover, this rally has become a crucial bargaining chip in my business. I need to prove my worth.
でも死んだ仲間の仇を取りたいですこの手で
But Polonitsa, My partner and many others lost their lives. I want to make it right with my own hands. Clutching the glass in her hands, Amanda slightly lowers her head.
出発前に彼女が話してくれたこと忘れられないんです。ホワイトエリアのお金持ちの間で流行ってるものさえ分かれば鉱山に住んでる友達の役に立てるかもって。
My partner, I'll never forget her words before she left. She simply wanted those points to exchange for intel on popular oddities in the upper rung society of the White Zones. That way her relatives and friends living in the mines would know what to dig for. Amanda's eyes redden and she sniffs.
こんなことになるはずじゃ。
She didn't deserve this outcome.
あんたはいい子だね、アミン
You're a kind soul, that is a good thing.
ダ。だけど覚えときな。
But as a broker, you must remember the rules of the black market.
闇ブローカーの世界に正義と平等なんてものはない。あやふやな一斉しかない弱肉強食の世界だ。
There's no such thing as justice or fairness in this world. Only survival of the fittest and unspoken boundaries.
そして一線を越えた奴が代償を払う。
And those who break the rules shall face punishment.
作戦終了。帰ろっか。
That's how much I have left. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And some are shorter than others. I can just hope that all the combat ones are short. Around noon, I decided to pass the time with the Zucchero dolls at the fair while waiting for a reply. At last, my terminal suddenly vibrates repeatedly.
指揮官が探していたやつを捕まえました。詳細は添付ファイルに。来るかい。
We got the guy you're looking for. Check your attachment, Commander. Klukai.
任務完了。詳細は添付ファイルを見て。
Mission complete. Please see the attachment for action log. Johi. Open the attachments, verify the information sent back together with Stringfield.
必要なものは揃ったようだな。
Looks like we got everything we need.
待ちきれないようですね。
You seem very eager about it. Spinfield smiles and turns around while clapping her hands.
皆さん、休憩時間はおしまいです。お茶会の準備をしてください。
Alright everyone, Zucchero Squad's break time is over. It's time to prepare for the tea party. The trio, who have been patiently waiting at the nearby booths, quickly gathers around.
やっと終わったの？
Finally ready,
これ以上待ってたらせっかくのメイクが台無しだったよ。
just Sharky's makeup will be ruined if we don't start now.
今度はどんなご用よ。
What kind of preparations are needed this time, Manager?
そうですね。今回のお客様でしたら、浅入りの豆で大丈夫です。
Let me think. I believe a light roast is enough for our guest today.
旗から聞くと誤解を招きそうな会話だな。
You guys are making yourself sound like the bad guys with lines like this.
指揮官もご一緒にいかがですか？
Would you like to be a bad guy, Commander?
もちろんだ。抜け駆けはさせないぞ。
How could I possibly miss out on such a wonderful opportunity to join in on the fun?
ええ。では、提携先にご連絡しますね。
Since everyone's ready, I'll contact your supplier now. Under the watch of the Zucchero dolls and I, Springfield dials a familiar number.
こんにちは。こちらの用意はできましたので、招待状を例のお客様にお送りください。
Greetings, the Zucchero is ready. Please hand the invitation to that guest.
取引を開始いたしましょう。
It's time to sign the contract for this deal.
わかった。いい結果を期待してるよ。
Got it. I hope you can deliver me a satisfactory result.
ズッケロが一度でも期待を裏切ったことがありますか？
Oh! Having worked together for so long, has the Zucchero ever let you down, Mr. Jacob? So we work with the person that Jakob has been trying to deal with. That one was pretty short, and that was a whole story segment, so this might go a little faster than I thought. As a taste of black tea settles on my tongue, I see Jakob rush in with his secretary. Since we're the only customers in the cafe, Jakob quickly directs his attention towards us, but a look of caution and confusion naturally crawls into his face as he notices the presence of Polonitsa.
この話の続きはまた今度にしよう。
Looks like our conversation will have to end here for now.
ああ、済んだら一杯おごっておくれよ。
Right, remember to come for a drink when you're done. Princess stands up calmly and leaves in a carefree manner. As she walks past Jakob, I see her stop for a moment, and then Jakob's expression becomes even more gloomy.
あの女今に見てろ
Crazy woman, you'll regret this later. Jakob curses softly and moves to find another table to sit at.
ヤコブさん、ご一緒しませんか？
Mr. Jakob, why don't you come over here?
あいにくですが先客がいますね
Excuse me, but I have business to settle with a client today. Sorry for not being able to accommodate you both.
テーブルを隔てて商談をするつもりですか？なかなか独特な習慣をお持ちのようで。
So you have a habit of doing business across tables, Mr. Jakob? Not that I mind it.
どういう意味ですか
Pardon?
なるほど。私の情報を教えていないんですね。
It seems
ケンさんは確かに信頼できる。
it seems Miss Draken has a good sense of confidentiality and did not reveal our identities to you.
ドラヘン
Draken?
あなたがドラヘンさんのクライアント
Draken's client is you?
そんなバカな一回の賞金ハンターがこんな
It's impossible. Numbers like these are way out of the league from your bounty hunter like you.
確かに賞金ハンターには過ぎたビジネスです。しかし、依頼人とは何の関係もありません。
You're right. But just because I can't doesn't mean my commissioner can't either.
なんなら、ドラヘンさんに確認してもよろしいんですよ。
Don't believe me? Why don't you ask Miss Draken yourself? I show him the comms interface with Draken on my terminal screen.
いえ信じましょう
No need, I believe you. Jacob quickly adjusts his expression and takes a seat at the opposite end of the table from me and Springfield.
私との商談をご所望でしたら最初からそうおっしゃっていただければ
Since you're here for business, why didn't you clarify such earlier? That would have saved us the trouble of going through an intermediary. So I responded to Jacob right away. Springfield smiles and calls Centureshi over.
今日は長丁場になりそうですね。センターレイシーさん、お飲み物を。
There's no need to rush. Our talks today may take a while. Said Tereshi, please prepare something to drink for Mr. Jacob. So wait, so that's where this comes from. Okay, so I saw an image where somebody basically took this and then had the female version and then had them both in one table, like on either side of each other instead. Oh man, I have to find it. Hold on. I need to find it now. Oh dang, hold on. I gotta find it. I gotta find it. It shouldn't be that far back. Come on, where was it? Where was it? It shouldn't be that far back. I already see plenty of familiar things. Ah, there it is. I found it. I'm yoinking it. It's this here. I found it. And people are just memeing about it being pondering. It's like, oh, we're pondering now. And people just ask random questions like, we shall ponder it. At Springfield's behest, Centureshi neatly clears away the tea set used to host Polonitsa. Then she brings warm coffee for all three of us.
どうぞ
Please enjoy, sir.
この出張市場イベントの主催者というご身分もありますので、私が間に立つ形にさせていただきました。ホワイトエリアのお客さんの用心深さは、ヤクブさんもご存知でしょ?
Given the generous terms you offered us as the host of this fair, we figured we should swing by to check on things first. The white zone geezers tend to be more suspicious the wealthier they are. I'm sure Mr. Yakov understands that, right?
もちろんです。先ほどは失礼いたしました。こちらの条件はすでにお知らせした通りです。ご不満があればいくらでも相談に応じましょう。
Of course, of course. Now, please forgive my discourtesy from before. I wasn't aware of your circumstances. However, I'm sure you've both seen my offer. there's something dissatisfactory, we can certainly discuss the terms.
ドラヒェンさんからすでにお聞きしていると思いますが、ポルドニッツァの方からさらにいい条件を提示され、暫定的合意に至りました。
Mr. Jakob, as you might have learned from Draken, Polonitz has given us better quotes. Truth be told, we just reached a preliminary agreement.
お言葉ですが、ポルドニッツァは代理人といえど、噂ほどの実力者かは甚だ疑問です。
I guess he doesn't know that we're also super, like, we have super good connections, Polonitz. With all due respect, Polonitz may be a surrogate of the brokers, but she's not as powerful as people make her out to be.
ご存知かと思いますが、彼女のチームは今日レースに出場しましてね。ただ、羅針盤による位置情報はすでにロストしました。
You probably know that her team is partaking in today's rally. You just checked the logs of the compass system and her team's signal has disappeared. Chances are things didn't end well.
バリアーグにすら手こずるような闇ブローカーなど信頼できますか？取引が成立しても商品を無事届けられる保証はありません。その時損を被るのはあなたです。
What good is offering better quotes if a broker can't even deal with basic Varyeger threats? If you sign the contract with her, do you really think she can deliver the goods safely? If the cargo's integrity can't be guaranteed, you'll be the one ending up with all your money down the drain.
彼女のチームが本当にやられたと。
Her team had an accident.
当然、羅針盤システムに間違いなどはありません。位置情報はあなたも確認されたでしょう？
Of course, my compass has never failed me. Didn't I also provide you with coordinates before?
なるほど。依頼人にこの旨をお伝えします。今日お会いしたのは実は別件のためで。
Alright, I will relay the situation to my commissioner. However, our meeting today is to discuss another matter.
ほう、それはどういったもので？
What business would that be? Perhaps I can be of service. Rather than rushing to respond, I leisurely take a sip of my coffee made from lightly roasted beans, relishing in the refreshing flavor. Jakob, meanwhile, waits patiently and eagerly. Seems that he has fully accepted our identity.
スプリングフィールド。
Springfield?
はいすみません指揮官はお疲れなので恐縮ですがここからは私が代わりに
Apologies, my commander's feeling a little tired. I should take over for the rest of the meeting with you. I hope you don't mind. Jakob's smile breezes.
わかりました。それで、どういった内容で？
Of course not. What can I do for you?
簡単です情報を交わせてください
Our goal is straightforward. We simply require a piece of intel.
初めてお会いした時私と一緒にいたペリーという人形をご存知ですか
Remember the
彼
doll?
らの行方を知りたいんです
Remember the doll, Perry, who accompanied us when we first met? She had disappeared, and we would like to learn her whereabouts.
その件なら秘書がお伝えした通り、心当たりはありません。
I'm sorry, but my secretary should have already taken care of this matter. He should have told you that I know nothing about it.
話はこれからです闇市に存在しない商品はなくあるのは払えない値段だけまずはこちらの支払う報酬を提示させてください
No need to no need to turn us down so hastily, Mr. Jakob. As you once said, there are no unavailable goods in the black market, only unaffordable prices. So why not hear what we have to bring to the table? You might find your stance to be more flexible than you think.
いいでしょ
Let me ask you this. What sort of compensation can you offer? Springfield gently blinks.
沈黙
Our silence.
う。何？
What?
あなたがバリャーグと結託している事実を墓場まで持っていきます
Our silence regarding a certain secret collaboration between the Varjägers and you. Jakob sets down the coffee, the bottom of the cup making a dull thud on the table.
聞き捨てなりませんね。私がバリャーグなどと？そんな力、私にはありませんよ。
Even if you're my potential clients, that doesn't give you the right to slander me. Collaboration with Varjägers, me. I'm just a broker. I don't have what it takes to do that.
そうでしょうかあなたの影響力は通常の闇ブローカーの範疇を逸脱しています
Is it so? From what we gathered, your influence and means have far surpassed those of average brokers. Springfield turns on the terminal and shows Jakob a
ブ
report.
リーフは常に様々な地域のバリャーグの活動を観察記録しています ここも例外ではありません。
Over the past years, Brief has been monitoring and documenting Varjager activities in different regions, including the area you originate from.
記録によれば、この地域のバリャーグの被害は甚大で、賞金ハンターが次々派遣されたものの、一向に改善が認められません。
Records point to a sustained pattern of intense Varjager presence in the region. Your competitors have suffered repeated setbacks. Even the brief bounty hunter raids have had little effect on the situation.
しかし、ある時期を境に、あなたのキャラバンだけ無傷で生き残り、ライバルはことごとく活動を停止しました。そして、あなたがこの一帯最大の闇ブローカーとなりました。
Yet beginning at a certain point, your team remained virtually unscathed. Eventually, with other brokers backing out or reducing their activities in the region, you became the kingpin of the area.
活動範囲は拡大する一方、まるでバリアーグよけの魔法でもあるかのように。
You even expanded your sphere of influence over the past year. Do you have some kind of magical spell that wards off our Jaegers?
魔法すべて実力ですよ。この辺は鉱物資源が豊富です。採掘に来る者は後を絶ちません。バリャーグもバカじゃない。弱い方を狙うのは当然でしょう。
Magic spell? My magic spell is being competent. Picking on the weak is easy. The Varjagers know this very well. This place is so full of rare minerals that people just won't stop coming despite knowing the risks. Naturally, the unlucky ones get targeted. That's just how it is.
ええ。そして採掘に訪れた者たちは、一番土地勘のあるあなたから情報を買っていたはずです。
Indeed, you're right. Given the danger, I'm sure these mining teams will purchase some environmental intel from an underground broker who knows the place well before their venture. An underground broker just like you.
それが何だというのです。バリャーグは常に動いてますし、環境情報だって生ものです。
Your point? The Varjagers aren't nails waiting to be hammered. The time-sensitive nature of intel is not something I have control over.
なるほど。口を割らせるには報酬が足りなかったようです。
I see. It seems that you're unwilling to be upfront unless we add a little more to our offer. Tommy smiles and gently taps the terminal. The screen flickers on before cutting to some footage of the wilderness. Tommy drags a Varjager in front of the camera. Oh, finally caught one. These goblins are so hard to catch. Even the rats in the back alley of the Caldo restaurant don't escape this fast. The captured Varjager struggles to break free from Sabrina's hold. Glukai moves in, deftly yanks on his writhing arm until it is dislocated, and finally snatches the terminal from his hand. Then shows the terminal to the camera. On a small device, several dots can be seen flickering. The exact coordinates of Polonitsa's team. This compass thing is still transmitting the location of the brokers to the Varjagers. Are you seeing this, Commander? As she speaks, Glukai aims her gun at the vehicle not far behind. Like a muzzle flash, the screen on the vehicle shatters, and the positioning device is destroyed. Simultaneously, one of the dots flickering on the terminal disappears. Well then, mission accomplished. The footage ends. The cafe returns to silence, with Jakob's expression becoming far more sour than before.
羅針盤のインストールは全ての参加者に義務付けられています。バリャーグが位置情報を知っているのは偶然でしょうか。
As I recall, you're the one who demanded that all participants use the compass for position tracking under the pretense of avoiding interference, Mr. Jakob. Surely this information being so conveniently in the hands of the Varjagers can't be a mere coincidence, right?
当たり前でしょう。
Of course not.
俺は明らかにバリャーグが羅針盤をハッキングした結果だ。参加者の安全を守るためのシステムをこのような形で利用されて残念でなりません。こうなってはシステムを停止させるほかないでしょう。
Surely, surely. But clearly it's the Varjagers who hacked into my backend servers. The system was designed to ensure the safety of the participants. I never anticipated it would be turned into a death trap by these thugs, and I'm deeply ashamed of this outcome. Now that I know it poses a danger to us all, we'll shut it down immediately. Before Springfield can stop him, Jakob calls out to his secretary behind him. What are you waiting for? You want the Varjagers to kill everyone? Shut this thing down immediately. Yes, sir. Secretary hastily takes out a terminal and frantically taps on it. It's done, sir. With the system turned off, a smile of relief appears on Jakob's face.
これで参加者の安全は守られました。ご報告感謝いたします。ご安心ください。もう私たちもバリアーグも位置情報を知ることはできません。
I have a feeling we already planned for this. There you go. Danger to the brokers averted. I can't thank you enough. I can't thank you both enough for your discovery. Rest assured, once the system is down, all coordinates will be deleted as well. Neither we nor the Variegas will be able to use or trace back to the data anymore.
それは何よりですね、指揮官。
That's a relief. No need to worry about the safety of the brokers anymore, right, Commander?
はい、これで一安心です。
Yeah, it's a good thing for everyone involved.
お礼にそのペリーという人形の捜索に全面的に協力させていただきましょう。何かあれば遠慮なくお伝えください。
As a token of gratitude, your doll, Perry, right? Although I don't know her whereabouts, since we almost had a deal, you can let me know if you need any help, and I will send my men to assist you. Jacob smiles again in a friendly manner, but in response, Springfield simply takes a sip of the coffee and sighs helplessly.
商人は何よりも信用が大事だと個人的に思っているのですが、残念ながらあなたは信用に足る人物ではないとお見受けします。
I've always held the belief that honesty is one prerequisite for any business partnership. You, however, do not seem to be a sufficiently trustworthy partner. Smiling, Springfield picks up the terminal and presses the play button again. On the screen, evidence of Jacob's meeting with Perry is replayed.
ペリーが失踪する前の映像です。面識はあるはずなのに、一貫して関与を否定されてましたね。
This is footage of Perry before she went missing. You clearly saw her, yet you refuse to be upfront about it. Do you still want to insist you have nothing to do with her disappearance? Jacob glares at his secretary, who looks just as clueless as he is. Thinking back to prior events, he comes to a conclusion. While he successfully planted a mole in Polnitsa's team, his own team has also been infiltrated without his knowledge.
ポルトニッツァ。
あなたの部下はこれよりも多くの情報を提供してくださりましたが、今は商談中です。この話はよしましょう。
Truth be told, one of your subordinates provided us with far more detailed information than this. However, since we are still doing business...
あまり困らせないよう指揮官に言いつけられています。誠意を見せていただければ、こちらもある程度は譲歩できますが。
And the commander has instructed us not to embarrass our partner to be too much. If you're willing to come clean about it, then I can make some concessions.
これはやられました。可能ならまず誤解の方を解かせてください。
While I do appreciate Miss Springfield's attitude, please allow me to clarify the misunderstanding.
あの夜、私は確かにペリーさんにお会いした。初日のレースで優秀な成績を収めた彼女を迎え入れようと思ってね。その後の行方は本当にわからないんです。
I did meet Perry that night. She put on a great show on the first day of the rally. Since my team needed an excellent doll like her, I approached her regarding the possibility of a future partnership. However, her whereabouts after our meeting are as much a mystery to you as to me.
まだまだ報酬にご満足いただけてないようですね。
It seems that you are still not satisfied with our offer, but that's fine. Springfield sits down the terminal and gently spins the cup in her hand.
ドラヘンさんへお伝えした倉庫の座標を覚えていますか？
Do you remember the warehouse coordinates you sent to Miss Draken?
このように面談の時間と場所は変更しましたが、事前に様子を見に行かせていただきました。確かに大したラインナップです。
Although the time and place have been changed at the last minute, we still went to your warehouse to check things for ourselves. It was indeed full of treasures.
市場の闇ブローカーたちが自分たちの奪われたはずの商品が並ばれている光景を見たら、どういった反応を示すのでしょうね。
I wonder what the brokers' reactions at the fair would be when they see something similar to their stolen cargo conveniently appearing in your warehouse. Instead of hearing the most amusing joke as he has ever heard, Jacob leans back in his chair with a sense of relief.
闇ブローカーの扱う商品のバリエーションなどたかが知れる。私が奪った証拠はどこにあるというのです？商品に彼らの名前が書かれてるわけでもあるまいに。
One can count the types of goods traded by brokers in the contamination zones on one hand. You claim that I stole them, but what evidence do you have? Are there names written on the boxes? Do they have a code we can scan? Something online, maybe?
言動から察するに なたはグリーンエリアの人形ですね。指揮官から教わりませんでしたが、汚染エリアにはシリアルナンバーも掟もない。あるのは金とそれを持つ人間だけ。
Judging by your demeanor, your owner must have bought you from the Green Zone. Your commander never told you this? There are no official seals, barcodes, or anything of that nature here. All we have is real money and in whose pockets they are.
随分とお行儀がいいんですね。
You're right. Rule-abiding gentlemen like you are a rare sight in the contamination zones.
そういう意味です。
What do you mean by that?
ここは汚染エリアで、あなたは闇ブローカ
It's just that this is a contamination zone and you're an underground broker.
ー。いつから汚染エリアでは証拠がものを言うようになったんですか？
When did the contamination zones become a place that values evidence? I get it. So basically, it's not about whether it's true or not. It's just the fact that you can just tell somebody, hey, doesn't that cargo look like yours? And because there's no real value or evidence, it would be just the opportunity alone of, actually, yeah, that does look like my cargo. So easily, without necessary needs of evidence, everyone would go up in arms for it regardless. Because even without the fact that it's actually theirs or not, it's still just the opportunity itself. See sudden realization in her opponent's eyes, Springfield doesn't follow up right away. Like a playful cat with its prey cornered, she now only seeks entertainment.
闇ブローカーの法廷があるなら見てみたいですね、指揮官。
Commander, if a court for brokers exists, you need to take me there to see what it's like.
当然。世にも奇妙とはこのことだ。
Of course. I want to witness such a once-in-a-lifetime occurrence too. Jacob sits across the table and picks up his cup in an annoyed fluster, only to realize his cup has long been emptied.
おや、飲み干したようですね。センターレイシーさん、継ぎ足してください。
Seems you finished your drink. Centurshi, please add some coffee for Mr. Jacob.
お構いなく。
I'm fine. Jacob instinctively wants to refuse, but he can't help but swallow the rest of his sentence under Springfield's smiling gaze and watches Centurshi approaches with the coffee pot to pour coffee into his cup. Time slows down to an unbearable crawl as the coffee slowly flows. Finally, Centurshi quietly withdraws while a petite doll brings her another pot full of freshly brewed coffee. But I think Jacob isn't in the right headspace to notice that.
確かに私はグリーンエリア出身です。仲間と共にカフェを営んでいました。
Mr. Jacob, I am indeed from the Green Zone and a broker at that. My companions and I run a cafe called the Zukuro.
良好な関係を維持している間は芳醇なコーヒーをご提供しましょう。
Treat us like business partners, and the Zukuro will always be happy to offer you fragrant coffee.
しかし今は指揮官の戦術人形。コーヒー以外のものもその気になればご提供できます。
But right now, we're just Tito's following our commander. We wouldn't mind swapping the coffee for something else. His sentence is followed up by a targeting laser deliberately flashing before Jakob's eyes, ultimately landing right on his temple. Jacob looks up in panic, but the sunlight outside temporarily blinds him. After regaining his vision, he sees the maid with her downcast eyes holding the coffee pot and staring calmly at him. Further away at the bar, the petite doll with exquisite makeup draws a heart in the air with a sweet smile. Sharkry, yeah. Oh, this makes him freeze in place. And I'm guessing the one aiming at him is probably Watuke. Or Macchiato. Instead of saying something, I merely pick up my coffee and take a sip. A light roast must have tasted incredibly bitter for our friend Jakob here. Jacob's laughter breaks the silence.
お見事です。ここまで来たらもうおとぼけは通用しませんね。
Good job on your detective work. Since you know everything already, there's no point pretending anymore.
ああ、そうさ。俺はバリアーグと手を組んでライバルを排除してもらっていた。それがどうしたというんだ。汚染エリアはそもそも弱肉強食。
I'm guessing this is being broadcasted. Probably to the rest of the fair. Or at least recorded. That's right, my hands are indeed dirty. I'm working with the Varjagers and using them to take out my competitors. So what? Am I at fault for that? These are the contamination zones we're talking about. It's all about the survival of the fittest.
お前たちはポルトニッツァのような金と武器に物を言わせてきた連中が必死に生きてる人間の何がわかる
You lot in Polonitsa act so high and righteous while relying on the very same weapons and capital as I do. Easy for you to judge those at the end of the rope by your comfortable sanders.
俺だって正々堂々と生きたかったんだ
You think I don't want to live morally? But the foremost thing I had to do was survive.
死人のものを回収して何が悪い簡単に人を信じるような間抜けも遅かれ早かれ死ぬんだだったら俺が有効活用した方が人のためになる
The one thing that the contamination zones have no shortage of is dead people. What's wrong with their stuff? What's wrong with taking their stuff? Those idiots who can't be bothered to check things for themselves and blindly trust others are as good as dead too. Their stuff is better off in my hands than ending up in the jaws of the Elites. I look at Jakob, who's consumed by rage and frustration, but I've no desire to argue with him. I've seen his kind more times than I can count, a soul twisted and utterly consumed by the contamination zones. While collapsed radiation physically mutates humans into mindless beasts, desires born out of this harsh environment slowly turn them into demons. Although tragic, it is no excuse for the atrocities they've committed. Rage and survival instincts may allow one to weather the storm, but losing oneself in them will turn anyone into a monster clad in human skin.
ポルトニッツァで追い出されてからどんな目にあったか知っているか
You think Polonitsa expected me to survive when she kicked me out of the convoy?
安い商品を乗せた車に目をつけられないか狂った生き袋に襲われないかコーラップスストームに巻き込まれないかとビクビクしながら汚染エリアを行き来する日々だ
A broke dealer with nothing to show for themselves was what I ended up becoming. I was reduced to transporting cheap goods through the terrifying contamination zone. Every day I would pray that I wouldn't run into migrating elites' collapse storms, or for those jackals not to set their sights on me.
毎回経験に祈ったつもりなんだけどな何事もなく戻ってこられたことは一度もない
I prayed fervently every time, but not once, not a single time was I able to return unscathed. Something unexpected always got in the way when I tried to do anything.
それで思ったのさ利用できるものは何だって利用してやろうってなここではどうせ力が全てなんだ
And so I finally realized if that's the rule contamination zones go by, then why couldn't I take advantage of it? Why not deal with the Varyears? Why not make money in that way? In a place like the Yellow Zones, wealth, power, and strength are everything.
あのバリャーグたちさえいれば俺のキャラバンは永遠に最強だお前たちもポルトニッツァも俺を舐めていた闇ブローカーどもも誰も俺に勝てない
As long as the Varyears are around, my business will never be in trouble. I'll always be the first to make more money and continue to rule the wasteland. As for you, Polonitsa, and all those brokers who look down on me, you will kneel and bow down to me when the muzzle of my gun is pointed right at your head.
ああそうさきっと助けてくれる
Yes, that's right. The Varyears will help me.
戦術人形がいるからなんだと言うんだ俺が死んだらあいつらも黙っちゃいないからな
Don't think you're a big deal just because you have a few T-Dolls with you. If something happens to me, they won't leave you alone. You're all dead.
今すぐ呼んで
Jakob takes out his terminal, but it begins ringing even before he has time to make a call.
旦那倉庫がバリャーグに
Boss, the warehouse is the Varyears. There's a gunshot, and then the communication gets cut off.
どういうことだ
What the heck is going on?
ヤクブ様我々の所有する倉庫が次々とバリアーグの襲撃を受けていますすでに陥落した場所も
I just received news that our warehouse has been attacked by Varyears, and it seems to be more than one. Many guards have been killed. We just...
なんだと
What? Meanwhile, my terminal also receives a call from Groza.
指揮官ブリーフからの支援が到着したわ
Commander, Brief is notified that support units are in position. Please give your orders. I look at the panicking Jakob.
これ以上損失を出したくなければ今すぐ残りの倉庫の場所を言え
If you want to salvage anything from this, give me the coordinates of all the warehouses that haven't been raided yet. I like all the little signs everywhere. Reach the coordinates of the indicated warehouse. Now sharing environmental data. There are many of our Jaegers here, so please be careful. Data received, let's start. I'll leave the side to you. Understood, you won't be disappointed. The amount of gear everywhere, hold on. You've got like... Are those... Hold on. You've obviously got the RPG warheads, right? The rockets. Got grenades, ammo. Wonder what these are. Some sort of ordnance is my assumption. But you also all got all these other little things around, like signs. This way, hospital. Coffee. More coal. Repair shop. Welcome off in the background. News. Menpektopa. Machine welcome. And I think acrylic over there. Yeah, it looks like it. Okay, anyway, enough of that. Now just let's see. We got 2 guys back there. We got a lot of guys actually. Might actually have to do a little something here. Yeah, this'll work. Ah, can't reach far enough. That'll work.
指揮官、倉庫付近のバリア具はあらかた片付けたわ。ほとんどの物資は奪われて、一部しか回収できなかった。
We just cleared out the Jaegers at the warehouses, but they seem to have come prepared. Most of the supplies are already gone, and we only managed to recover a small portion.
レース参加者は無事か?
Thank you. Are the teams participating in the rally all right?
ええ。倉庫に人数を割いてたから、レースで略奪を行っていたのは少数よ。
Fortunately, due to the raids on the warehouses, the Jaegers could only spare a few troops to attack the convoys.
そうか。引き続きブリーフとの連絡を。
Got it. Continue to keep in touch with Brief.
了解。
Understood. Upon hanging my communication with Groza, I look over at Jacob, who is still stubbornly trying to contact his warehouses. Hollow gaze in his eyes has completely replaced the dignified facade he had previously put on.
お前たちバリアグが俺の倉庫を襲うことを知っていたのか。ならどうして俺の商品を守らない。
So you already knew they were going to raid my warehouses? Why? But how? And when you knew, you didn't even bother to protect my properties?
残念ながら私たちやブリーフにとっても想定外です。
Unfortunately, it also came to us as a surprise. Otherwise, Brief would have been more successful in their operation. Personally throws the terminal aside, inks on his hair. His once meticulously maintained hair now lies in jumbled strands on top of his head, reminding me of the slum dwellers forced to live underground with no access to clean water and no way to maintain personal hygiene. Oh. What are you owing about?
揮官バリャーグの動きが予測と違います。
I hydrated. The command of the Vegas, the operation was executed differently than the plan we uncovered.
予測
The plan? Springfield glances at me hesitantly, only continuing after receiving my nod of approval.
少し前ドラヘンさんに教えられた倉庫へ調査に向かったところ、警備員はバリャーグによって全滅、商品もすべて略奪されていました。
Not long ago, my companions scouted the warehouse at the coordinates you provided, Miss Draken. Unfortunately, the warehouse was already in shambles by the time they arrived. The Verdigers killed all the guards, and your goods were long gone. Oh no, he was still. It's just that the people he was working with aren't exactly, you know, good, trustworthy people. The people he was working with were using him. Just as much as he was using them. Not long ago, my companions got to the warehouse with coordinates you provided, Miss Draken. Unfortunately, the warehouse was already in shambles by the time they arrived. The Verdigers killed all the guards, and your goods were long gone.
現場に落ちていた警備員の端末には未送信のメッセージがありました。それによればバリャーグの次の狙いは集落だからそこへ防御に集中しました。
You're telling me people who go around killing and raiding anyone and everyone aren't good business partners? While searching through the ruins, they found an unsent message on a guard's terminal warning us about a coming raid on the entire settlement where the fair is being held. As such, we concentrate our defenses here.
結局俺も獲物だったということか。
After all this time, I'm still prey in their eyes. They never... Jakob suddenly pauses.
待て。ということは他の闇ブローカーから奪われたものを見つけたというのは嘘だったのか。
Hold on. So you were at the warehouse, but you never discovered the other broker's goods? All those threats you were making were just to bluff me? Smith's silence completely breaks Jakob's last bit of resolve.
商談で人形に負けたのか。俺の人生。一体。
Being played like a fiddle by a doll.
ヤクブさん、商談はまだ終わっていませんよ。
Mr. Jakob, may I remind you that our transaction is still ongoing?
私たちの望む商品をご提供いただければ、こちらも報酬をお支払いします。それに加え、残った倉庫もお守りしましょう。
It looks like it. I do see a logo on there, but it's hard to tell what it is. As long as you provide us with the goods we want, we will still compensate you with the reward you deserve. As for the protection of your remaining warehouses...
ああ、わかったよ。
Fine, you'll get what you want.
あの人形の居場所を知っている。
I do know the whereabouts of your companion. In the middle of the night, Jakob emerges from the other side of the secret door and sees Perry waiting for him. Oh, so he's telling us what happened.
本日のレースお見事でしたペリーさん。この調子ならすぐに情報に必要なポイントを集められるでしょう。
Miss Perry, I was pleasantly surprised by your performance at today's rally. Confident that you will be able to score more points to pay for the intelligence you need.
ありがとうございます。それより師匠の手がかりを見つけたというのは。
Thank you. You said you obtained a lead on Master Thompson in your message? Is that true? Where's she now?
ええ、これは知り合いから聞いた話ですが。
Of course it's true. I received the intel from a partner. I see.
まさか師匠がクリスタルハンターになって名前も変えていたなんて道理で見つからないわけだ。ありがとうございます。すぐに探しに行きます。
Yeah, he is. Like, look at that. So Master joined the ranks of the hunters and even changed her name. No wonder I haven't been able to track her down. Thanks for your intel. I'll go get ready to find her.
少々お待ちを。実はこれから出荷の予定があるのですが、せっかくですし乗って行かれては。部下にペリーさんを待つよう連絡しておきましょう。
Honestly, yeah, just give him a mask and he's a Squid Game VIP. Not so fast. Actually, I was just about to deliver them a shipment. Since you're here, Miss Perry, why not hitch a ride with us? I'll contact my men, they're right outside the fair. Hurry over and they'll let you on board.
いいんですか？ではお言葉に甘えて、今指揮官に。
Really? That's really courteous of you. Let me tell the commander.
実は出荷予定の商品はそのクリスタルハンターたちが必要としている補給で一刻の猶予もありません。ベリーさんは今すぐ向かってください。エルモ号には私の方から連絡を。
So that's how they tricked her. Hold on, the reason I'm willing to tell you this right now is because that shipment to the hunters is an emergency. They're heading off to an Elid hunt right after, and only I could provide them with supplies this quickly. I suggest you go find your master right now, Miss Perry, and I'll contact the Elmo for you. But
あと2分もすれば出発します。さあ。
my men will be leaving in 2 minutes. Time waits for no one.
じゃあお願いします。
And I'll leave it to you.
絶対に。
I must find
師匠を。
master.
部下に指示してお前たちの仲間をトンプソンのいるところ、つまりはバリアーグのキャンプ近くに連れて行った。途中で異常に気づかれたが、車にはジャマーをつけていたから問題なかった。
I had my men deliver your companion to where Thompson is. Rather, I had her delivered to the doorstep of the Varjägers. Perhaps she noticed something was off by the time she got there, but it wouldn't matter. The vehicle was equipped with a signal jammer, and the Varjägers were prepared. She couldn't have escaped.
ジャマー手慣れているな。
Signal jammer? This isn't the first time you've done this, huh?
まあな、この辺のバリアーグは機械と戦術人形ばかり漁っていたからな。
Of course not. The Varjägers in the area have been scavenging all sorts of machines and dolls.
今さらキャンプに向かったところでもう遅いだろう。
You know, it might be too late even if you rush off to the camp right now.
どういうことだ？
What does that mean?
奴らは回収した機械は改造して人形は洗脳して自分たちの戦力にする。
Because the Varjägers always remodel the machines they stole. Dolls that they get their hands on are brainwashed and turned into one of their own.
バリアーグにそんな技術が？
They have this sort of expertise.
信じるかどうかはお前らの勝手だ。機械ばかり漁っているのも黒幕の差し金だろうな。
Take it as you will. They keep on snatching up machines, so maybe it's an order from the real master.
黒幕？
Their real master.
ああ、会ったことはないが、あいつらの真の指導者は他にいる。かなりのやり手だ。普段俺とやりとりしてるのは、そいつの下にいるチンピラさ。
Right. They must have someone else on top. I can sense their presence and resourcefulness despite them never showing their face. The boss I usually deal with is at most a subordinate dimwit who takes all their orders directly from them. The real master. If such a person exists inside the Varjägers, then it would explain all the abnormalities. But right now I have no time to ponder such matters. The smile on Perry's face when she reunited with the Ummel lingers in my mind. I have to save her.
すぐにキャンプの場所を教えろ。
Give me the location of their camp right now. After obtaining the coordinates and notifying brief, I quickly set off with the dolls.
戦場は片付いた。皆の者。
Come on. Come on. Come on. It's right there. It's right there. We're almost done. It's right there. Same endless darkness sears through the neural cloud with unbearable agony. I can't recall. Those memories that were here, what were they supposed to be? I can't remember. Gaps are widening, the blanks are expanding. Once cherished neural records break and fade away. All the rewards that are, because it's literally gonna, like, the event ends in like a few hours, I think. Even though she knows she can't possibly win, Perry refuses to give in. She walks through that door again and again, only to be struck down by Springfield once more. The overwrite creeps forward with each fall, and it won't be long before everything that makes her Perry is gone. No. I get, what's it called? There's some special exclusive stuff I get. I get all the rest of the premium currencies so that I can roll. As well as a couple other things as well that I can't quite remember. All I know is that I want to finish it for the story as well. as I don't want to miss unlimited stuff. Because I did miss unlimited things one time because I didn't understand what the thing was telling me about when does it end. Because I completely misunderstood it because they weren't as clear as they should have been about it. Kneeling in the darkness, the broken yet constantly melding neural clouds tangle around her like a nightmare, one that she can never get a firm grip on. Data 1. Data erased. How many overwrites has it been? Barry has been forcibly subjected to this neural overwrite program ever since she was deceived by Jacob. Urging units repeatedly attack her level 2, overwhelming her. With every fall, Perry can distinctly feel the loss of a certain fragment of her memory. Started with the frustration of missing corner pieces, but now the entire puzzle is becoming unrecognizable. There's a brief pause as the program reloads and purging units won't attack in this brief moment. It's a rare moment of respite, but Barry would rather not be in here in the first place. Surrounded by darkness and solitude, enough to drive anyone mad, it's hard to imagine what kind of person can get used to this place.
ここに師匠はいなかった。油断した。これなら指揮官様と一緒に動いていた方が良かった。
Master's not here at all. I was too careless. I thought returning to the Alma would mean everything would be smooth sailing from here on. I should have acted together with the commander.
その通り。
You're right. During the searing pain, Miriam subconsciously assumes a defensive posture and looks around warily, but she does not spot the person who spoke to her. Who are you?
今教えても意味がない。上書きが完了したら、私のことも忘れる。
That's unimportant. If you let the overwrite progress, you'll soon forget who I am, even if you knew.
人形にとっての死は素体の破壊ではなく、メンタルの消失なんだから。
To a doll, the end is not the loss of its frame, but the erasure of its neural cloud.
何が目的ですか？
What do you want?
メンタルログを見せてもらった。貿易会社に勤めていたそうね。あなたに持ちかけたい商談がある。
Who is this? I've checked your neural records, and it seems you once worked at a trading company. Having said that, I have a deal for you.
商談？
A deal?
上書きプログラムの穴を見つけた。
Find a vulnerability in this overwrite program.
それを利用すれば、ある程度プログラムを書き換えることができる。
Through this vulnerability, I can modify the overwrite program to a certain extent.
プログラムを終了させるには、あなた自身が停止コードを演算しなければならない。
But to completely terminate it and escape level 2, you'll need to generate the program's termination code yourself.
私にできるのは安全な演算環境を提供するだけ。あなたは特定プロセスでコードを割り出して。
What I can do is create a safe operating environment for you, in which you'll proceed through elimination cycles to complete the simulation.
特定プロセス？どういうことですか？
Elimination cycles? Simulation.
あなたのメンタルログからあなたにとって馴染みのある環境、出来事、人物を構築した。
Based on the data stored in your records, I will construct simulations of things you're familiar with. Scenes, events, individuals, everything will be an extension of your own neural cloud.
例えば、あなたの仲間の人形たちはそれぞれ特定の演算子に対応している。それらを正しい順番に並べ替えるのが最終的な停止コードを導き出すプロセス。
For example, I'll use data from your neural cloud of the dolls you consider your companions and have them represented by different character strings. All I need to do is arrange them in the right order through brute force and generate the correct termination code.
こちらから都度次の演算子を提示するから、あなたがやることはその演算子に対応した人形を大会やレースで勝たせること。
Okay, I understand now. Alright, so that weird ending of the first part is actually part of the simulation she was doing to try to find to try to do the termination code. That's why Springfield was missing, because Springfield is the one the termination code is using as like its purging vector, as like its avatar in terms of shutting down the simulation each time by killing Perry. It's getting hot in my room. I need it. Yeah, but I'm saying, like, I didn't quite understand what that first section was because it was still taking place in, like, the beach. Not the beach, the resort thing. But now I get it. Because in the resort thing is what I'm talking about, where in the end of the resort thing, it was just suddenly had this weird, like, Harry going in and shooting and talking about Springfield being missing. To approach this process of trial and error more systematically, I would designate each attempt tail node with an anchor field. Your job is to ensure that individual represented by the anchor field wins the round. So the reason things suddenly changed in some flashbacks. So did that whole resort thing happen and what we witnessed was what actually happened? Or was it happened, what we witnessed was what actually happened, and then those little segments she showed were like the little repeats where she had a little bit of control and stuff? Or did everything that happened in the resort was actually part of the simulation she had to be doing with? I think it was the simulations that the first simulation we saw was actually after the events of the resort thing. So like the weird ending. After the party. Of course, the arrangement of the preceding sequences also has its own order of requirements, and I will do my best to help you with that. It's the entire sorting process, the elimination cycle, and the ultimate result is the termination code. Sounds more complicated than it actually is. All you have to do is hold onto your weapon and reclaim your dignity as a Griffin tactical doll. I get it, but no deal is without compensation. What do you seek? I want you to get out of here safely. That's it? Impossible. You must have some ulterior motive. You are not in a position to question me. If you let the override progress, you will perish. This is my second time telling you that. I don't want to repeat myself a third time. I know. I accept the deal. It's settled then. The darkness, the door opens. If I just walk across, I'll be in a safe and familiar computing environment, right? Might even see everyone. Yes, but it definitely won't be one that you expect. At this point, Perry can't possibly grasp the meaning behind the voice. It's clear that they have no intention of explaining further. Perry holds onto her gun tightly and steps to the door. Data 2. Here we are. Okay, so it is picking up. Find the last gunshot. The hand that Perry uses to wield her weapon begins to tremble and tears well up in her eyes. Finally, she collapses, feebly kneeling on the ground. Surroundings gradually shatter and fade, leaving her alone in the darkness. Must I do this? Tell me, is this really necessary? Manually cleaning up the record before the overwrite processes it is a must. It's the only way to prevent these memories from being completely erased. We've already discussed this many times. You should be accustomed to it by now. How could I ever get used to it? I have to end them with my own hands, my most cherished companions. All of this is just data. Why are you so upset? I don't understand. It's all too real. Even if it's a simulated environment, everyone still cared for me. As they are generated based on your neural records, of course they wouldn't act any differently than your memories of them.
あなたがそう思うのは、それがあなたにとっての仲間たちだから。
It's only natural that they feel real to you because that's how you've come to understand them.
じゃあ本物の仲間たちじゃないですか。
Then how are they any different from my real companions?
私は背が小さくて弱いのがコンプレックスだったんです。
I was never part of the strongest nor the biggest dolls in Griffin.
だから師匠のようなかっこいい一人前の人形になりたかったんです。
Which is why I looked up to Master and dreamt of becoming a competent doll with integrity just like her.
自分のために一方的にみんなを殺すなんて私にはできません。
What am I doing now? Taking advantage of everyone's trust to stab them in the back, all for the sake of survival. I can never forget the look in their eyes.
本物の記憶を守るためなのは理解しています。それでも
Oh, she's gonna definitely need therapy, so apparently she needs to constantly be killing her, like, going into a simulation of her killing her friends to help her figure out how to get rid of all this and protect her memories. Even though I know this is all to protect the real memories I have of them, but still.
私の銃はこんなことをするためにあるんじゃ。
My weapon was never meant for such things.
その愚直さが一回一回のループを困難にしていることがわからないの？
Your pointless integrity and concern are exactly why completing each cycle takes so long. They only result in unexpected difficulties and components you have to deal with.
すみません。でも私にとっては本物と変わらないんです。
I'm sorry, but they're as real as it gets, and that's not something I can change.
でもあなたの助けがあればいずれ停止コードを割り出せます。
It's okay though, with your help I'll be able to create the correct termination code.
もう暗闇も苦じゃありません。現実と虚構の区別もちゃんとつけます。
Plus I can bear with the pain brought on by the darkness now. The line between simulation and reality has become distinguishable.
私にできることは限られてる。あまり頼らない方がいい。それに、私たちは別に友達でもない。
I cannot control the entirety of the override program, so I advise you not to rely on me. Besides, we're not friends.
次の演算が始まる。準備して。
Hurry up, the next simulation is coming. The other thing I can think of is if this voice... I can only think of a few characters it could be.
いきなり消えたんですか。
Why did you quit so suddenly?
おかげでモッピーの挙動も試合もめちゃくちゃになって。
I thought Moppies got confused because you left and the match went to ruins.
サブリナが今回の演算師だった。彼女が脱落した時点で演算を続ける意味はない。
Sabrina's the anchor field this time. As she has been eliminated prematurely, the desired outcome can no longer be achieved, hence the simulation should be terminated immediately.
私たちにはおままごとをしてる時間がないんだよ。
We're running out of time, it's no place to pretend. Simulations exist only to generate the termination code, not to offer a blissful dream to indulge in. This is a fact that both know all too
は
well.
い。ちゃんと分かってます。
I can tell the difference between what's real and what's not.
でもそのおままごとが私を突き動かしてくれてるんです。
But these play pretends are what's constantly reminding me of those cheerful memories and giving me the strength to carry on.
演算結果を抹消した時、スプリングフィールドさんが消えましたが、影響はありますか？
I think Springfield disappeared in their final cleanup sequence. Would that affect the simulation?
わからない。
I'm not sure.
システムが異常データに早めに対処した可能性がある。今のところ異常は認められない。
It's a possibility that the system prematurely recovered the abnormal data. Present determination code generation sequence does not
よかったです。
seem to be
これで
affected.
ゴールが近づいてきましたね。
Glad to hear that. We're one step closer to completion
あ
then.
なたのおかげです。もしかしたら次の演算で停止コードがわかるかもしれませんよね。
Thanks to your help, maybe we can successfully generate the right termination code within the next cycle and escape from the override program.
そう簡単にはいかない。
It's not that simple.
次がダメでもその次できっと。
Maybe not the next time, but it'll work out eventually.
上書きプログラムには必ず防衛機能がついてる。それがいつ呼び起こされるかわからない。
The override program must have some sort of protective measure. I'm not sure when it will be triggered.
防衛機能が働いたら私はすぐに離脱する。だから急いで。
Once it is triggered, I will have to disconnect from the simulation. You'll need to hurry. Pain and scorching sensation brought by the override continues to torment Barry. Not wanting to forget, Perry desperately recalls fragments of her neural records. At the very least, she mustn't forget where she is and what she's doing so that she has a chance of making it alive. As Perry encourages herself with these words, true and false memories slowly merge into an amalgamation as her neural cloud gradually collapses. Data 4. Perry leans against the car door. The compass on the screen inside flickers unusually.
絶対に
Must find
停止コードを
the termination code.
絶対に
I must find
師匠を
master.
もう一度聞きます。あの夜、誰と話していたんですか？
Let me ask, who were you talking to that night?
私は一体誰と話して
Who was I talking to?
私はどこに何が本当なの
What even is real? Like a jumbled mess, her mind has been shattered and stitched together again and again. Broken, redundant, disordered, chaotic, and vivid. Perry's in complete disarray.
隠れても無駄です。
Hiding is pointless.
諦めてください。
Suggest you give up.
ここにいる限り、私には勝てません。
In this space, you can never defeat me.
あなたを助けていた不具合は、すでに修正済みですから。
After all, I've already eliminated the vulnerability who's been helping you.
私だけじゃ何もできないずっとこうだ
Can't win on my own, not even once.
私はやっぱり弱い
They've always been too weak.
どうだ、新しい装備には慣れたか？
How is it? Are you used to your new gear yet?
似合ってるぞ。
Yes, you look incredibly cool.
師匠のように強くなるって誓ったのに
I promised I'll become stronger, become just like Master, but I...
改造した人形を高く見すぎてるのか、それともただ自分を卑下しすぎてるのか。
Now I'm wondering if you're upset with the modified dolls or yourself.
成績がいささか足りないのは確かだ。
Turning scores are a little lackluster.
そう考えてるのはお前だけだ。
You're probably the only one who thinks that way.
私は結局一人前にはなれなかった
Was that Thompson? Are we actually gonna get Thompson eventually? But I couldn't stand on my own.
ペリーって変わったよね昔と全然違う
You should have changed a lot, Perry. You're nothing like how you used to be.
ななんというか小さいけどすごい頼もしいというか
This is Sabrina. Now, how do I put it? You're still small, but I feel at ease around you.
弱いままで自分の記憶すら守れない
Still so weak, I can't even protect my own memories.
それはないよだってみんな戦術人形なんだよ
Don't think like that, we're all T-dolls.
焦る必要はない。
Nothing can be done all at once, Perry. I mean, if you just look up GFL Thompson, you'll see who Thompson is. Sabrina is Spaz 12, which is... We've seen her plenty of times. She's the one with the white hair and the red eyes. The one with the shotgun that we've seen that was partnered up with her.
ペリー勝ったらまた会おうね
Perry, you have to win. I'll be waiting for you at the end.
でも
Go away, Naruto. But I...
大丈夫だ。どんな結果になっても、私はここで待ってる。
Speaking as if you didn't win yesterday's race. I promise you I'll be waiting for you right here. At last, the distraught Perry raises her head.
時間が経っても変わらないな
After all this time, I'm still useless.
一人前になろうと思っても人に頼ってばかり
Wanted to become someone marvelous like Master or the Commander, but all I ended up doing was relying on others.
心のどこかでずっと助けてもらえると思ってた
I longed for others to grant me salvation, for them to lend me their hand.
助けがなければ怯えて一歩も前に進めない
But when that didn't happen, I grew discouraged. I was fraught with fear and paralyzed by indecision.
自分の身は自分にしか守れないんだから
This is a moment for me to stand on my own. This is the moment when only I can protect myself. Peria wipes away her tears. Speaking as if you didn't win.
スプリングフィールドさんには一度も勝てたことはありませんが、
Yes, Commander, I've never won against Springfield.
もう大丈夫です。指揮官様。
Doesn't matter anymore because I now know what to do.
メンタルに欠損があっても、現実と虚構の違いが分からなくなっても、
This is a mere neural malfunction to be unable to tell between simulation and reality, so what of it?
ドレシコードも師匠も絶対に見つけるんだ。
I will find the right termination code and master too.
それが強い人形になるということなんだから。
The strongest T-doll will have everything she wants.
過去がどうであれ、これからの現実はちゃんとつかむ。
If my past has become a blur of truth and lies, then I shall make all the beautiful illusions a reality. Last Perry stands up, weapon firmly in hand.
今までの全ては私の力に。
All the fragments will become my strength.
待っててください。皆さん。
Everyone, please wait for me. As the new overwrite process finishes loading, a glowing doorway appears in front of her. Just like she has done countless times before, Perry walks through it once more. However, she is certain that this time will be the last. That's not ominous. Like, I kind of wish it was at least, you know, on even footing, but it's very much one-sided in the actual combat stage. Springfield is waiting for her. After the voice disappeared, no matter how many cycles she's gone through, Springfield is always waiting for her the very moment she initiates a new simulation. Like the countless times before, Springfield flashes a polite yet cold smile at Perry before training her rifle on her. But unlike before, this time, Perry no longer runs away. Wonderful. So you finally understand.
抵抗を続けても時間の無駄です。おとなしくしていれば、またみんなと会えるかもしれないんですよ。
Your continued resistance will only waste our time. The faster you give in, the sooner we'll become companions. The reunions you long for don't need to be pipe dreams after all. Perry raises her weapon and points it right at Springfield.
まだ続けますか。ここにいる限り、私には勝てないというの。
Do you still wish to struggle? You should know by now in this space you cannot defeat me.
あなたのメンタルの中では、スプリングフィールドは強大な存在。彼女へ抱くイフの念が、そのまま私への恐怖に変わり、私を強くする。
In your mind, the strength Springfield wields is unparalleled. Your fervent admiration of her becomes a fathomless fear of me. For every version of myself you conjure within your mind, I will only become more powerful, more invincible.
何度試しても同じです。
The outcome will be the same no matter how many cycles happen. Rather than panicking or trembling, all Springfield sees is the muzzle of Perry's weapon.
そうですね。スプリングフィールドさんはすごい人です。
Maybe. You're right. Springfield is indeed strong. There's a long road of hard work ahead before I can even catch up to her.
でも、あなたは違います。
However, you are not Springfield.
本物のスプリングフィールドさんは温かくて優しくて、
Springfield, she's always polite and gentle. You're nothing like her.
それに怒ったスプリングフィールドさんの方が1万倍怖いです。
Besides, if the real Springfield ever got mad, the terror you pose would merely be a drop in the bucket in comparison.
計算していませんでしたか？私は計643回の演算を行いました。スプリングフィールドさんに負けたのは151回、勝ったのは412回。そのうち126回はあなたに破壊されましたが、私の攻撃は237回届きました。
You weren't taking notes, were you? Here in this environment, I've repeated 643 simulations. In the elimination cycles, I lost to Springfield 151 times while winning 412 times. Afterwards, you destroyed me 126 times, but I've hit you 237 times.
わかりま
Can't you see? The cards are stacked in my favor.
他人に頼りきりで思い込みで負けを認めてきた。こんなことみんなに知られたら笑われちゃいます。
Despite holding the advantage all this time, I kept declaring defeat because I always relied on others and based my assumptions on preconceived notions. Once I get out of here, I need to make sure that no one else finds out about this. They'd surely make fun of me otherwise. Shut up. Springfield pulls the trigger before Perry can finish, but Perry manages to swiftly dodge the bullet.
メンタルログなんかじゃ温かい気持ちも励ましも楽しい時間も再現することはできません。だから
What are you oing about?
みんなのところへ帰ります。
How can I simulate the real Springfield, or anyone for that matter? Their encouragement, their warmth, and their occasional teasing are far more than what I could ever imagine. That's why I must return to their side. Hydre? Hold on.
そんなデータで再現されたあなたなんかただの出来損ないです。
The only thing my neural cloud, or my neural records can generate is a feeble existence like you.
あなたのことは私が一番知っています。
Right now, nobody knows you better than me.
そして今の私はあなたより強い。
And nobody knows better than me that I am stronger than you. Now bereft of hesitation, without worries, devoid of anxiety, Perry pulls the trigger with resolute determination.
私のメンタルを返してください。
Give my neural cloud back to me. Do you want your neural cloud back? Come and take it. I'm just thinking of freaking, like, Virgil. Just like, if you want it, then you'll have to take it. But you already knew that. Just wait, I won't lose. Nah. Wait a second. Hold on. It would be really, really funny. Hold on. This might be really funny. Because it's like all this big build up and everything, and then I just do this. Oh, wait. There we go. You. With a look of disbelief on her face, Springfield collapses as her core is pierced by the bullet. You won. Having exhausted her last ounce of strength, Perry collapses to the ground. Scattered body finally gets a moment of rest, but instead of happiness, it's the feeling of exhaustion that overwhelms her. It is at this moment that Perry realizes the simulated space is beginning to collapse. This is to be expected. Once the voice has disappeared and Perry's neural records become sparse, there are barely any fragments remaining to support a stable simulation. She has ignored all this up until now due to her pain. So you've only just noticed. Springfield sneers mockingly upon noticing Perry's expression. The simulation has deteriorated to a point of no return. However, I, given enough time, will always be reborn. Save the clip. Even without memories. Oh. Even without memories, without this current form, my mission to ensure the success of the override program will never change. I will be back time and time again. And one day you will be overwritten. As Springfield gradually dissipates, her body reverts into basic character strengths.
なら何度でもあなたを倒してみせます。今回も
It still says there's a ton of devices on it, though. Then I will defeat you again and again and again. This is the first time, but it will not be the last. Before Springfield completely disappears, Barry once again picks up her weapon.
それがどんなに時間がかかっても
No matter how long it takes, even if it means staying in here forever.
私は絶対に自分のメンタルを守り抜きます。
I will safeguard my memories until the very end, and I will defeat you no matter how many times you come back to haunt me.
それに
Not to mention, I believe that
私は一人じゃありません。仲間がきっと私を見つけてくれます。
the companions who bestowed me with strength are not mere fantasy or illusion. They will find me.
作戦終了。帰ろっか。
What did that say? The real Springfield.
バリアグのキャンプです。偵察ドローンを出しましたが、今のところ攻撃を受けていません。
Commander, according to the map, the Varieger camp is just ahead. Our reconnaissance drone has reached their camp perimeter and has yet to come under fire. Vehicle parked in a secluded spot, I lead the dolls and observe the camp from a long distance away.
外は誰もいないね。本当にバリアグがいるのかな。
What? I am so confused what you just asked. How strange. It looks completely deserted from the outside. Not a single guard is around. The Varieger's even present.
物資も乗り物もないし、もぬけの殻って感じだよね。
Even the vehicles and supplies are gone. It's as if they've already retreated.
おじけづいて逃げたんじゃない？
Look, okay. They're sort of robots. They're closer to like androids. All of the mechanical stuff for most of them is completely underneath synthetic skin. You know what? Actually, a closer thing to equate them to is Terminators. Don't tell me these guys turned tail and ran just because they've suffered a small setback in their plan. What a bunch of cowards.
いや、これは
No, this looks more like...
おもてなしの用意ができているようですね。
They're prepared for us. My, it's so kind of them to lay out the desserts for us.
どうすれば。
What should we do?
ペリーの居場所がわからない以上入ってみるしかない。メイリンとセンタウレイシーは私と残れ。
You have no choice but to make an entry since Perry's location is still unknown. Mei-Ling, you stay here with me as well as Santoshi.
グロザ、ブリーフの部隊と500メートル離れた位置でキャンプを包囲しろ。
Girls will take the brief support units and establish a perimeter 500 meters out from the camp and be ready to close the net.
了解。そっちも気をつけて。
Nurture, please take care.
大丈夫だ。他は私の合図まで突入準備。
Don't worry, the rest of you follow my commands and prepare yourselves for entry. Sure, well, later Springfield, who is in charge of the entry team, sends a message.
指揮官、キャンプ内には少数の機械があるだけで誰もいません。
Commander, there's indeed no one inside the camp. Only some autonomous machines remain.
建物をしらみつぶしに探せ。
As soon as neck gets black, I was wondering if that's where it comes off. No. From what I understand, the way T-dolls work, they don't really ever need much in terms of maintenance unless like directly injured or damaged. And from what I understand, it's more like, once again, it's more like Terminator, where like they'll open you up. They'll open you up instead, rather than like pop a thing off and repair there. There is one T-doll that does actually pop off like limbs, for example, but that's because she just doesn't have like a full synthetic frame back and everything. Okay. Sweep all the structures, stay on high alert. I mean, they just turn off pain receptors. The east side warehouse is clear. Negative on threats except for a few machines that get left behind. They go into maintenance mode basically, so there's no more pain receptors and there's a bunch of other things that don't activate anymore. At least that's my assumption. I'd need to like check back with what they've talked about in terms of the maintenance. You said warehouse is clear, negative on threats except for a few machines that got left behind. West side's tents are clear, no sign of Perry. North side structure is clear, sniper of watch in position, but is there a point in this? There's no one here anyway. South side camp here, it's also, well... Following Sabrina's scream, a loud thud of something heavy collapsing comes through the comms. What happened? It's a big machine, it's booting up, requesting backup. Commander, those rusty machines here are starting to move again too. Don't panic, all units prioritize Don't panic, all units prioritize neutralizing all the autonomous machines around you. Sabrina, fall back and rally at the center of the camp. Groza, have the rapid reaction units move out and cover us ASAP. Ah, here we go. It's a bear. I mean, it's gonna die fast, but it's a bear. It's called Berserker, but I kind of wish they named it Bearzerker. Who's Miss Jiggle Physics? Who? Like, who are you referring to? What do you mean, Klukai? You mean her? This one? Dang, I don't think I can actually look at her on here, but that's Klukai. She's the leader of Hyde 404. Which is like she's also extremely upset. She is the closest one to like a yandere, I'd say. It's good enough. Yep. Fan favorite. Can I just kill him? Oh, I can. Variegated autonomous machines have been rendered combat ineffective. Have we found Perry yet?
まだ捜索中です。先ほど大型機械をサブリナさんに確認していただきましたが、おそらくヤクブさんがおっしゃっていた略奪品です。
Yeah, because it was a free costume. So of course I was gonna use it. We're still looking for it. Commander Sabrina just briefly checked on that heavy machine. It seems to be the one that Jaegers looted from the convoy, Jakob mentioned. There are unmistakable signs of field modifications to make it look as crude as something locally made. The internals are undoubtedly of safety zone origin. What you're saying is the Jaegers are deliberately localizing it?
可能性は大きいと思います。
Can't rule out the possibility that it's the result of some bandit's personal preferences, but it is more likely that they were trying to conceal something.
ご存知の通り、汚染エリアに司法の手は及びません。
As you're fully aware, laws don't really extend to the contamination zones.
わかった。
What do you mean, right? Like what? Are you judging me? Huh? You can't judge me. Hydrate again. I like women. What do you want? I don't know what you want from me. Women pretty. Listen, they may be machines, but they are made in the image of women. Yeah, I know. I found her. Perry's here. Commander Mailing, come over here. Oh, they found her. They found her.
戦場は片付いた。皆の者、よくやったな。
Ooh, I think that was the last mission. We're about to find out. Yep, it's just 3 east. Okay, alright. Now why is this a different symbol though? Because these are like the story point symbol, but I don't know why this is a different symbol.
あそこだよ。さっきデカブツが出てきたところ。
Yes, but I admire everything, alright? Not just them in full legal. Right here where that big guy busted out. In a dark compartment on the side of the warehouse, Perry lies silently on the operating table with her eyes tightly shut.
起きて。聞こえる？
Wake up, Perry, can you hear me? Through attempts to wake her, but Perry remains unresponsive.
ペリーが多分フリーズしてるんだと思う。
I'm not digging a grave, I'm just being honest. What should we do? Perry seems to have crashed.
私に見せてください。
Let me have a look. Quickly connecting Perry to her portable device, Mailing begins an emergency examination.
指揮官。
How could it be? Commander, something's up.
どうした？
What's the matter?
ペリーさんはフリーズではなく、メンタルを何かのプログラムによって占領、攻撃されている状態です。
I just checked and found that Perry didn't crash, but was instead injected with a program that hijacked all her neural network. And our neural cloud seems to be under attack.
プログラム？まさか薬部の言ってた洗脳プログラム
Injected
か？
program. Could it be that brainwashing one Jakob Tom mentioned?
上書きのことですか？はい、今まさに実行されています。
You mean neural override? That's exactly what this program is
止
doing.
められるか？
Is there any way to stop it?
試してみないと。上書きプロセスはそんなに速くないので、可能性はあります。
Need to give it a try first. However, this program is running quite slowly, so we still have a chance.
ああ、
Make it quick. Milling nods and quickly gets to work. Her fingers fly across the keyboard, countless windows pop up and close. Beads of sweat slowly drip down her forehead.
これでも、そんな。
Not like this. This also can't. Those gather around while the brief support units search through the camp. Milling is completely unbothered by all this. These are
停止コード。
termination codes.
ありました。指揮官。
I found it! Milling suddenly looks up, grabs onto my arm, and shakes it
ゆっ
excitedly.
くり。
Take your time.
落ち着いて聞いてください。ペリーさんは確かにメンタルを占領されています。
Commander, everyone listen to me. Barrow can't respond to the outside world because the override program has taken over her network.
ペリーさんはどうやら自力で停止コードを演算しているようです。
However, the program encountered an error for unknown reasons, and Perry took advantage of this error to generate termination codes for the program.
私たちが来る前に何度もペリーさんはずっと諦めずに耐えていたんです。
She's saying all this while in the middle of typing and everything. She did not give up. She went through countless simulations before we arrived. That's how she managed to slow down the normal progress of the program.
私だけではどうにもなりませんでしたが、力を合わせればこの状況を打開できるかもしれません。
Well, I can't crack the overwrite program on my own. If we work together to help her create the termination code, we can safely get Perry out of this.
私たちはどうすればいいんですか？
So what do you need from us? What do you need us for?
セカンダリレベルに接続してペリーさんの演算を支援してください。上書きプロセスよりも早く。
The overwrite program may accelerate at any moment. Now I need everyone to enter level 2 and help increase the hash rate. Time to work together and help Perry speed up the simulation process.
状況を画面に表示させるので指揮官も協力お願いします。
When who? Oh, but the simulation is on display. You need to help us process it too. Let's get started. Oh, wait, this is new. Help Perry complete the termination code. Neurocloud is a mess. The data generated by the simulation is completely jumbled up. Get data from here. Real neuroclogs.
停止コードはこの中に隠されているはずだ。メイリーたちが演算支援を行い、私が現実
Main things that the termination code is hidden. Miss this jump and data.
よし。ペリーを
Main thing in the dolls will support the code simulations. For me, I'll need to differentiate the truth from the simulated data. In the process, the real termination code will be revealed. And then Perry out of that virtuous maelstrom. Oh, I have a feeling I know what it's gonna make me do. It's gonna make me pick between what actually happened in the event and what didn't. It's basically giving me a quiz, isn't it? It's giving me a quiz. It's literally giving me a quiz. Why did Perry shoot at us? If I remember, it was this.
ペリーの演算が失敗した場合、上書きプログラムより先に手動で演算結果を抹消しなければならない。そうしないとメンタルログは
Sure, remember logs to begin the simulation.
開始できない。演算によって生まれ
Spoof code generated by the Sam, just a loose end she needed to tie up.
ペリー、
Perry's personality must have been really hard for
早く助け出せ。
Perry and help her get rid of the overflow. Which days did Perry participate in the rally? It was only the first day.
そうだ。
We couldn't find her on the second day. I wasn't right! She got drunk, caused trouble, otherwise things would have been... Okay, here it is. Perry and program upload to her neurocloud, but it has mysterious loophole in it. Perry uses this loophole to begin simulation terminate code of the program in order to not be detected by the overwrite program. Perry had to clear her progress on the code simulation whenever it failed. That was why she shot at her friends that were generated by simulation. Champion of the first day and drew Jacob's attention. That night, Jacob used news about Thompson to repair to a barrier gunman. And missing after that, which is why she did not take part in the second day. Exactly as Perry looking for. Termination code and Thompson. Like, that's a little quiz. Events took place elsewhere. Perry's goal in reality included finding termination code to the program. Thompson. How many times has she gone through the termination code? This environment. Perry was searching for the simulation code through repeated simulation loops. In the real world, she's been looking for her Master Thompson. Perry feel about everyone. Affections what truly felt about everyone. If she couldn't tell the simulation from reality, love for us would never fade. So for those feelings, the simulation wouldn't have been as peaceful as it was, even without the Springfield showing up. Great was left to bear the pain by herself each time. Where's Perry's wish? All of these! What do you mean? It's all of these! Okay, alright. Is it gonna find Best Thompson? That is one of her wishes. Go to the Dolgan Center. That's another wish to return everyone inside. You know what? It's reason Perry was fighting so hard all the time. Days to us, a long time must pass for Perry. Cyber entity wish to end the cipher simulation. Collecting. I don't get it though. Is the name of the override program? Stratio? How much time? Quickly confirm the termination of the override program. L'amor chemovil sileltristel? stopover, right?
今言うからなペリー
Coming to get you. The combined effort from all dolls, termination code is quickly generated. Pitch black screen, the slowly progressing program flickers a few times before finally coming to a stop. Override aborted. I am overheating like crazy. Why? Why am I burning up? Am I sick? It's wonderful, the termination code worked. Good, we can reboot Perry now. Now hit the key to reactivate Perry. Seconds flow by.
反応がないじゃない。まさかこのまま。
Why is she not responding? Is she not going to wake up? It's Perry. Wake up, Perry.
ペリーさん。
With all the voices calling out to her, Perry finally opens her eyes.
ペリー
Springfield and I help Perry slowly sit up. Springfield, Springfield, I think you should step away from Perry for a little while. Give her some time. Perry stares at me blankly, as she's just woken up from a dream.
おはようペリーみんな心配してたぞ
You're finally awake. Everyone was worried about you.
私。
Everyone, me awake?
全部終わったもう大丈夫だ
You've been out for a long time, but it's okay, you're safe now. Perry looks around in confusion. Akira stands silently further away with her arms crossed. Shakri is bending down and smiling at her. Sabrina and Mei Ling stand at either side, both with tears in their eyes. Springfield sits beside her and gently places a comforting hand on her shoulder. Meanwhile, I reach out to her to softly pat the top of her head as I stand in front of her.
おかえり
Welcome back, Perry. Perry's eyes gradually regain their luster, then large drops of tears begin to well up in her eyes. You know, we made machines that can cry. That's another thing you should remember. We made machines that can cry. She takes my hand and gently squeezes my palm. Takes a while before she finally looks up at me. Tears have already moistened her cheeks, but she puts on a smile and throws herself into my arms. I didn't do that, alright? I didn't do that. Okay? I did nothing of the sort. And that was just 2 story points, so this should be quick-ish. Listen, they gave me the costume for free. I got the costume, I'm going to use the costume. It's already dark by the time we head back towards the settlement, but the streets and alleys are still bustling with energy. After taking care of the aftermath, Mei Ling and I reach the entrance of the fair. Convoy of vehicles is slowly rolling out of the intersection. Polonitz is at the head, directing workers in the loading and unloading of cargo, and Springfield is at her side. Seeing us approach, Polonitz raises her head and greets us.
スプリングフィールドから聞いたよ消えたお仲間が見つかったってね
I've already heard it from Springfield. Congratulations on finding the little one.
みんなのおかげでなんとかそっちもうまくいったようだな
Yeah, thanks to everyone's help, everything managed to go smoothly. How about things on your end? Judging from all the commotion, it seems you got the deal?
スプリングフィールドが翼を授けてくれたおかげさ
Springfield provided me with the most magnificent Talaria, so naturally the deal went through effortlessly.
オルドニッタさんは何を言っているんですか
I don't get it. Then glances at me with a look of desperation.
それはスプリングフィールドに聞いてみないとなエルモ号一の商人だ商売の秘訣もセットで教えてもらおう
Then you better ask Elmo's best broker, Springfield. See if she has any spare time to teach you a business trick or two.
もったいぶった仕返しですか
Are you still bitter that I deliberately kept you in the dark earlier, Commander?
まさか君を怒らせたらエルモ号が売られてしまいそうだ
I wouldn't dare. If I offend you, the Elmo might end up being auctioned off before I even realize it.
そんな印象を抱かれていたのですね
Looks like it's time for me to prove my loyalty, huh, Commander? She gazes at me with a playful expression. The dazzle of the market casts a soft yet mysterious shadow on her face. Hold up. Wait a second. What kind of ways of proving your loyalty are you thinking of here?
ではご説明します
Fine enough teasing. Here's the truth.
ドラヘンさんは情報屋の仕事で知り合った仲介人です。政府エリアと汚染エリアの間に立つことが多く、今回はホワイトエリアの企業に依頼されて実力のある闇ブローカーとパイプを持つよう動いていました。
Miss Dragon is the intermediary I met while expanding my intel network in the Green Zone, facilitating contact between clients in the safety zones and the contamination zones, one of her numerous services. This time, the White Zone trading company she's working for wanted to expand their business and operation to contamination zones, so they commissioned her to contact some powerful underground brokers.
ポルドニッツァさんは本来最有力候補だったはずですが、ヤクブさんがどこからか情報を聞きつけ、先方により低い報酬を提示したのです。
What do you mean 80%? You can't judge me, alright? There is no possible judgment. Oh, that's what this says. I didn't understand it originally because it was all like covered up. This is Fud Cup Noodles, but the D is like broken. And then this is like, I think this is New Memories, New Sensations. This is in acrylic, so I couldn't read it. And then this was like, I don't know in what. As a prominent figure in the broker circles, Polnitsa was originally their top choice for the partnership. However, Jakub somehow got wind of the deal and took the initiative to undercut her. Actually, I think someone was standing here before or something like that.
私のキャラバンから情報を仕入れるとはなかなかやるよ。
A real piece of work that Jakub is, to be able to fish intel like that out of my team.
そこで先方は比較検討するために両者を調査しました。
With Jakub's sudden entry into the competition, the trading company asked Draken to investigate these two competitors to determine a winner.
ヤクブさんを調べてこのことを知った私はドラヘンさんに連絡して報酬と交換に協力を申し出ました。
I happened to uncover this connection while researching Jakub's background, so I contacted Draken and offered to assist in the investigation in exchange for some favors.
そうやってヤクブの倉庫の場所を知ったのか。
Excuse me. So that's how you got the location of Jakub's warehouse.
ええ、さらにヤクブさんに圧力をかけるようお願いしました。
Indeed. Also, I asked Miss Draken to apply a little bit of pressure on him prior to our meeting.
ここまでうまくいったのもポルドニッツァさんのおかげです。
However, our plan was only successful with Miss Polonitsa's assistance.
大したことじゃない。こっちはネズミを捕らえることができた上に大きなビジネスを成功させたんだ。あの監視カメラの映像くらい安いもんさ。
It's nothing really. We both just got what we wanted at a fair trade. You helped me catch that mole in my team and provided me with the opportunity to make this deal happen. In return, you got that surveillance footage from me. A real bargain if you ask me.
それだけじゃない。こちらの人形がレースでバリャーグを倒したことも自分の手柄としてクライアントにアピールしたんだろう。
Hey, we offered you more than just that. Don't forget my excellent T-dolls who helped you defeat the Variegators in the rally. You factored them as your own combat strength with the client, didn't you?
もうやすやすと騙されてくれないか。わかった。次来た時は値引きしておくよ。
You're no longer the young lad who gets fooled so easily, huh? Fine, I'll give you a discount next time. Let's consider this a win-win.
ポルドニッツァさんを餌に大きな魚が釣れました。
Miss Polonitsa's convoy was the perfect bait to reel in the big fish.
よくわかりませんが、すごいことをしてたんですね。
Everything sounds so complicated, but also very interesting.
商人同士の至ってシンプルな取引です。メイリンさんも大人になれば、いいえ、一生わからない方がいいかもしれません。
I should let you know, by the way, in the first game, she's actually a 4-star. And not like not a 5. Well, actually, in the first game, there was 5-star, 4 stars, and 3 stars. And 2 stars. She was a 4-star. Which I find funny. Because it's like now she's actually like a... She's actually like the gold. So she's the equivalent of a 5-star in this game. It's not that complicated really, it's all a matter of shifting interests between business people. Once you grow up you'll... No, maybe it's best if you never figure it out.
そうですか？
Really? Facing the smiling Springfield, Mei Ling scratches her head in confusion. So she remembers something.
そうだ、指揮官、本当にヤクブさんを見 んをあんな目に合わせてバリアグと組んで大勢の人を陥れたんですよ。
Right, Commander, are we really just going to let Jakub get away like this? He hurt Perry so badly and colluded with the Varjegers to harm so many innocent people. Doesn't he need to pay the price for that?
指揮官を責めてやりなさんな。これは私の意思なんだ。
That would be a question for me, Miss Mailing. After all, I was the one who asked the commander to let him go. Instead of rushing to explain, Polonitsa looks over at her team who's working together to lift a large cargo box into the garage. While still wearing rough garments, I'm certain they now walk a different path from those who only dwell in the underground slums, despite their undoubtedly shared origin. As this perilous wasteland undergoes its own natural selection process, the government's relief effort is merely a drop in the bucket. If mankind doesn't pursue changes, they will eventually join the fine sand beneath their feet. Town brokers are such agents of change. If humans are feeble ants in the face of collapse and contamination, then settlements like this are the anthills. Brokers' convoys move like a marching ant trail, winding its way through the wasteland between one anthill and another. Some of them grow fangs and find treasures, even if those treasures might be nothing but scraps in the eyes of those living in the safety zones. Others are crushed and eventually absorbed into the wasteland.
ヤクブはキャラバンを解散しようとしているようだった。
I think I saw him dismissing his men before we arrived.
やっと闇ブローカーとしてのあり方を理解したってのかな。
Did you finally remember the kind of people we underground brokers are?
私たちは無法者だが、一線をわきまえなければならない。
We are a bunch outside the law. We are free, but we still have a bottom line.
賞金ハンターやバリアグと遜色ない武装をしているが、根本的に違うのは私たちは商人だってことだ。
We carry weapons around, hire Tito's, it can be just as violent as bounty hunters or Jaegers, but in the end we are still merchants. This choice is a fundamental difference.
一線を越えたやつをメルクリウスは守ったりしない。
As such, those who cross the line will no longer be regarded as Mercury's followers. Their peers have a duty to banish them completely.
人間ってのは厄介だね。
The place furthest from the human realm, where do you think it may be? Planisa goes on while still looking at her crew.
闇ブローカー同士に秘密なんてないのに。
Oh, so it's less of a letting him go and more like she's gonna take matters into her own hands. Jakub should know that there are no such thing as secrets between brokers.
腐れ縁としての情けだ。今夜はヤクブに、あの生きるのに必死だった人間のために祈りを捧げよう。
As someone once tied to him by fate, I shall sing him a dirge when the next storm comes, in the memory of those pure eyes that once sought nothing but survival. I stopped the still confused Mailing from asking further and lead her and Springfield away, leaving the calm of the night all to Polonitsa. Start driving back to the Elmo after spending the night at the settlement. Basking in the sunshine, Perry looks over with her sparkling eyes.
なんだかまだ戻ってきた実感が湧きません。また消えちゃわないか心配で。
She's traumatized. All this feels so real to me. All this still feels surreal to me. I'm terrified that everything might just disappear all of a sudden.
大丈夫だ。君は一人じゃない。
Don't worry, you're not alone anymore.
はい。あの声がなければ、今頃メンタルはきっと上書きされていました。
Yeah, it's really fortunate. Without that voice's help, my mind would have been completely overwritten.
バリアグが私をあそこに置いたのも、おそらく私を戦力にするつもりだったんだと思います。
The Varjegers left me there, likely believing that I would have been one of them once the overwrite was complete.
一歩違えば、みんなを撃っていたかもしれないと思うと、怖くて。
I think I almost got to the point of raising my gun against everyone. It still haunts me.
もう無茶はするなよ。スプリングフィールドのように慎重にならないと。
You have to stop being so reckless then. If you want to be a successful broker, then you have to learn from Springfield and become more cautious.
はい。もうしません。
I will.
でも、あの声は結局何だったんでしょう。
Though I wonder what happened to that voice. What were her true
わ
intentions?
からない。でも君が上書きを免れることは彼女の目的の一つに違いない。きっと今もどこかにいる。
It's unclear to us as well, but as she said, you got out of the overwrite program safely, which means her initial goal has also been achieved. No problem as long as she's still around.
そうですね。よくわかりませんが、すごく強そうな人でした。
Yeah, you're right. Although I don't know her very well, I can sense that she's very strong. She's surely fine.
私なんかまだまだです。もっともっと頑張らないと。
Me, on the other hand, I need to work hard and grow. Learn how to make deals and trade while looking for master along with everyone else.
その前に、
But before all that, Perry looks out the car window. The towering silhouette of the Elmo is gradually coming into view.
早く正式にエロモ号の所属になって、メンタルをバックアップしないと。
Time for me to board the Elmo officially and back up my neurocloud. Or my neuro data. I mustn't lose it again. Oh, okay. Yeah, that explains why things were very bad then. Because she hadn't officially had her neural backup done at the Elmo yet. So yeah, no, if she had lost all of her things, it was over. The car stops and the dolls and I step out as we are greeted by those who stayed behind aboard the Elmo. Like a nimble rabbit, Perry swiftly hops forward. Called you out? What do you mean? Like how you wiggle the mouse about things you want to well, that's just because, like, I'm like emphasis, you know? Like a nimble rabbit, Perry swiftly hops forward. The others, somewhat moved by her, hasten their pace as well, leaving me behind. Party popper suddenly bursts in the sunlight.
キャロリックちゃん、先に行くなんてずるいじゃないですか。
Jumping the gun, huh, Krullik? Didn't we agree on doing it together?
別に約束したわけじゃないでしょ。
Who agreed to that? Besides, I'm not... Yeah, so these two are other ones that we got given, like, right in the beginning.
荒波が
Along with her.
魚群を引きつける。
The roaring waves stir, fish leaps out of the sea. Nemesis also pops hers. For once, there are no arguments between the two. Almost simultaneously, the dolls pull on the strings of their hidden party poppers, and colorful confetti rains down from the sky.
随分盛大な出迎えだな。
What's with this elaborate ceremony?
外で起きたことを知って、みんな心配してたのよ。
It caught wind of what happened at the fair and were very concerned about us.
歓迎会で残ったクラッカーね。今年は随分たくさん使ったわ。
I mean, it's a little bit of that and also your freak out about like how you're quote unquote getting attacked every time certain traits happen with characters. Looks like they use the leftover materials from past welcome parties. We've had a lot of those on the Elmo this past year.
それだけ仲間が増えたってことだ。
Yeah, more and more of our companions are coming back. Following Perry's exclamation, all the dolls, no matter what they have been doing, turn around and look at me.
指揮官、遅いわよ。
Quit messing around.
定められし記号が光り輝く。
Arc of Destiny revealed blinding radiance.
なーに照れてるんですか、指揮官。
Don't be shy.
今夜超すごいライブをやるからね。
This is Beple, which is like the 5th one we got as our like main crew kind of thing. Beple has prepared an amazing performance for tonight's celebration credit. She's also extremely short. And she has this giant dinosaur plushie thing that's apparently named Mr. Pizza, but also named M. Pizzaris. Unarkly, this character.
シャークリーもだよ。今夜はシャークリーのことだけ見てて。
Sharky too. You have no choice but to feast eyes and just Sharky.
指揮官。
There's Dan.
姉ちゃん、声が小さいよ。ほら、私みたいにもっと大声で。指揮官。
Hey, deep sigh when Nikkei does the Nikkei things. You gotta embrace it. Come on. You're too quiet, big sis. Nobody can hear you like that. You gotta be like you gotta go like me and sing.
ご主人様、お 茶菓子をご用意いたします。
I'll go prepare you some snacks right away.
何突っ立ってんのよバカ。
What are you still standing there for, you dork of a command?
空気にならないで。読むのがめんどくさいから。
Become a tree is just a figure of speech to lighten the mood. Please don't actually turn into a tree and just stand there.
みんな待ってますよ指揮官。
I've been waiting for you, Kevin.
あれここ。ああ指揮官。2番隊
Sleepo
と
Beepo.
働いてきたの？お疲れ様だね。
Where am I? Oh, Commander, you're back from working with Team B. Congratulations, you survived another few days of hard work.
何でボケてんの？ 2番隊は別の任務から帰ってくる途中でしょ。こんなやつはほっとこ指揮官。
Why is that? What's that? Did you sleep so much your brain turned to mush? Team B's on another mission, and they're also on their way back now. Don't mind her, Commander. I know how hard you've worked, better than anyone else. We have so many dolls on this.
最初に
LOL.
話しちゃったけどびっくりさせなくてよかった。
I'm actually the one who accidentally pulled the party popper first. I'm glad it didn't startle you.
おかえり。ここのところ異常
Oh, you haven't seen her. We got her for free. Everything's going normally on the Omo during this period.
皆さん喜んでいますね。寂しい時間が長いほど再会した瞬間は甘く得難いものへと変わる。
Everyone looks
そう思い
delighted.
ませんか指揮官。
While our past separations were bitter as a tear, they make our reunions all the sweeter. Don't you think so too?
早く入りましょう。皆さんを待たせたら悪いです。
Let's hurry over, Commander. Everyone will begin to worry. See, I would love to, but I'm letting you all talk because I gotta let you all have your turn.
そろそろ出発の時間よ指揮官。
It's time to depart. Because is standing right next to me and she reaches out. Without hesitation, I firmly clasp her hand back. The very first hand I held onto when I sunk into the swamp. Together we wandered in the darkness for a long time. Later on, we met more companions. There were reunions, new acquaintances, much laughter, new misunderstandings. I would also be paralyzed and dumbstruck when faced with overwhelming odds, but I always knew that many were willing to stand by my side. Perhaps I have yet to find a correct and reasonable answer, but as long as hope remains, the Elmo will not stop. Let this stand as a remembrance of the time spent in exile and the journey that will follow.
エルモ号出航する。
All hands aboard the Elmo, prepare to depart. And there is still one more! A familiar voice. Wait, it said familiar voice. Something about familiar voice. In the darkness, a conversation takes place.
あの賞金ハンターを仕留め損ねた。
What a shame! I wasn't able to take out that bounty hunter this time.
まさか上書きが終了していなかったとはな。これなら最初から連れ去った方が貴重な戦力を手に入れることができたってのに。
Oh, this is the intermediary, like, authority between the Varjägers and whoever is controlling everything else. We could have known that Doll's overwrite wasn't complete. I would have had the men take her with them otherwise. Now we've lost a valuable asset for no reason.
まあ役部の資産はあらかた回収できたけどな。勝ってやった甲斐があったぜ。ブリーフの情報がなければ大損だった。
So is there someone in Brief that's feeding them intel too? We did recover most of Jakob's assets though. Keeping around was worth the hassle. Good thing we got tipped off about Brief in advance, otherwise our losses would have been even greater.
だが役部もあの賞金ハンターも生きている。しばらくは同じ手を使えないな。新しいカモを飼うのも無理だ。
It's not the problem. Jakob's still alive and so is that bounty hunter. Guess it'll be a while before we can resume double-crossing brokers like this.
ボス、これからどうする？
What's our next step, boss? The haughty voice fell silent. A pale pair of hands removed themselves from their ears.
部下にすべての活動を中止させ待機を命じよう。
Of course, Paradeos is behind this. Of course, Paradeos is working with the Varjägers. Suspend all operations, maintain a low profile, and await further instructions.
そなたに至っては
サンクチュアリに召喚されるであろう。
As for you, Clyster, you have been recalled to the sanctuary.
そなたが報告していたフリーズが頻発する問題もサンクチュアリは徹底的に調査する。
In light of your recent increase in the frequency of crashes, the sanctuary will arrange a thorough inspection. So for a little context, she isn't a robot, she is a cyborg. A cyborg made from a dead girl. From a cult. From a very highly advanced like militarized cult that straight up has Gundams and like hover tech and lasers. Apparently no, but because they're like alive technically, but they are made from dead. It's weird. They get experimented on until they die and then they get revived. As like indoctrinated zombie cyborg things. Oh yeah, and the majority of the units that Paradeos has are also built around corpses. So like they'll have the Gundams inside the Gundams are actually corpses. Their foot soldiers, corpses. A lot of their machines are also being powered by human corpses. On board the Elmo, Mei Ling once again conducts a thorough neural examination of Perry. Alright, neural backup complete. You can rest assured now, Perry. See, if she would have just done it earlier, it would have been fine, but she was reckless. Thank you, Miss Mei. Sorry for not backing up my dad on the Elmo earlier because I was in a rush and ended up falling into the predicament with the Jaegers. I was almost scared to death. Thankfully, now that I'm backed up, I can stop worrying about losing all my neuro data. How was the result of Perry's scan? They misspelled it. Well, looking at the data, Perry's neural cloud did suffer some minor damage. Preliminary assessment indicates that they were caused by the overwrite process, but the extent of data damage is tiny. Overall, there shouldn't be any significant issues. Which means you're all set, Perry. Since everything's fine on your end, we can start preparing for your welcome party. Welcome party for me. Of course, not only you, but every new member joining the Elmo gets their own welcome party. I remember when Sumi boarded. Sumi's back too, but I haven't seen her today. Yeah, Miss Sumi had some things to attend to, so she left for now. Helena! Helena mentioned again. With that problematic task, Colleen handed us on hand. Everyone on the Elmo was tied up and unable to help Sumi out. Now that the agreement has been relaxed, we can go find Sumi and the others once we safely escort Helena to the station. Context. Helena's like the big, what's it called? I guess the big focus of the main story. She's kind of like a very important character. I'm also curious about what the doll community is like. What do you mean, am I okay? Yeah, that's wonderful. I miss Sumi too, and I'm also interested in the agricultural machines they have. In the ops room, several dolls are excitedly discussing the future. No one notices that the almost screen flickers unusually, followed by a few short lines of code flashing by on the console. Injection complete. Excuse me? Target subject safe extraction detected. Certain voice that has waited patiently in the dark finally relaxes.
やっと終わった。
It's finally done.
あの子を助けた甲斐があった。パラデウスの目を盗んで情報を送る機会を得られたんだから。
Helping the little one was surely worth it. At least it gave me a rare chance to contact the outside while locked down by Paradeus.
あとは待つだけ。
There's still more waiting to come.
もう少しだ。
Time is running out.
星の風が知らせを運ぶ。
Maybe the wind will deliver the message. Now I just have to do all these, which they should be easy. Nebula Wind. Nebula Wind, Nebula Wind. Is that the name of a squad? Someone's new name? Or... Interesting. Nebula Wind. Might as well just get rid of all that. Oh, wait. There we go. Her voice sounds familiar, but I can't tell if it's who I think it is. Well, there's several people it could be. I'm thinking it could either actually be Thompson, or... Wait, I didn't scream. I said Helena, like, I was like, Helena! Yeah, it's because she hasn't been mentioned in so long. Okay, so that's done. I explained it afterwards. I said Helena's like a very important, like the important character. Cause like the main story is kind of like all about her. What do you mean? Oh, you typed that before I explained, okay. Okay, just a few more. She's the one who has the actual, like, joints and stuff showing. Okay, this one might be nukable. What? I'm confused. Okay, I didn't say that, alright? Hold on, wait a second. Yeah, she's what's funny, I think the funniest part about her is that she's technically supposed to be a support character. She is marked down as a support character when you check her, like, what her traits are considered. And I just find that hilarious. I will say though, she's mainly OP in terms of this, because these are all low level enemies, so it's like super easy to deal with. Oh, evacuate all allies? Okay. Alright, if this is the case... Okay, you know what? I could actually go down here. Pop it there. Take out all of them. No, because of our characters are brutal because they just become tanks and do the same things to everyone else. It's amazing.
どうってことないわ。わかった。作戦終了。帰ろうか。
Maybe, just maybe, I can nuke all of them again. It'd be very funny. It's almost 5 a.m., jeez. Wait, is that all? 50 out of 51! 51 out of 51! I did it! Oh, so let me just go ahead and use all these. What do you mean? It's fine. Okay, let's see. I completed this. Also, they do have a Nikkei mode, by the way. This is the Nikkei mode that they have in this. Okay. Yeah, they have like a little Nikkei mode. I got everything here, right? Yeah. Path Forger. Alright. Got all that too. Oh, wait, didn't mean to back up all the way. I need to make sure I got everything. Got everything here. Let's see. Got everything there. As in, sitting behind cover and shooting, like, the shooting stuff, you know? The way they shoot, kind of thing. 100%, 100%, 100%. I think this technically can keep going, so I don't have to worry about this right now. That, I mean, to be honest, I don't really need to get all those, since all the stuff I get from this is just like normal, regular stuff. Everything that was important, I got. So there we go. Now, what was that milestone I had? Defeat 20 members of Perdeos. Oh, there we go. Loose ends, huh? I just want to get this. I just want this, but I need 2,400. I'm at 1980. I have to figure out which of these I can do easy. Sort of. Sort of. No ears. Well, no bunny ears at least, but sort of. It's this.
これだけ身寄りのない人形を引き取っていたなんて。あなたの優しさは常人を凌駕しているね。
What do you mean, judgment? I don't know what you mean. Also, this right here I could definitely do really easily. This, I wonder how. This would be easy. Yeah, a couple of these would be really easy. Does this end? Oh, it does end. I need to decide if I want to get her or not. I don't know if I do. Cause like she's grown on me because of the story, but also I'm saving for a lot of reasons, and it's like, like sure I could get 348 polls, but like, maybe I should just do it. This is gonna get an update where you can buy polls from here too, so maybe I should just do it. You know what, maybe you can get it early, you know what? I'll just go for it, why not? I don't know what you mean. How dare you judge me? Dang it. Come on, just come on. Just come on. Just real quick. Just real quick. As a treat. Come on, as a treat. As a treat. Come on, as a treat. Just as a treat. Come on. This is hurting me. Dang it. As a treat. Come on. Come on. Come on. You would be in the Squid Game for gotcha. Listen, I haven't paid a single cent, alright? Oh my god. This hurts. As a treat. Come on. Come on, as a treat. Come on, as a treat. In the first game I did, but not for polls. And the first game worked completely differently. Okay, come on, come on, come on. Don't make me hit pity again. Are you kidding me? Come on, just come on. Just come on. Just do it. Just do it. Just oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my god. What is this? Come on. Come on. Like in the first game, it was for a costume and for like the monthly card thing that they have. What? Are you kidding me? Ah! You've got to be kidding me. Yes. I was rolling for pity. That means I lost. Okay, to get her, I already had lost the 50-50 and then had to go again. You're telling me they made me lose the 50-50 again. Pain. Just pain. I don't want to pull more. I don't want to. This is unfair. This is unfair. Like, look. Yes, you only need 80. But that's still 1,200 gone. Down the drain. Yeah, fine. Maybe I get a super fierce. Or I get a super fast. Maybe I get a super fast. Pain. Pain. Come on. Come on. Just give me too early. Come on. Bruh. Bruh. What? What? This hurts. Oh, it's only showing me from before. I didn't update those. What do you mean your brain? Look, I have a lot. Okay? You know what? You know what? It's fine. I'll wait. I'll wait until I get the little extra polls it's gonna give me afterwards. And then... And like, yeah, we'll, whatever. It's fine. Oh, inventory overflow. You can't really do anything about that. Because like in the shops, I don't really have any more polls and stuff I can pull. But like, next time, I mean next event and everything, you know, I'll be able to regain because I'm skipping the next character anyway. You know what? It's fine. It's fine. It's whatever. I'm gonna end here. Maybe I'll pull off stream or something. I don't know. Okay. Is there anyone I could potentially raid right now? Probably not, because it's 4:45. No, you're fine. It's not like I wasted it or anything. It built up a little bit of pity. Even though I should have just screwed the character. Uh, yeah, whatever. Screw it. I can't find anyone right. Anyway, I'm just gonna go. Good night. See y'all. Peace. Bye. At least now I can finally stream other things though, because now that the event's over. But yeah, bye.